Please take your seats. Welcome to the Cardano Summit 2025. Please welcome to the stage your host, Ben Thompson.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Hello, great to see you. Guten Tag. Wonderful to have you back here on day 2 of Cardano Summit 2025. How are we all doing? We good? Excellent, yes. That's the kind of energy we need first thing in the morning. I always like to start day 2 off with a bit of audience participation. A quick show of hands. Who was here yesterday? Okay, big chunk of you. That's great. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed yesterday, the content sessions, the dinner, the after parties. Anybody go out last night at the after parties? I hear there was some pretty good stuff going on various parts across the city. Yeah, there we go. Okay, right. Well, I mean, don't worry. We've got plenty of coffee out there in the foyer. I've asked them to brew it extra strong for anybody who might be feeling a little bit fragile. For those of you who didn't join us, you missed a great day yesterday, but don't worry. We've got loads more packed in for you today. Loads of great learnings, loads of great insights and sessions. We're going to have a lot of fun. In fact, I think they say that 80% of success is simply turning up in the first place. So in that sense, congratulations everybody here. We're 80% successful already today, and we've only scratched the surface of 10 a.m. So that bodes well for the rest of the day. Right, before we begin, just a quick recap on some housekeeping for the folks who maybe weren't here yesterday. A reminder that everything that takes place here at the summit is found on our app. So if you haven't done so already, if you weren't here, please take a moment to download the app and get all that information. It's got all the information on our program of events, on speakers and partners, on everything that's going on. So it's your on-site Bible. Please do download that to know where you're going and when. The Wi-Fi and the password details can be found on the back of your lanyard. And in the event of an emergency, then do make your way out to the front of the building where we'll all kind of meet there. There are lots of exits all across the building marked by green signage. There will also be staff here pointing you in the right direction. Hopefully, we won't need that. I'm not banking on it. There's no fire drills planned. So we should be all good. But always good to have that information in the back of your mind, just in case. So, all clear? Then we will begin. Yesterday, we had loads of great insights here on the main stage and in our various masterclass sessions on what blockchain and Web3 and decentralized systems mean for the enterprise, how we can capitalize, where some of the challenges lie, but also where some of the opportunities lie as well, and how to overcome some of those roadblocks. Today, we're going to be covering the impact of AI, digital identities, stablecoin, trust, and a whole lot more. We've got keynotes and panels. We've got those masterclasses taking place upstairs. We're unveiling new research. We've got case studies. We also have a book launch as well. So loads of stuff going on, loads of practical tips and tricks for how to get ahead in this industry along the way. And we'll round things off tonight with our fantastic awards ceremony that's going to be recognizing success in this space. So we have a whole ton of stuff to get our teeth into over the course of the next few hours. But we're going to start off today with a short recap of what yesterday taught us, with an overview of what you can expect today. And here to help us do that and share some of his own personal highlights and insights, I would like to welcome back to the stage Cardano's CTO, Giorgio Zanetti. Giorgio. Great to see you.
Thank you, Ben, or looks like fake Fred. We might have found him. Good morning, everyone. I'm Giorgio Zanetti, CTO at the Cardano Foundation. And welcome, everyone, to day 2 of the Cardano Summit. Yesterday was an amazing day. We had more than 600 people and 1,000 online following us. Hello, everyone from home. And I really love the energy in the room and in the master classes, and today there's more of that. Today is a day of announcements, and I'm happy to have a couple for you now. Yesterday, the discussion was a lot around stablecoins. And I'm happy to announce that the Cardano Foundation is partnering with Braille. Braille is a stablecoin platform for issuing regulated stablecoins. You can just, with a few clicks, issue your own stablecoin with on-ramp, off-ramp capabilities off the box. So this is hopefully a boost in diversity of stablecoins on Cardano. And Braille also is pioneering the agent-to-agent payment technologies, so it will fit very well with some of our other partners. On this, I have another announcement together with our partner Mazumi, AI as well. We are announcing a hackathon on the 4th and 5th of December. This is in partnership with MediaMarkt Saturn. This is a big retailer in Germany. And over 2 days, the team will work on retail challenges for the agent use cases. Thank you for the enthusiasm. Today, more to come. Following on the discussion is more about stablecoins, AI. There's workshops, keynote speeches here. So I invite you to check the agenda and go where you're the most interested in. Those are the highlights. AI, blockchain, identity. I will be there for sure if you want to catch me. And all will be followed by drinks. And we have on the rooftop a barbecue dinner, Berlin barbecue in the sky, and followed by the Cardano Awards. So once again, thank you everyone for being here. Guten Morgen. And I leave the stage to my friend Phil from Emurgo for some updates on what's happening there. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Thanks so much, Giorgio, for setting our scene here today. And of course, we are here this week to talk about this idea of enterprise adoption of blockchain. We referenced it there. Giorgio talked about some of those elements there. And in order to drive that adoption, we need to consider a number of different elements. Investment, of course, partnerships, as Giorgio mentioned, and also infrastructure development. Bringing all those three things together is absolutely essential to unlocking the full potential in this space. And next here on the main stage, we are going to hear from an organization that is at the forefront of that effort. Emurgo plays a key role as a connector, a builder, and a bridge for ecosystems, for capital, and for real-world impact. And here to talk about the lessons learned from the organization's journey to date, as well as the critical next steps for 2026 and beyond, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker for this morning. Please put your hands together for CEO over at Emurgo, the brilliant Philip Pon.
Thank you. Good morning, welcome. First off, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. It's my first Cardano Summit. It's been wonderful so far. We have a great day ahead. I think I have more than 5 minutes, right? So let me first off start off by thanking Fred and the Cardano Foundation. I think oftentimes we don't really realize and recognize how important the foundation is and what a lion for Cardano in general Fred has become in his tenure as CEO. So really do respect the work he's done. Similarly for Intersect and Jack, he's led us through governance, budget, really challenging stuff. Really appreciate their leadership there. And whilst they're not here, I also want to acknowledge and recognize Charles. I/O is incredibly important for the success of Cardano, and they have been incredibly supportive of this ecosystem for many, many years. Most recently evidenced in Token 2049, where they really brought all of the different entities together, including Midnight, in one amazing location. We had an incredible showcase of Cardano. In addition to that, we'll be heading off to Midnight in a few days. That's an increasingly important part of our overall story. The message I want to send there is we are much stronger together. And it's really, really important that we find ways to build bridges, find ways to work together, find ways to make it happen. So where does Emurgo fit into all of this? I'm often asked, well, what the heck does Emurgo do and what's its value? So I'm really going to jump right into it. And I am present, I'm doxed, I'm available, I'm here. Find me after the keynote. Feel free to ask me anything. I'll do my absolute best to kind of answer pretty directly. And those who know me know that I'm pretty direct. So let's jump into it. So what I've tried to bring in the 10 months I've been the CEO is to bring some degree of clarity, some degree of coordination, and really lead a comeback for Emurgo, and to be much clearer in what we do and our defined role within the ecosystem. So where do we stand? Ultimately, what are we trying to do? What we're trying to do is to ostensibly provide a degree of commercialization of Cardano and lead the effort around what we think are the important and missing key components to what Cardano has and where we need to take it. There are wins that matter. I wish, and I'll humbly say this, I wish this list was much longer. I wish this list was something that we could be even more proud of, but there are wins. You see us launching the Cardano card. We have enabled one of our first stables within the ecosystem, and we'll talk more about this and what I mean by the necessity of liquidity in Cardano. We have handed over Emurgo Academy and all the infrastructure and all the lessons we've learned there to Intersect. We're working on payments. There are wins that do matter, and there are numbers that matter that back this up. We partnered with Wirex. Wirex is one of the leading providers and card issuers in the world. They have over 6 million users, and they're bringing a lot of these users to Cardano. We have, and I'll touch on a sensitive point. Emurgo it's not lost on me that we are the largest DREP. We have Yoroi, we have Emurgo. Happy to talk about what that means and how they differ, how they're the same. But when you step back for a moment, we actually have 14,000 ADA holders who've delegated to us. And we take that very seriously, and we do try to act in the best interest of the community. So it really is more than just Emurgo's voice there. It's 14,000 people who choose to delegate and may choose to delegate elsewhere if they don't agree with us. So that's really important for me to share. Something that's often not spoken about from the wins that matter and the numbers that matter is the 1.8 million number. That represents the amount of downloads from our serialization library that we have helped create and maintain over the near decade of our existence. When I talk to our CTO, he shares with me a lot of this stuff powers a lot of the projects that are out there right now, and they benefit from it. And we're really happy to do that, and we do that without seeking attention or recognition. It's just something that we feel is part of our responsibilities. List of failures. The list of lessons learned. They are indeed there, and we're not hiding from it. These are real attempts by Emurgo to try to do things that we think will advance the community. Emurgo Academy is our latest effort where we tried our best for quite a number of years to be an education platform for Cardano, but we recognize that others are able to do it better. Intersect can do this. Foundation has done this. So we've worked with them to transfer all of that knowledge that we've learned, all that content over to them so it lives on. We've tried Cardano Spot, we've tried FIBO, we've done a number of different investments. Again, happy to have that joust and that conversation with any person in the room afterwards and just share with you some of the things we've learned, some of the things we've had some successes on. But there have been failures, indeed. The other thing that I do want to spend 10 seconds on and really try to explain is Emurgo has been a house of brands. You've had Emurgo Academy, Emurgo Africa, Emurgo Labs, Taisu. All of these things were born out of Emurgo. Fair point. But now they're kind of independent of my remit. So they do things on their own. They do things in a funded way themselves. And so oftentimes there is confusion if Emurgo Africa does something. Is that something that Emurgo under my leadership is overseeing? The answer is actually no. The answer is they are their own entities. They do benefit from the branding, and they move their agendas forward. We have a close relationship with them. We can influence, we have conversations, but they are indeed their own entities. We will go through likely a rebranding effort towards the end of the year to provide more clarity, much like we've done with Taisu, which used to be Emurgo Ventures, so that there's less confusion in the community. So again, we want to be transparent about the successes, the wins, the things we've done, but also recognize what we've learned and where we've failed. So what are we building? Where are we going forward? I think anyone who's seen me do keynotes over the last 10 months, I've talked a lot about RWA tokenization. I do believe that it is a $450 trillion opportunity. I do believe that everything eventually will be tokenized and on-chain. I think Cardano's place in that is exactly where Fred is leading us from the foundation perspective, institutional. As I like to call it, it's up and to the right. I used to run a centralized exchange, and we had a choice early on in our existence. Do we go regulated institutional, or do we go unregulated in retail? We chose up and to the right. Most of our competitors respectfully chose the other route. They were and continue to be more profitable, but they are starting to move up and to the right. Now, we have to differentiate ourselves as Cardano, as a layer one, as an ecosystem that is different from all the other ecosystems out there. And I believe firmly in the pathway that we've chosen. Up and to the right, we are focused on enterprise adoption, we're focused on institutional adoption, and we're focused on being in a regulated space. This is an inevitability. This is where blockchain is moving towards. It doesn't mean, however, that there isn't a space for the unregulated and, frankly, more retail-oriented, let's call it white space to operate in. But that's a very, very crowded space. And I don't necessarily feel it's one where we have a real differentiation, a place or a reason to win. And you can see that even further evidenced by Charles's latest venture with Midnight, that is moving towards selective disclosure on chain, which is what's missing as a core primitive in the financial services space. So I think Cardano and Midnight and where we're headed is moving into that direction. And you can see by the attendees today, we're talking to people who are at Fortune 500s, FTSE top 200 companies, and they're looking to Cardano because it's robust, it works, it's not gone down in 7 years, and it's incredibly well built, right? And has that track record. We're not chasing hype. We are really moving towards where the puck will be in my Canadian parlance, and that is really real-world asset tokenization, institutional adoption, enterprise clients. But there are some missing pieces, and so this is where Emurgo will spend, and I will spend a fair amount of my 2026, and I've spent a good chunk of 2025 there as well. Coordination across our founding entities is essential. When we are facing off against a USDC, a USD1, an Axelar, a Pith, a Chainlink, and if you notice, I'm naming all of them. The reason I'm naming all of them is because if I tell you which one I'm really negotiating with, price goes up, right? So we have to say we're talking to everybody, which we indeed are. And so for us to really succeed in building the missing pieces within Cardano around core infrastructure, what we are missing is we're missing pricing oracles, right? What we're missing is interoperability. What we're missing is liquidity. And if you talk to any project that builds in Cardano, they will tell you the same thing. And we have a few of them who've shown incredible leadership and incredible ingenuity and risk-taking, like Igon, for example, who are leading the charge on trying to bring some of these core infrastructure first and faster than, frankly, the founding entities have been able to do. Now, respectfully, we don't want to slow them down. They're doing amazing work there, but we will back them up. And what you'll find is when you're talking to these large institutions, they want to face off against someone like Foundation, like IO, like Emurgo, right? But oftentimes, we don't talk as much as we should. And so we end up making it really difficult for these core infrastructure pieces to know that they're talking to A, the highest authority, B, who's going to pay, and C, how is it going to be implemented. And so what Emurgo, in coordination with Foundation, in coordination with IO and Intersect, and also Midnight, are doing is we're actually talking a lot, right? Far more than we have ever done in recent times, because we all recognize these are pieces that are missing for our ecosystem. And so 2026 is really going to be a concerted effort to knock each one of these missing components off the list and bring them into Cardano. What we also are very, very cognizant of is we don't want to talk about it until it's done, at least publicly, because that really slows the process down. And so, again, I'm happy to talk to anyone in the community about what we're thinking, what we're doing, in a way that you'll have comfort and faith that it is actually ongoing and there will be progress. Because once these pieces are there are really no more excuses for us to kind of land on, right? We have everything that we need. We have an incredibly robust chain. We have a world-class community. We have builders. And we have all the pieces that are necessary for them to thrive, right? And we have an enabled on-chain governance system that no one else has, right? So these are the things that I'm spending a lot of time on, working with folks like Fred, folks like Dan Singelman, folks like Fami at Midnight, Jack at Intersect, and we're doing this together. And I think that is incredibly important and something that's changed a lot. So where are we going forward, right? So the reality is we need to be focused. We need to be building bridges, not silos. We need to really show a modicum of leadership, right? It's not always popular. I'm often tweeted very kindly about different things, and that's cool. People need a reason. People need, engagement, and I understand that. But I can assure everyone in the room, from whether it's an enterprise-level organization to a government entity to a project that's building, the founding entities are actually here to try to enable. We can't do everything, so we're going to kind of really scale down on what we need, what Cardano needs, and deliver that. And that's the leadership that I think Emurgo can provide. So next steps. Hopefully next year, when I'm on a stage similar to this, I can tell you that these core infrastructure pieces are either completed, negotiated and signed, underway, and give you that roadmap. I can tell you, hopefully, that Tier 1 stables, in addition to USDM, in addition to USDA, we're not forgetting homegrown projects that are really bootstrapping it and providing these structural components to us. But we can say that there's more liquidity, which will allow for DeFi, which will allow for Bitcoin DeFi, which will allow for proper listings on centralized exchanges, et cetera, et cetera. That's what I hope I'll be able to report back, and that'll be along the way as well. We'll definitely be seen as the chain of choice for enterprise building, and frankly, Cardano Foundation is leading that way, right? And from us, I think you'll see a very humble leadership. We'll be engaging the community. It's probably the thing that humbled me the most when I first arrived, is how passionate and how engaged the community is, and how much they care about the success of Cardano, and how vested they are, not just in their tokens, but in the relationships, the friendships, and the blood, sweat, and tears that they put into this ecosystem. They want it to succeed, right? And so for me, really providing that ecosystem leadership, that listening, the harnessing of all that energy around these core primitives that are necessary for us to succeed is actually executed, right? So that's what we're looking towards in 2026 and beyond. So my kind of parting message to the audience today is really, Cardano really is the place to be. There are probably, I would say there are no other chains that have been around 2+ cycles that has a market cap over 5 billion that's never shut down, right? It's Cardano and everything else. And so we're in the right room. And everyone here, I hope you recognize you're in the right room. Once we get these pieces fixed, and there's real commitment to do so at the highest levels of authority in all of the founding entities, as well as the leading projects within the ecosystem, you're going to see a continued change, an improvement in everything you've seen today. And this is where Cardano has core infrastructure and meets the real-world assets. I think the next cycle is we're all going to be seeing so much RWA, so much liquidity be brought into this Web3 world, and Cardano needs to have its place there. And in order for that to happen, we have a fair amount of work to do. So I really hope that the community kind of rallies around this and finds ways to support it and finds ways to advance the ball. Criticize where necessary, for sure. Ask questions to your heart's content, but know that this is the direction we're headed, and know that we're all aligned in this, and we really need your support to make it happen as well. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and look forward to talking more.
Okay, many thanks, Philip, for that. A great way to get us started today. As you can see from the chairs, the furniture being brought on behind me, we are shortly going to move on to our next panel discussion, our first panel discussion of the day. And this is all about AI. Okay, it's probably AI has dominated every conversation we've had here over the course of the past couple of days. It's dominated every conversation I've had in the enterprise space for the past few years. I'm sure it's been no different for you folks as well. But talking about it is one thing. Actually implementing it is another challenge. And one of the big blockers to getting it right is this question of infrastructure. How we build the systems to do enterprise AI at scale. And that is what our next panel is here to discuss. We've got some great panelists lined up for you. We've got Domingo over at Infominium. We've got Christina at the Metaverse Institute. We've got Daniel at Singular Group. And here to lead us through that conversation, we've met him already. He was here yesterday. Please put your hands together for your moderator and your panelists. We have from J&J Innovative Medicines, Florian Kruger-Herbert.
Good morning, everyone. You doing good? Anyone feeling well? Everyone? Okay. Perfect. So, our first panel discussion today. Again, I'm moving the chair like yesterday. Feels like a regular. So we're going to speak now about the infrastructure organizations that have to adopt AI. Okay. And while we have a lot of AI topics going on in the news and everywhere, it always focuses on the agents, it focuses on the applications, on the algorithms. But what we try to cover today is actually the infrastructure piece. So a little bit similar to when you're building a house, like you start with the basement or the shell construction, or in German said the Rohbau. We're going to look at everything for AI implementation, covering everything from electricity to data centers, but also how it merges with the blockchain integration and cybersecurity. I'm very proud to have an esteemed group of panelists with me today, and I would now like you, Christina, to go first. Just say a sentence about yourself and also mention a little bit of a fun fact or something personal so that we ease it up a little bit.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Christina Yan Zhang, CEO from the Metaverse Institute. I also co-chair the United Nations International Telecommunication Union's task group on pre-standardization for the Cityverse, using AI, digital twin, Web3, and other technology to create what we call people-centered, planet-friendly digital future. An interesting fact about me, as you can see, I was made in China, like lots of products you can get in the supermarket, reinvented in the UK. Also, we don't offer buy one, get one free policy, so I'm the only child in the family. Nice to meet you all.
Like it. Daniel, you go next.
Yeah, hi, Daniel. I work at Singular Group. We're a small, funky cocktail of a VC, a tech lab, and we do advisory. And the focus topics that we do is longevity, smart city, smart mobility, and we overlay that with AI and blockchain. And yeah, great combination, enjoying it very much. Fun fact about me, so my PhD is actually in virtual worlds, virtual communities, so a really cool topic. And I'm a really mean assembler coder, but I can only do that on Commodore 64 tech stack. And I started at age 11, and I'm still doing it today. So actually this summer, after 3 years, I finally finished another demo part. It's out there for those who know where to find that with the group of Atlantis.
Thank you very much. Domingo.
Hi everyone, I'm Domingo, CTO of Infomineo. We are a consulting company, and my work is mainly related on building the AI infrastructure to support all the agents and interesting things that we are building. And a fun fact about me, after my university time, when I stopped doing sport for many years, when I started doing sport again, I could not finish a 10K run, but after 5 years, I finished my first Ironman. So that's
nice. Love it. And now you're doing three Ironman,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Nice, perfect. So that was already a good start, given the fact that only behind stage I said, guys, please provide a fun fact. So I really liked it. Let's kick it off with the foundational infrastructure for AI, right? So as I mentioned, like building the house. Christina, you go first. When usually large organizations, also large corporates like us, when we think about AI, we always forget about infrastructure, okay? So what is the typical thing that you usually overlook, and where should you actually begin when we say, okay, let's speak about the real foundation that we need?
Thank you. I think I want to highlight 3 different key areas, and the first one is clearly electricity, right? So if we're looking at the latest figure from International Energy Agency, they clearly laid out that global electricity supply for AI data center is actually going to be projected more than double what's happening now by 2025. So we're talking about something like 945 trillion like a terawatt hour per annum, which is quite significant. And that's actually the same amount of electricity consumed by Japan every year, which is number 5 in the world. So how can we address the electricity supply is a major issue. Consider currently there is about 1.2 billion people in the world who are suffering from what we call energy poverty. So they either have no access to electricity or have less of 4 hours a day for electricity access. So does that mean we want to develop AI infrastructure at the same time where a large majority of our fellow citizens, especially in Africa and Global South, are suffering? That's the first thing I think we need to address. The second area is actually mentioned by lots of speakers already, is data. And I remember Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba, once said, data is a new oil, but you will only analyze it to produce value. And we know there is a very important issues many organizations facing worldwide. So about only 12% of the data are business critical, or about another 25%, they are either repetitive or obsolete or trivial, while the rest, 55%, is what we call dark data. They spread out across the whole organization between different departments and unanalyzed. But the cloud space they occupy, just sitting there, quietly, costs the world economy $3.3 trillion a year. So that's clearly not sustainable, and there's lots of issues we need to figure out how to address the data storage, because I think currently the data storage, we are creating each year is about 175 gigabytes. How do you measure 1 gigabyte? It's like a billion terabytes. Most of us got our laptop maybe like 1 terabyte. That's 175 billion of laptop we are creating each year. That's the kind of data. And that's going to be increased 12 times by 2035. So we need to also thinking about effective data governance. And the final thing I think all of us need to pay attention is the environmental impact, especially ESG compliance. We know that the Cornell University predicted the research and highlighting that the data center water consumption can reach 6.6 billion cubic meters by 2027, which will be the equivalent of water consumption of Denmark 6 times more. And we all know that Denmark is famous for the Little Mermaid. Imagine the little mermaid will be running short of water, and she will never be able to swim all the way to rescue her Prince Charm. That would be very unromantic, right? But on a more serious note, according to the latest figure from the United Nations, by 2050, 2/3 of the global population will be suffering from water scarcity. So we're talking about 6 billion people in the world will have water shortage situation. So we need to address that as well. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Christina. And if you look at like the capacity constraints that are coming from electricity, but also from the data storage, I would actually like to hand it over to you, Domingo, because recently there have been a lot of reports as well stating that even AWS and Google are having capacity constraints, are getting to their limits. So based on your enterprise perspective, how significant is this challenge, and what does it actually mean for companies planning then those new AI initiatives now?
So following what Christina said, I think we are experiencing right now for the first time a scarcity of resources in the cloud providers. Before these times, no, you kind of think that are infinite resources, you just click and you have everything ready real time. And now we are facing that, and if we want to have some, for example, some internal projects to deploy some LLMs internally, we are facing this thing right now where we don't have the resources, you have waiting time for having them. And I think it's related of all this data created, all these AI resources used by everywhere, this bubble of AI around the world, so everything is related. And from our company perspective, what we are trying to do to overcome that is to go to multi-cloud provider approach. We used to be with only one, now we are putting a routing layer. And also after some discussions that I have here in this summit, maybe even going from a distributed solution as well to try to get more capacity when we need it.
Okay, thank you very much. So within this entire discussion about foundational structures for artificial intelligence, there's also, again, new fascinating work happening around that entire topic of blockchain-enabled infrastructure and how this can actually support. And one of the topics that popped up were the drone highways. So, Daniel, over to you. Can you explain a little bit how potentially blockchain can enable this kind of interconnected autonomous systems, but also what the infrastructure requirements might be in order to move it to the next level?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the exciting part is we are all here probably at the pinnacle of futurists, right? I mean, Cardano Summit is a great example that people come together that already think and live in the future. The harsh reality is, if you would sample globally the boardrooms, right, of large corporates and the political leaders, it's looking pretty bleak. Few of them have a vision how the future actually will look like and how the infrastructure for this future should look like. Yet they call probably 95% of all shots on this planet. And this is something very worrying. And as an example, drone highways is an emerging theme, but it's fair to assume that in 10, 15 years, it's going to be the new normal. We will have in large cities, let's call them mega cities, it's going to be the best means to sustainably, efficiently transport things from A to B across these cities, and of course also in disparate land. Yet, very few people have a vision of how these drone highways will look like. When I say drone highway, and as a fund we're investing in this technology, there's pockets of excellence all over the world in that theme. A drone highway is not something that you will naturally see. It's just kind of a funnel that is defined by millimeter in the sky, and then drones are enabled to use that corridor in the air to fly. In a city of the future, you will have multiple drone highways in the sky by probably importance structured. So there will be one for emergency services, police, ambulance. There'll be one for transporting heavy cargo load. Already today, if you were at Smart City Barcelona, you will see they have load-carrying drones. The Chinese are way on the front on producing these that can carry 100, 200 kilos of concrete across the city. In Switzerland, the roads are congested when construction's happening by all these trucks delivering concrete. In the future, that will fly around. We have drones that deliver your pizza, and we have even human-carrying drones. So if I would design that city, I would create different highways and not intermingle that. But to have that vision and define today what is the infrastructure we need in terms of data, there's AI involved because the drones, thankfully, will not be guided by drone operators with a joystick. They will be autonomous. And in our view, and this is our firm also investment hypothesis, we need digital identities of these drones. You want to know who is responsible for that drone to fly from A to B, who is maintaining it, what is it carrying, what is, et cetera, et cetera. You need this ID, but you also have transactions happening. Maybe the drones land on themselves for energy fill-up, a little boost to the battery. All these transactions are going to happen automatically. And if I were to design that, I would make blockchain a very foundational layer of all that. Because, as we all know, from a cybersecurity standpoint, from a reconciliation standpoint, from microtransaction standpoint, there's so many benefits that blockchain technology has. But the challenge I see going forward is that our leaders in the world lack knowledge on AI, they lack knowledge on blockchain. They probably don't know much about drone and drone highways. So there's lots of education that needs to happen in the future.
But you're touching base on a very interesting topic when it comes to security and then data that is going to be used, right? And maybe we can go a little bit deeper on this one, because you've also been a strong advocate on warning companies about not sharing blindly data into AI LLM algorithms. From your perspective, what do you think are like the typical critical mistakes that the large corporations or organizations do with regards to data handling, specifically also for this use case?
Yeah, so if you talk today to cybersecurity experts, and we have one or two in our team, it's rare to find a cybersecurity expert who is big on data, big on AI, and big on blockchain at the same time. You rarely find this caliber. But once you bring this together, you will realize that what's happening right now is very irrational, is very dangerous, because a lot of corporates and governments are so hyped up from the current. I mean, we're in a bubble, right? We acknowledge we're in an AI bubble. They're so hyped up that they start throwing data randomly into cloud services, just that LLMs can train on it, inference, etc. And no one's really thinking about what we thought about 10 years ago, data security, which data should have access control. And in a couple of years, we'll see major exploits when suddenly people will find out, that model was trained with data that was strictly confidential. How comes he knows all the family names of all the children, of all the employees, and all that stuff? So we're running here at 200 miles an hour into a brick wall. I hope it's not thick enough. But we're going to come to that point, and in our hypothesis, again, blockchain is the secure layer in a data infrastructure for AI, because AI cannot manipulate it. We already see early signs of AIs becoming, let's say, creative in managing the data how they want it. And blockchain is thankfully immutable and can provide that secure cybersecurity layer. With the drones, we don't want an AI to reflag what the drone is doing and where it's flying to and who owns it. And these type of things, again, if I were the chief architect, I'd put it all on blockchain data. High performance, scalable, and you have a really high immutability or a maximum immutability compared to any cloud repository.
Okay, thank you. Christina, from your perspective from the Metaverse Institute, do you see any other technologies that could help securing the data as well, in addition to like blockchain, what Daniel just mentioned?
I probably was talking about the emerging technology that can address some of the challenges I have identified for us before. And I guess the first thing regarding data storage, there is a very promising new technology which has been tested at laboratory at this moment. It's called synthetic DNA. What that means is, I'm sure many of you have seen the movie Jurassic Park, right? And you might remember how the whole story started. It's basically scientists extract the DNA through a drop of blood stored in the amber, which was, been there for more than 1.5 million years ago. And that's how durable DNA is as a data storage mechanism. But what was really interesting is synthetic DNA as a storage is also extremely I would say carbon emission free, because it's like biomedical, right? So that's the beauty. It's carbon emission free, and currently for lots of data storage facility, roughly about every 10 years we need to change that, because its duration is not sophisticated enough. And also another really great thing is the storage capacity in terms of intensity of DNA is 10 million times more than any existing storage capacity we have. And there is a very interesting analogy. So by one of the top leaders in the world, an MIT professor, he said, if we want to store the whole world data, we only need this cup. That's how effective it is. So what we are talking about is carbon emission-free data storage at scale, and also it's extremely durable, and also, it solves a lot of issues we're talking about here. So I think this is quite promising. The second areas, a lot of us probably already discussed to address the electricity supply issue. Perhaps the most effective solution is nuclear. Because we all know that data center will require 24/7 electricity supply, and at this moment, which means that it needs to be always on. And at this moment, nuclear reactor operates at a capacity of about 92.5%, and the natural gas is 56%, and the solar panel is 25%. So from that perspective, it's really cool. And also, again, it's pretty much carbon emission-free. But the challenge is, a lot of people will still have the impression that what if there is a leakage of a nuclear power plant next to my door? So we definitely don't want that. But the beauty is this year, actually, it was in China. They have came out with the first commercially power plant nuclear thorium reactor. What that means is it's very powerful in the regard that molten salt reactor is near zero chance of melting down, so no one will be worried about they are going to have a nuclear radioactive issues closing to where they live. And also it produces 90% less nuclear waste, with only 3% long-lived radioactive waste. So it's very safe. So I guess that provides a really effective solution for all of us, because I know there's huge debate about nuclear fusion, but it has been there for many, many decades. We always say it's another 10 years before we can commercialize that. So I think that's the second really exciting breakthrough. And the third area, we're talking about how to address the water shortage as a result of data center. The most effective solution is actually in the space, because we know the reason that the water will use to cooling down the data center is because of the temperature. But in the outer space, it's minus 270 degrees Celsius, close to absolute zero. So there is already major experiments championed by the European Commission. And I know we got someone from Orange here yesterday, right? The telecom communication company. So they have put together a group of HP, Airbus, Orange, etc., to looking at the feasibility of putting data center in the lower orbit to make it work economically, technologically, and culturally. And they have proved that it's actually possible to do that. So now the European Commission has planned to put 13,000 building blocks of putting data center in the lower orbit, which I think is going to address the major issues on ESG compliance and the water shortage for the planet.
Okay, so to quickly summarize this, we have the blockchain as an underlying security layer for the AI. We have additional technologies, or not technologies, but we do have the synthesized data that you mentioned, the nuclear power plants for the electricity shortage, plus moving the data centers into space in order to deal with the water shortage. If I'm now going to ask you, Domingo, you are developing internal LLMs, right, in order to protect that data privacy piece. If you hear blockchain as an underlying layer and the other three approaches that we just learned about as additional technologies, how would that help you? But also, how does this approach differ from using, for example, public cloud models like the ChatGPT, etc.? And do you think of any other infrastructure considerations you might need besides those?
So my answer is not going to be as interesting as drone highways and data centers on this space. So for sure, it's more on the tomorrow implementation. So yes, we are building these internal LLMs, and we are facing these scarcity problems. But we are doing that for the security perspective of not sharing data with the commercial models, because we know that even we have agreements that they are not going to use the data for training and so on. At the end, the moment that you lose control of your data, you don't know what's happening there. So that's why we are doing that. And I think we can take advantage of all these things, like blockchain for making sure that the data is not modified, or if we are able to do all this cool stuff, then I guess that the cost of the computing cost will be lower and the scarcity will disappear. So I guess we will take advantage of all these benefits for sure. And then also for ESG thing, I was more thinking about maybe building the data centers in places where you have more solar energy or renewable energy, but of course there are so other alternatives. So for me, the benefits of that is everyone will have access to computing costs without the increasing cost that we are having right now in terms of scarcity.
Okay, so let's stick a little bit more to that sustainability topic. And we already heard a few approaches on how potentially solve it, right? But I would like to get Daniel's opinion as well, because blockchain in general, we discussed it yesterday in a few sessions as well, is always criticized for its high energy consumption. And what I learned now, I think Cardano is not high in energy consumption. But how do you reconcile the role of that technology then for AI and with the approaches we just heard, where we're not there yet in order, not completely, to move data centers into space, etc. What's your take on how it can contribute to a more sustainable future?
I'm very relaxed about that because factually, what Christina said, there are already solutions out there. I hope someone from the German government is here attending this wonderful conference because this is a country that banned an entire technology, which is maybe really short-sighted. But we're actually lucky in the blockchain space that AI came along with their wonderful LLM training because if you look at the statistics, that if you combine all the data centers globally, the energy consumption they have, especially then training on chips, is massive. I mean, we're already dwarfed. But at the end, I really believe in a singularity vision of abundance. I mean, we have enough energy on this planet if we harvest it right. I mean, the sun is shining all the time. There's places where there's always wind. I'm also for nuclear reactors if they're, let's say, new, modern, innovative, and well-designed. In Switzerland, we banned the new building of new nuclear reactors. So we're running our nuclear reactors from 1960 and plan to do this for another 20 years. As a techie, I would say it's insane. Just build it new, right? We also don't like to work on computers from the 1960s. But I think we will get there anyway with technology. And I also like the vision that Christina just outlined with the data centers in the sky. If those of you who read William Gibson's Neuromancer, right, one of the foundational books even before Neil Stephenson, and he spoke about that. He said, we're going to have orbital satellites, communication, data storage, networks. It's a great idea, and someone's going to do it. And if no one does it, probably Ellen will, right?
Okay, no, that's a good one. But listening to it as well, and you also not being concerned, one thing that always pops to my mind lately that I'm sometimes a bit concerned about is that entire bubble that has been created around AI infrastructure. If we again take that example, Christina, of data centers in space, etc. I've seen a lot of startups lately seeking funding that are going into that space tech area. Do you think we have actually a infrastructure bubble as well from a VC investment perspective? And do you think it's going to burst anytime soon?
That's a great question. Let's firstly looking at the current global landscape of economy. So according to IMF, the global economy is currently valued at $105 trillion. But national government debt is $97 trillion, which means we are 92% in debt, which is a little bit problematic, as you can see. But at the same time, what was really striking is there is a new thing a lot of us start to talk about on a more regular basis: tokenization of real-world assets and traditional finance instruments. And the Standard Chartered clearly highlighted that this tokenization opportunity is $30 trillion by 2034. But also, what was even more striking is the Bank for International Settlements, based in Switzerland. They control about 95% of the global, GDP. And currently, they are running a very exciting project called Agora, where 7 central banks, together with 41 private entities, including MasterCard, Visa, SWIFT, lots of different banks, are looking at how to use tokenization of central bank deposits linked with commercial bank deposits to support effective international payment settlements, which is quite crucial. But also, what's even more exciting recently is I noticed that in Africa, there has been some successful pilots looking at using tokenization to address heavy national government debt with quite effective results. And the most recent development in the space is actually through NASDAQ. We all noticed that in September, the president of NASDAQ actually filed for SEC approval for them to approve the capability of tokenized shares to be traded in NASDAQ, which currently has 11 billion shares traded daily, valued at more than $500 billion US. So what that means is this kind of instruments we should utilize to support the overall AI infrastructure, climate financing, and lots of other things, which can be quite exciting. And I think Cardano should play a leading role in that because you guys are really rigorous on the overall quality and infrastructure compared with lots of other like blockchain technology. And going back to your question about how much bubble we're in now, personally, I'm very much a fixed person, so I look at figures and say where we should go. And I wouldn't say we are in the same kind of situation as the .com, like bubbles. And the reason for that is if you're looking at the current profitability of major tech giants, say Microsoft or NVIDIA, they have 14% profitability ratio compared with the .com bubble situation. And also, if we're looking at PE, of most of the AI-related shares in the stock market, currently is about 31 times, where the .com bubble is about like 60 times in 2000. So I'm less concerned in that regard, but we also need to bear in mind that both Bank of England as well as the CEO of JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, has highlighted the potential risk if we're only focusing on the major infrastructure, especially chasing the so-called artificial general intelligence without immediate return for financial investments. We don't know how long this kind of bull can be lasting. That's why I think maybe we should look at the other side of the world in China. What they have
Christina,
been doing.
sorry, I'm going to cut you short on this one because we're going to run out of time, and I'm sorry for that. But just to summarize it for the audience, okay? So from an infrastructure perspective, if we take the German shell construction again of the robot when you build a house, so we covered the foundation infrastructure, we covered electricity, we covered constraints, but also the, let's say, the VC world and the capital on how it can actually help. We're going to close out with a 20-second last answer, and I would like to give it to you, Domingo, because we spoke a lot about technical infrastructure and how this is going to be handled in the future. What do you think about the human element, the human factor, and how are we actually going to ensure the skills and the education? Because at the end, everything that is built is still built by humans.
Yeah, so we've foreseen a problem with the massive usage of AI in our people, mainly in the juniors, because if you over-rely on it, there are already some studies that you lost critical thinking, your brain learns less than if you do it manually or like we are doing before, so we know that. We don't have the answer, but we try to be in our company. We changed the term of human in control, human in the loop for human in control to make sure that it's AI who is helping the people, it's the human who are leading it, because otherwise we are going to have a problem in a few years where people are going to lose their critical thinking mindset. So that's something that I know a lot of people is working on. We are doing the same in our company and trying to get the most of the technology, but without damaging our future ability to think and to do critical or have innovative ideas as well.
Okay, thank you very much. This was it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For modern businesses, transparency is essential, accountability is demanded, and trust is paramount. Introducing Reeve for Next Generation Accountability, a platform that delivers trusted financial insights for any organization. With customizable transparency unique to your needs, you can share what matters and protect what's private, all on your terms. Reeve's intuitive dashboards help streamline exploration and reporting, providing views tailored to you. And with immutable records on the Cardano blockchain, your information is always secure, ensuring verifiable, auditable, and permanently accessible transactions. simplify your audit process, and demonstrate responsible management. Unlock strategic opportunities through data-driven insights, tailored information access, and standardized modeling. Experience the future of financial reporting. Explore Reeve today and build a more accountable tomorrow.
Okay, many thanks to our panel there. So, right, coming up next, it will come as no surprise to anybody that 2025 has been a year of rapid technology change. Next year is going to be the same, if not even faster. The pace of change is only getting quicker, folks. But what are going to be the key technologies that are going to impact us here in the blockchain space? What are going to be the breakthrough technologies that are going to unlock new customer scenarios, that are going to challenge assumptions around existing tech investments? That is what our next guest is here to walk us through. So please put your hands together for Managing Vice President for Emerging Technologies over at Gartner, the brilliant Nick McGuire.
Thank you very much, Ben. Right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Ben. My name is Nick McGuire. I am a Managing Vice President in Gartner's Emerging Tech Research practice. More on that in a second. A pleasure to be here for you, with you today. Bear with me, I'm 2 months into my time at Gartner. I've come over from Microsoft, where I was a director of product management in their corporate incubation arm, focused very closely on emerging technologies in terms of commercialization of emerging technologies, particularly in the fields of scientific AI, as well as quantum computing. So today is all about what we see as the major emerging technology disruptors that are shaping the future of digital trust and decentralized ecosystems. Obviously, this is a massive topic. 20 minutes doesn't fully do it justice, but hopefully be able to give you some insight in terms of certainly the contextual drivers that are impacting Web3 and blockchain technologies. But fundamentally, also, what are the big drivers that are really driving the most important source of competitive advantage for businesses across industries moving forward? And that is trust. So as I said, a big topic. Hopefully this will give you a little bit of insight in terms of your future planning and your strategic roadmaps. But I do want to say a couple quick words on this side of Gartner. Many of you may be familiar, may not be familiar with the work that we do. The large body of our research actually doesn't exist in Gartner kind of classic reports like Magic Quadrants and hype cycles, et cetera, because we're predominantly focused on pre-crossing the chasm technology areas. So we essentially are the early signals arm of Gartner, and that carries on some big responsibilities, but it also gives us a little bit of a kid in a candy store type of model in terms of tracking some of the technologies that we think are going to have significant impact coming down the line. We look at roughly about 500 of these, 50 of which we prioritize very closely in terms of the reports and research that we coverage, as well as the advisory that we do to our clients along those sides. Interestingly, our clients are demanding this level of insight, so 5-year plus pictures are fairly standard. In fact, a third of our clients actually like a 10-year roadmap for some of these trends that we're covering. So this is primarily our job. The only thing I just want to make sure that you understand is when we talk about these longer-term views, this isn't us as subjective analysts kind of putting our fingers to the wind. It is actually grounded in data-driven and rigorous methodology, whether it's in terms of the data sources that exist outside of the LLM community today, or indeed whether it's the proprietary case-based research that we do at scale across a number of these topics. I'm going to show you an example, or going to highlight an example of this case-based research. So this stuff is grounded in rigor and methodology. So we do a number of different reports and frameworks in terms of the annual basis, in terms of how we look at emerging tech. This is a report we publish each year, what we call our Emerging Tech Disruptors. This is hot off the press for 2026. You can see we identify 12 of these and write research on these throughout the year. You can see there's a number of critical topics in this space across the board when it comes to emerging tech. But what I've done is distill it down into 5 for you. So what I'm going to do for the time we have, I'm going to just break these down in a little bit more detail and explain a little bit as to what they mean for the wider industry at large, including the industry around blockchain. And of course, I want to start with agentic AI in particular. Agentic AI, obviously, you'd have to live under a rock to not appreciate the fact that agentic AI is a really hot topic over the past 18 months. But predominantly orchestration is going to be a really important disruptor that we see moving forward. We've seen a 750% increase in client volume focused on agentic AI. We're tracking over 600 vendors in this space, unbelievably. And this is obviously driven a lot by a wave of private equity investment. $2.3 billion worth of investment has gone into agentic AI startups since 2023. So that's creating a very chaotic landscape, but at the same time, enterprises are struggling. Under 20% of CIOs that we survey have actually deployed agents at this current moment of time. Obviously, there's challenges around ROI, there's challenges around governance, there's challenges around the vendor selection space, all up. But we do believe that agentic ecosystems are going to have an impact in the long run. By 2030, we believe 80% of all internet traffic is going to be driven by AI agents and ecosystems of AI agents moving forward. And governance is going to be a critical piece in terms of managing that traffic flow and traffic volume coming over the next 10 years or so. So how can we be confident, though, in those types of predictions? And this comes back to the case-based research that I was highlighting earlier. And we believe we've got a pretty good handle on how this industry is going to evolve, largely based on the fact that we launched a product earlier this year in our emerging tech practice called our Agentic AI Compass. It is grounded on over 250 interviews of real live deployments of agentic AI in production that we've scoured across the world, as well as we map that to over 100 vendor interviews in this space. And what that has come together with is that we think we've got a pretty decent handle on how this market is evolving. And we're seeing this market evolving from these kind of very simple passive chatbot systems that have been around for quite some time. And we're evolving to this concept of these superior agent ecosystems. And essentially what that means is we're going to see a lot more in the future of these domain-based, highly orchestrated, autonomous agents that can collaborate across platform, that can execute tasks, particularly computational workflows. And that requires, obviously, agency. So that's the difference between agents in this first category and agents in this mature category. And then lastly, they can also reason. They can reason over increasingly complex problems. I'm going to come back to that point on reasoning. The market, by the way, is still very much in this kind of phase 2 space. We're seeing these simple agent systems, high human in the loop, not a ton of full autonomy into this space at this moment of time. But we're evolving to this. We believe that 15% of agentic deployments are going to be in this latter category here, category 5, by the 2028 period, up from well under 1% of the deployments that we see out there today. But to get us there, we need orchestration, the system to govern, the system to coordinate these agentic ecosystems and these cross-platform agents executing tasks, to establish, obviously, and execute the business logic that these agents are executing against, as well as to establish the assurance around the business case and the business model itself. So we believe orchestration is actually going to consume upwards of 40% of AI investment by 2030. $550 billion worth of investment is going to go into this space. So it's going to become a really important aspect of the future of this industry. Now, the other piece that's critical, though, is the fact that what it means is we're moving from this world today of simple agents and really an obsession and a focus of individual LLM models to, over time, we're going to actually focus much more on the interactivity of these machines that can think, act, and reason at scale. And that's going to have a very profound impact moving forward. This obviously may be a major concern for particularly industries in regulated spaces, high-stakes environments. Are we really going to deploy these agents, these fully autonomous agents at scale in these environments? And I appreciate that is actually quite a significant concern. What that is challenged by, of course, is that today's agentic systems are black boxes. So what we need into this space is a lot more transparency around the reasoning. We also need a lot more control, human-in-the-loop processes that can guide these agents and these agentic tasks moving forward as well. And then down the line, we also need verifiability. So we need to be able to audit these decisions in a much more detail, and also the inputs into those decisioning processes. What's interesting, and going back to the work that we've been doing on the Agentic AI Compass and the vendor analyses we've been doing, is we can identify a number of startups that are really on this path. There's a company called Able that we've looked at that has a lot more human-in-the-loop controls to, yes, enable a feedback loop to ensure adaptability of these solutions, but also as a mechanism to drive greater transparency in the decision-making process as well. And then in the future, it's interesting, we're getting more and more client inquiries around blockchain. Could this be a new opportunity in the blockchain space in the context of verifiable reasoning? So can the blockchain actually become this immutable ledger that can be used to verify and audit agent-to-agent reasoning in the future? We believe that is certainly a possibility we're tracking very closely. We've seen articles like this one from Victor Oban that was published in Medium that really lays this case out for blockchain. Huge opportunity, I think, moving forward. So the world of decentralized agentic systems, moving more and more down this autonomous, fully autonomous route, is also driving a number of these other disruptors. One of which is geopatriation. I want to spend just a few minutes on this. We see cloud sovereignty becoming a hugely important topic now in the industry. We're going to see anywhere between 70 and 75% of enterprises will have executed a sovereign cloud strategy by 2030. This means actually patriating workloads out of public clouds and into more local options for a myriad of reasons. And there's two real forces that are driving this today. The first one is the shift towards AI, and we see an increasing majority of enterprises over the next 5 years actually wanting to deploy and execute models in one cloud and actually have their data sitting in another cloud. So that distributed cloud architecture that powers the AI is also going to be really significant. The second, of course, is the geopolitical complexity, and things like the US Cloud Act in particular are really challenging for European organizations. I was speaking to one client very recently whose enterprise has been associated with some anti-Trump rhetoric online. It was actually ordered to actually remove some of that rhetoric or risk losing their cloud instantiation. So this stuff is real and it's happening, and we're going to see much more push towards cloud sovereignty as a result. Linked very closely to cloud sovereignty is this expanding attack surface grid as well. So this is work we've been doing in our security group, in our emerging tech practice. This is the next major disruptor that I think is really critical, and we think is really critical, shaping the impact of trust moving forward. And that is the fact that, yes, with AI, we're seeing a lot more sophisticated malware. We're seeing a lot more sophisticated phishing attacks. We're also seeing the rise of synthetic media, which I'm going to come to in a minute. And so this means that this grid, this attack surface, which is now an very interconnected patchwork of technologies that expand that cyber exposure for organizations, is growing at a pretty significant rate. And our team has mapped this cyber exposure aperture in quite detail. And you can see it's a real strong combination of digital and physical assets. And organizations and product leaders are going to have to consider this widening aperture that is ongoing over the next number of years when they think about actually deploying their products into this environment. And so what it means is that we're moving to a much more sophisticated world of precision defense systems. One significant trend with this expanding attack surface grid is the rise of what we call preemptive cybersecurity. So can we use predictive AI techniques to actually understand attacks that happen actually before they cause any damage? So moving security from a reactive model to a much more proactive and predictive one. We believe that over half of IT spending in security is going to move to this preemptive security space over the next 5 years in particular. And so that global attack surface grid is also, a reflection of our next major disruptor is around disinformation. And this is a really, really significant shift we're going to see in the world of InfoSec. We believe disinformation will actually emerge as being not only just a new InfoSec discipline, but will be addressing arguably some of the biggest business threats we're going to see by 2030 that will surpass actually the level we've seen in terms of information security breaches today. So disinformation is shifting out of the geopolitical and social media realms and increasingly landing into the commercial enterprise space. If you see a number of studies that have appeared, ISACA have done one of security professionals, 70% claim that misinformation and disinformation today is a real significant challenge. And that is today, let alone as to where we're headed. Fortunately, Gartner has done quite a bit of research in this area, and a member of my team, Dave Aaron, who's a VP Distinguished Analyst, has in fact published a book on this. It went live on Amazon over the last couple of months, called A World Without Truth. In this book, and we've published research on Gartner.com based on the findings of this book, he identifies a number of information types into this space. He looks at the types of solutions that are involved in combating synthetic media, such as things like deepfakes, for example. But most interestingly as well is we've identified a number of these case examples that are illustrating that this stuff is happening today. You may be familiar with the 2019 audio deepfake that tricked a UK CEO of an energy company in the UK. The audio deepfake was of his German boss, and he tricked the UK CEO for spending $243,000 of the company's money and shipping that money into a foreign bank account. That was 2019. If you look at the case of Beyond Meat happening real time today, Beyond Meat stock sat at roughly around $236 when it IPO'd in 2019. Currently, that stock sits at under 50 cents, so a 99% drop in value. If you look at its most recent earnings report, the CEO has literally said they have been victim of a consistent and prolonged disinformation campaign against, basically it's a food company that uses plant-based alternatives to compete with meat products. And it's been victim of a sustained disinformation campaign by advocacy groups that have been backed by the meat industry itself. There are other factors contributing to Beyond Meat's decline, but the role of disinformation has tarnished its brand, according to the CEO. And so this stuff is real today, and what it means is organizations increasingly in the future are going to have to control the narrative around their companies to combat the increasing wave of disinformation attacks. There are tools that we're going to see. Companies are going to be investing in things like deepfake prevention technology, things like narrative intelligence tools, et cetera, that are going to be part of this picture. But we believe that by 2028, over 50% of businesses will actually have invested in a form of these tools to combat the rise of deepfakes and synthetic media all up. So these tools are bleeding into a bigger picture in terms of our final disruption shaping trust in the future. And this is the rise of digital authenticity tools and platforms. And these are going to be the foundations for trust in the digital economy, in the AI-driven era that's ahead of us. And really what digital authenticity platforms are taking some of the pieces around synthetic media, but essentially what they do is they sit at the intersection between cybersecurity, digital asset management, as well as identity verification. And there are tools that assure provenance, right? So how do we ensure that the verification of our digital assets? How do we protect against the rise of synthetic media? And this is going to be, in our view, a $25 billion business by 2030. And I mentioned the piece around identity verification. I know there's been quite a lot today and at this event on the future of identity. Our Futures Lab that looks 10 years out, which I was highlighting earlier, Marty Resnick in my team leads this program for Gartner. We've just published the Future of Identity report on Gartner.com. This is a 10-year picture in terms of the forces that are shaping the future of identity. We've got a number of these, many of which aren't technological. There's a lot of environmental, economic, and social forces shaping the future of identity. In this report, they model a very important scenario that they believe that by 2033, so in 8 years, possibly a little bit aggressive, but certainly within the next 10 years, that individuals are going to create a set of anywhere between 5 to 7 unique and autonomous identities that will straddle their work and their personal lives, and they'll be tailored to specific contexts, such as finance, such as work, such as healthcare, et cetera. So what that means is that if the average individual within 10 years is going to have 5 autonomous identities working on its behalf, verification is going to be critical. So digital authenticity platforms are going to be critical in the future. We think they're going to be a major disruptive force to ensure integrity of content and to ensure authenticity of content. And we believe that actually this is where blockchain opportunities will also surface in the future as well. So basically, in summary, and I appreciate this has been a whistle-stop tour, these are the 5 major forces that we believe that we're tracking at Gartner that are shaping the future of digital trust. This is the context and the opportunity set that will shift in favor of technologies around Web3 and blockchain, and particularly focused around ensuring trust in the digital world that we face and with AI ahead of us. Fundamentally, there's the point of, okay, this is just a whistle-stop tour. We have a lot more depth, and we can go into a lot more depth in these topics. So please do reach out to me. We'd love to do that with you. I want to thank you for listening, and hopefully enjoy the rest of your event. I'm going to be here for the rest of the day, so please reach out to me for any specific questions that you have. All right, so with that, I want to thank you.
How do you empower trust in every interaction? And how do you know it's authentic once you do? In healthcare, data compliance protects patients. In supply chains, source validation supports transparency. And in finance, network security prevents fraud. Across industries, identity verification is the foundation of trust. Yet existing solutions fall short. Last year, data breaches affected 1.7 billion records in America. Why? Because we give up control of our credentials, data, and digital identity. Take back control with Veridian, an open-source digital identity platform. With Veridian, your organization can protect user data and prevent fraud, support enhanced credential issuance, and ensure interoperability with verifiable data. And with the Veridian wallet, these features are right in your pocket, making self-sovereign identity simple. Privacy first, enterprise grade, future-proof. Discover how Veridian empowers trust in every interaction.
Okay, wonderful stuff from Nick there. Loads of fascinating technology developments to keep our eyes on. I think the really interesting thing there is that the way that all those technology breakthroughs are starting to converge. And speaking of convergence, the convergence of stablecoin and traditional payment rails is driving real change in the way that we move money around. But as with the adoption of any new technology, and especially when we think about technology in the finance space, successful adoption will depend on our ability to navigate a complex landscape of regulation change, of compliance, of user experience as well. So how do we do all that successfully, and how are banks and retailers and tech giants coming together to drive change in this space? That is what our next panel are going to be discussing. We've assembled a brilliant panel of experts from across a wide spectrum of organizations to dive into that. I will let them introduce themselves, but leading that conversation, please put your hands together for Chief Legal and Policy Officer over at Nexum Capital, Mary Beth Buchanan.
Well, thank you, everyone, for coming to hear about stablecoins. I promise you this is going to be a really exciting panel. My name is Mary Beth Buchanan. I'm moderating the panel today. I am the Chief Legal and Policy Officer for a company called Nexum Capital, and I also serve on the Cardano Foundation board. I've been general counsel to a couple of digital asset exchanges, a partner in a law firm, and a United States attorney. Vanessa.
Thank you, Cardano Foundation, for inviting me to be here. It's a great event. I've been learning a lot, and it's always good to exchange information. I've been working for the financial industry for 25 years now. Work for great institutions like Deutsche Bank, JP Morgan, Itaú, that's a Brazilian bank that I worked for 16 years as a CEO for Itaú Digital Assets, and lately on State Street and BNY Mellon.
Hi, my name is Christian. I'm running global crypto go-to-market for MasterCard. Been with the company in different functions for 13 years. Before that, was working in technology and telecommunication companies and started my career in banking.
Hi, my name is Kwan Park. I am the global head of digital asset partnerships at Crypto.com. And before this, I was the chief strategy officer at an exchange called Bittrex. And before that, I was an attorney. So I kind of moved down to the dark world here. So.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shantanu. I am the CEO for Ramsons, which is a stablecoin on Cardano, and also the founder of a company called Encryptus, which has built on and off-ramp capabilities from crypto to fiat in a regulated manner. I come from payments background. I worked in the payment space for about 10 years. And I've been in the crypto space for 9 years with companies like HTX, or previously Huobi, LBank Exchange, and a few others, building the exchange business and crypto fiat capabilities. Pleased to meet you all.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Great to see so many people here. I'm Temujin Louis, CEO of WenChain. WenChain is a blockchain interoperability project. We deploy bridges to about 50 different networks, including Cardano. We have some retail stuff, moving tokens, message passing, but also do some work on standards development, as well as some work with the Linux Foundation.
Thank you. Well, let me kick things off with you, Christian. I know that stablecoins are really been a hot topic recently, particularly since regulatory regimes in different countries are adopting regulations so that these can be used in the more mainstream fashion. Why are financial institutions interested in stablecoins now, and how are they being integrated?
So what I think drives interest in stablecoins globally is, for one part, what you mentioned, the regulatory framework is advancing and gives a lot more confidence to people, especially from the more sort of TradFi part of the industry, like ourselves or banks, to engage, because we now have things like MiCA and the Genius Act in place. So that's why I think a lot of people feel more confident in engaging with them. And then the second part is, I think they have the capacity to solve a real issue, because from our perspective, we've done a very good job in managing global payments, right? But when you use your MasterCard or your smartphone or whatever, you tap at the point of sale, or you buy something online, it says transaction approved. There's no money flowing, right? So that still happens in batch processes, very much, almost in a way that feels 90, 85 or something. So we believe that the ability to plug a more potent engine, if you will, into parts of the global financial system can reduce risk, can reduce requirements, hence reduce requirements for collateral, can make things more easy, more intuitive, and at the end of the day, more secure. And then again, because a lot of people take a bit of an undifferentiated view on crypto, digital assets, stablecoins, the fact that stablecoins are stable, I think, make them suitable for payments, which we always lead into more than other tokens.
Now, Christian, when you say they're stable, you mean they're backed by fiat currencies?
So we would follow, in our world, we would follow a very narrow definition of stable coins. We absolutely, for example, we pilot stablecoin settlement already as of today, right? So we recently announced in New York that we're looking at using RLUSD, for example. We are using USDC already. So we would be very clear and very intentional about the stablecoins that we use, because again, the expectation is if MasterCard uses these technologies with our partners, that they would live up to the very same standards that we've been held against for the last 50, 60 odd years when it comes to compliance, security, stability of value, AML, KYC, all of these things. So that's why we have a very strong view on what we do and what we don't do.
Maybe I can jump in on why financial institutions are keen now to learn more and get involved. I think that we have two definitions, right? We have stablecoin that all the banks are trying to get a better understanding, because there are money getting out of their deposits going to the crypto market, and they want to be part of it. And they want to allow their clients also to be part of the crypto economy. But also, I think that we are calling stablecoins what they are calling tokenized deposits, right? And it's not the same thing. It is the same technology, but by the end, what you are doing is you are allowing to facilitate liquidity management, right? And collateral management, and those things are very important for the institutions so they can get capital efficiencies as well and allow the other financial institutions that are part of the market to be part of this economy.
And
Shantanu?
Yeah, just to add on to what Christian was saying, there is an active dialogue from the regulators, which was not the case about 8-9 years ago. The regulators are actively encouraging institutions to look into the stablecoins. And on the other side, we have seen the world wherein we approach payment institutions in 2016 and 17, offering them blockchain as a solution to move money. And nobody wanted to hear the story back then because they all thought crypto is a scam. And of course, let me not get there, but I think financial institutions in the last 8 years or so, they have educated themselves like how stablecoins can actually solve a problem. So there has been an active learning, active implementation, maybe on pilots first, and then going wider in terms of territories and in terms of adoption. So this is, at least from our experience, we have seen that it's pretty much open and active for discussions with financial institutions.
So, Kwan, let me turn to you. What do you think are some of the most promising use cases for stablecoins today? I mean, in addition to cross-border payments, what are some of the other use cases?
Yeah, we work with a lot of foundations and other institutions at Crypto.com, and from payroll to treasury management, I think trading is another one, and of course DeFi applications. These are all things that stablecoins are making more efficient settlements, and specifically with Crypto.com, we've been able to, we think, bring a real life use case to stablecoins, with our card being accepted at over 80 million merchants. And that, I think, is a very strong use case as well that we're able to offer.
And I'll just hop on maybe what Vanessa mentioned slightly. In many ways, the past 10, 15 years, blockchain industry has had a series of promises as it's trying to pitch itself to industry about, what is blockchain actually for? It's really powerful, it's revolutionary, but okay, what can you actually do and why do you want to use it? Stablecoins emerged as kind of the first real actualized use case. Probably a big reason for that is people still think in terms of dollars, really generally. So even though Vanessa mentioned, the technology is the same, but they're really not the same thing, because one is compatible with the way the world works, and the other one not so compatible. And I mentioned the industry, we kind of pitched different narratives, different promises. One of those, maybe the less sexy of these, was that blockchain can enable real efficiencies and back systems behind the scenes. That kind of lost steam with retail because it's not an exciting thing, but what we're seeing now is the actualization of that. So you're taking the first real use case of blockchain, and now you have institutions and banks that are using that to really kind of find efficiencies behind the scenes. Like Chris said, we're not trying to change necessarily what's happening at the front end. You still want to tap your MasterCard, and it's just going to say complete, and that's not the experience that's trying to be altered with blockchain technology these days, but it's really what's happening after that user interaction.
So I think you just beat me to the next question. Do we think that stablecoins are going to be a bridge to the existing financial infrastructure, or is it a threat, a competition? Christian?
Let me start before answering. I think in Europe and the US, we have the privilege of living in a time where there was never more optionality when it comes how you want to pay for stuff, whether it's cards in a 3-party scheme, 4-party scheme, PayPal, Klarna, a handful of other buy now, pay later, ACH, push payments, so many things, right? So I think just to set that, because I think competition is good because it keeps everybody on their toes and it makes sure that consumers get the best value proposition and merchants get the best value proposition. So I think whatever technology comes around, it always comes with this flip side of being, if you're an established player like we would consider ourselves, something that fundamentally changes or has the potential to change the rules of the game always comes with both, right? Then to answer your question, I think there's 2 philosophies almost. You can think about stable coins as an own payment franchise, right? You would go to an Aldi here, you would scan their QR, you would make a wallet-to-wallet transaction in stable coins, which would disintermediate us, if you will. That is one perspective to look at stable coins. Another perspective is what Temo just spoke to. If we plug in a more potent engine into the franchise that we run today, and many other people in payment run today, right? And then it's more a rejuvenation rather than a threat, to use that language. Quite likely both will be true. What gives me a fair amount of confidence is if you run payment at scale like we do, it's not only about moving money from A to B, it's about having global interoperability. Right, so we have 3.8 billion cards that work at 150 million locations. It's about dispute, it's a bit of a technical term, dispute resolution. Who do you call? Who do you interact with if something goes wrong, right? You want to send something back, right? If you make a peer-to-peer push payment, there's no resolution how you get your money back, right? So there's all of these layers. If you want to run a, let's call it sophisticated payment ecosystem that you need to keep in mind next to just moving money from A to B, which is not trivial in its own right. So, very long answer to your question. I think it will be both. I think it's good that it drives competition. I think it's good that it helps us as an industry evolve and MasterCard evolve.
So, Shantanu, since this is still new, how are financial institutions going to provide compliant on and off ramps for customers and businesses?
Actually, this is what we started at Encryptus about 4 years ago, and it was a very hard sell. When you're transparent about what you do and you approach banks and financial institutions, hey, can I get fiat liquidity from you, but the flows are coming from cryptos? They were not comfortable at all. So how is it that you make them comfortable, at least with regulations, governance, and compliances? That is a comfort that the institutions, at least that's how we approached, and that's a comfort we gave them. And following to this, our core focus was not just for stablecoins, at least this is not how we started. We wanted to bridge the gap between cryptos and fiat. So we integrated with local payment methods like RTGS, UPI, and few others, so that the reliance on the SWIFT payment goes down by connecting directly with the local rails in fiat currencies. In terms of the crypto side of the business, we focus on altcoins, but of course, in the last couple of years, there's been more discussions around stablecoin side of the business. And in order to give our partners more comfort, we pushed compliance and governance as part of the infrastructure. Which means even if we are interacting with a wallet like Yoroi, which is a non-custodial wallet, but as soon as a user wants to move from ADA or USDA back into fiat, compliance kicks in first, identification kicks in second, and governance kicks in third. Until these 3 parameters are ticked, we don't move to the next step. That is a conversion between crypto to crypto, like altcoin to stables, and then stables to dollars and dollars to INR, PHP, or any other currency that we can think of. So I think it's a long answer, but connecting with the last mile distribution is extremely important, and being transparent with the partners is the second. Third is sourcing liquidity of fiat currencies from regulated institutions is what is really required. So we won't go to a crypto company and say, hey, can you offer us INR against USDT? Because we don't know the source of fiat. So that's a combination, at least, with which we went ahead and implemented USDA and Encryptus together, and clearly defining payments business and the stablecoin business in two separate verticals.
So let me throw something out to you, Vanessa and Tam. Do we think that the existing financial institutions are going to partner with tech companies, or are they going to want to build their own systems?
That's a very interesting question, because I built my own when I was in Itaú, and today, and it was because we had 15,000 engineers in a bank with 100,000 people. So we had people that were very versed on HSMs, on MPC, so it was easier for us to get involved and develop our own custody for crypto, our tokenization platform. So it was everything done in-house. But going to the other banks that I've been working after I moved from Itaú, and I see that when you don't have the expertise, everyone gets scared, right? Like, what should we do? It's a different technology. We bring more complexity. And without that expertise, it's much easier if you partner, right? And now they have specialized people that you can partner and you can learn together with them, and you can also invest. So I think that the co-creation for me is what is add more value. So you can have your technology department partnering with a digital native firm, and then you can learn with them, and you can help to implement the infrastructure that is fit for purpose, right? Because the issue that we have today is that it doesn't matter if it's not in-house, right? Because all the due diligence that you have to do is as complex as developing your own. So you have to have the team, the cyber team, very versed on what to expect, how to audit them, and how to make sure that there is no lack of compliance, right? So I would go for a partnership now, knowing that most of the banks do not have the expertise in-house. Although if a startup can launch a new technology, there is no reason why a bank can also not.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I think Vanessa is a little ahead of the curve. I think we see a lot of trends in the industry, and history doesn't always repeat, but it often rhymes. And I've witnessed, or am witnessing, something very similar to what I saw with how institutions approached layer one blockchains. You had some public blockchains that were gaining steam, and then there's a lot of concern, especially when you're concerned about compliance issues and things like that. The way to really solve that is to have control, which is not necessarily compatible with running everything in kind of a public decentralized network. So back then, when people were focused on L1s, the big institutions said, okay, we'll just build a permissioned L1 in-house, and I'll get all my clients and all my partners to operate on my network. Sounded good in theory until they realized, okay, everyone had the same idea. So then you just had each institution popping up and launching their own L1s, each unwilling, broadly speaking, to go and operate on someone else's network because they don't want to assume that risk. And so you're a little stuck. Then they started considering, okay, maybe public networks do have a role again, and we have to find a way to interoperate with, okay, some data stays on my private permission network. I can do some interactions on a public network because there's a different risk profile there that especially as regulations are becoming more mature, I'm becoming more comfortable with. And that's what was really happening with the L1s. And I think it's sort of happening again with stablecoins. You had some public retail giants that emerged, USDT, USDC. From a technical point of view, sure, you could use those, but you might have some concerns about the risk profile of these. Are they properly backed? All the various kind of considerations you might have as an institution. So maybe I'll just launch my own stablecoin. I have my own internal network. It's way less friction if I'm in control of every piece of that stack. Of course, assuming you have the technical expertise to do so, but you can hire people. And then I think where we're at right now is I think Vanessa has already realized what people are starting to realize, but not everyone has realized yet, is that, okay, well, if each silo has their own in-house stablecoin, then you have these same problems that you're going to have to resolve once again. How do they interoperate? Are you going to have to leverage some sort of public layer stablecoin there to move between these various siloed systems? I think that's kind of where we're at right now.
So how does the integration of stablecoins into core banking systems differ from the traditional SWIFT or ACH or other types of payments?
Maybe I can take this up. So there are two levels of integrations that is possible. As we were talking before, integrations directly with the payment methods, which is mostly on the retail side of things. And on the other side of things, replacement of the network with payment providers, for example. Remittance company A and remittance company B, let's say a company in the UK, is utilizing payment capabilities of a payments company in Vietnam. They don't have to physically move dollars. That requires a bit of an infrastructure and structural changes. Whereas at a retail level, as I was mentioning previously, integrating with the payment methods and providing direct accessibility of a stable coin to a local method like RTGS is enhancement of the network. Whereas on the institutional side of things, two payment companies can actually be facing and exchanging stable coins for settlement purposes. This stablecoin could be a dollar-backed stablecoin, a GBP-backed stablecoin, or a euro-backed stablecoin. And of course, this is a part of evolution. And as things evolve, as technology evolves, maybe we'll see CBDCs or a few other things coming up. Every country will have their own stablecoins. But this is where hopefully we'll see an integration. But at the end of the day, I'm a firm advocate of a theory that the users must also get the benefit, not just in terms of fast transfers, but also the fee. The merchants should get a fair pricing when they are actually utilizing stablecoins on the card network. Or if I'm receiving remittance or sending money to my friend in the Philippines, for example, the benefit must be passed on to the end user by integrating technologies and infrastructure with payment companies.
So Kwan, let's move a little from the technical side to the legal side. So put your legal cap back on. How are companies handling the various rules in different jurisdictions? Because every jurisdiction is enacting a new set of guidelines today.
Yeah, and of course, I think it's a good trend that you're seeing a lot of jurisdictions pay attention and actually put out rules, legislation on how they should tackle stablecoins. Issuers are following this very closely, but Crypto.com as a platform are looking at it from an offerer's perspective, and we are also following all the jurisdictions that are putting out rules out there, and seeing what we can actually allow users to interact with on our platforms. For example, MICA has put out rules banning algorithmic stablecoins, and the Genius Act in the U.S. is regulating stablecoins. Put out rules governing stablecoins in general, and in Singapore they put in a licensing regime for stablecoins that have over $5 million in circulation. So you're seeing all these rules play out. We're looking at them, and the one thing that we want to make sure is that our users are protected, and we make the right assets or stablecoins available in each jurisdiction, and that there's market integrity.
I think that is not only because you are using a different technology that you can ignore the rules and the regulations, right? So if you go to US only, as you are aware, if you have to make a payment, or if you are a payment provider, you have to have a license in each state. So in 50 states, you have to apply, get a license, and comply with different regulations and
US
different reports.
is really tough for that.
So you don't have to go cross-border, right? You have to comply locally as a payment infrastructure. So I don't think that you can get rid just because you are using a different technology, and you have to integrate with the, with the local systems and all the legacy that you have.
So we're seeing that regulations are popping up in different countries around the world, And some jurisdictions are even using the regulatory sandbox. Do we think that that is helping the innovation, or is it hurting in any way by requiring companies to go through the sandbox first before they actually move forward and get a license?
I can speak about Brazil, how it works there. And the Central Bank of Brazil, it's really well versed in the technology, and they allow to have a lot of sandboxes from not only blockchain, but quantum computing and every single new technology that rise. And they have the Association of Banks, FEBRABAN, that can get together as well. So if there is a new demand from the central bank, all the banks need to get together and define what's going to be used as the infrastructure. And you have the chance to try new ways of doing things. And I think it's very helpful. And they are getting together with other countries in Latin America. So we had a CBDC project that was with Colombia and between Colombia and Brazil with Chainlink, and it was a great project and a proof that it works. So I think that in a way that you can experiment the technology and see how it works, not only on a regulatory perspective, but monetary policy as well. So I think that it's really helpful, and I wish that US will have the same that we don't.
Anyone else? Okay. So with the increased use of stablecoins, we're going to have to look at a lot of other issues like security and integrity. How are we going to ensure security and integrity in these new systems? Christian?
I think, first of all, we have gathered a lot of experience on how to run our network, right? And I appreciate there's lots of different aspects to a stablecoin ecosystem other than what we touch. So we use all of these things that we've been using for the last decades. And whenever it comes to digital assets and stablecoin in particular, we would be doing some extra checks, as for example, making sure that the stablecoin is properly regulated, making sure that custody and all of these consumer protection elements are that these boxes are ticked. Because apologies. Because again, for us, consumer protection and a level playing field, basically, that allows this sustainable innovation is key, and it's technology agnostic, right? So we wouldn't divert from that course for whatever technology, right? That's our position.
I think so. In today's time, building technology is very easy. You can hire smartest of the people. They can build whatever you want, right? But what is missing, or what really has to be really thought through, is governance. Having a license is great. What do you do with that license, and what products and services do you expose your users to? I think is extremely critical. As a company, this is the discussion points that we have internally and with our partners. Like, what is the purpose of us getting a license? Is it just something that we hang up on the wall and we say we are regulated and licensed? Or we actually implement governance to protect our stakeholders, to protect our users, and to protect the company if things have to go wrong? So,
it seems like in some of these licensing regimes, they require you to have so many different components and programs. And sometimes I think the act of getting the license tells some of these new companies what it is that they should be doing, and it makes them realize, what they're not doing.
Right. And, a regulator's job is to look at your documentation and then issue your license until you are inspected, right? But governance is integral. You cannot buy it. And that's where you need the right people, the right controls, the right people who sets the right controls and practices within the company, how the funds should move, how the users should be onboarded, who should be rejected, who should be reported. And what we always need is, I keep saying in the payments world, is balanced compliance. Over-compliance would kill the business, under-compliance would kill the business. Whoever gets to that ideal benchmark in terms of governance and compliance, I guess the game is pretty much open and the industry is open to all.
So let me throw something out to Quan and Tam. How do we see this landscape developing? Are we truly going to have many, many different stablecoins to choose from, or are there going to be a few dominant players that really make up the market?
I can go first. I think we're at a point right now where there are rules coming into place, and we're seeing a lot of players enter and launch their own stablecoins. I can't predict who's gonna win or who's not, and whether all of these stablecoins are gonna be around. I think there will be, based on whatever, whether it's a U.S. dollar stablecoin or whether it's a Singapore dollar stablecoin or Durham stablecoin, whatever it is, interoperability between the fiat that it's representing, I think will be interesting to kind of monitor and see, how it's kind of plays out in the future. But it's really hard to predict, how many there are going to be. Right now, I think we're seeing, two dominant U.S. dollar stablecoins, but with the network effects, I think there could be more. One interesting number is in the first half of this year alone, there were $8.9 trillion worth of transactions in stablecoins. And that is expected to grow to, the market cap of stablecoins is expected to grow to, around $2 trillion by 2028 is what, our team's research showed. So, I think there's plenty of room to grow, and we'll kind of see how these new stablecoins play out.
Yeah, I would kind of argue that we are already in a situation where there's a small handful of dominant stablecoins. Obviously, USDT and USDC, totally ape the other competitors out there. You'll have, useful stablecoins in other environments that maybe have a more specific use case, but you definitely have kind of two challengers that have, really taken over the market. Kind of somewhat related to your previous question, I think that there's really some interesting things that we're noticing from the two of them, because they're taking slightly different approaches. We spoke a lot about compliance and things like that from an off-chain perspective, but there's elements of this about the design of the stablecoin itself. You see something like USDC by Circle, and their approach has really been, we're taking everything in-house, we're building every piece of the stack ourselves. Sometimes it sounds simple to be like, okay, I have assets in a bank account, and I'll issue a digital asset pegged one-to-one with the US dollar, backed by those assets. But issuing stablecoins on chains, like all things, far more complicated than that. There's thousands of blockchains out there. Where are you issuing them? There's all sorts of reporting mechanism, et cetera, et cetera. So with Circle, it's quite interesting. They built CCTP, which is basically an in-house bridge for USDC, which allows anyone, quote unquote, to be able to kind of burn and mint native issued USDC on the supported chains. Then you have USDT, okay, larger than USDC, but they're taking a very different approach. Of course, they've issued it on multiple chains themselves, but then they've now more recently issued kind of like a second-class version of their asset called USDT 0. And this one is leveraging kind of third-party bridge providers to allow that second-class asset to be able to natively, quote-unquote, go between assets. But there's still a fundamental difference between the true native issuance and then a kind of secondary representation of that stablecoin. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Of course, the cost of doing everything in-house, there's a lot of risks involved. If anything goes wrong, it's your fault, but in a way that may be a good thing. There's few things that kind of enterprises hate more than vendor lock-in. So you can kind of see maybe the hesitance from someone like Tether to fully adopt third-party bridging as an official solution, and that's why they're issuing like a second-class asset.
So in our last 4 minutes, we're going to go down the line and tell the audience, what is your prediction? What are we going to see in the next 3 to 5 years in terms of mass adoption of stablecoins?
I can start. I think that we should foresee for a consolidation, not a distribution of stablecoins. I am very scared about having, every bank launching their own, because then instead of simplifying the payment system, we're going to add more complexity, and by the end, we have to have another entity to aggregate them and to clear. So we are going to come back to what we have today, right? That you need to have clearinghouses to get some kind of a standard. So I believe that the market itself will go into self-regulate, I hope, and trying to consolidate instead of spread out.
All right, 3 minutes to go.
Okay.
So you have 30 seconds.
I have 30 seconds, great. So I don't have the crystal ball, but I think stablecoins will increase their relevance in the payment space. We touched a lot about, in the background facilitation, but I also believe that peer-to-peer and B2B, so commercial-to-commercial entity payments, will benefit from stablecoins a lot, especially when it comes to interesting currency pairings that today are quite cumbersome when it comes to how long it takes for the money to travel and how much the costs are. That's my prediction.
We're seeing transaction volumes grow tremendously. We've also seen numbers that show that the market cap of stablecoins are going to go up. So from our perspective, for retail and consumers, we want them to be able to use stablecoins as a payment method through their card, wherever they are. And then as the increased usage of stablecoin grows stronger and stronger, we also want to enable merchants through our crypto pay product to be able to accept stablecoins as a payment method. So I think there's two ways that we think it's going to grow.
So Shantanu and Tam, you guys are going to share 2 minutes.
Sure. We see more and more stablecoins possibly coming in. We'll see more of Web2 institutions actually participating in the Web3 businesses, but Web3 would also hopefully make things easy for the Web2 businesses to participate and bring their stablecoins to use. From the regulator standpoint, we believe there will be more clearer and more direct regulations for the stablecoin business as more and more stablecoins will come in, because regulators on one side are focusing on regulating cryptos, but I think we'll see more specific stablecoin regulations.
I think for the next few years, at least, stablecoins will remain the kind of premier use case for blockchain. Unfortunately, I do think that an increasing number of banks and institutions will be issuing their own stablecoins, and it will further fracture the industry. And so we'll have to resolve those issues. I don't think we'll be able to avoid them, unfortunately. That being said, I think we'll make great progress on the interoperability side of things. It's been slow going, but we have seen progress in kind of industry-wide standards, so we can see the adoption of these hopefully in the next few years. And finally, I'd like to see and hope to see a little more presence of non-USD-backed stablecoins. Right now, stablecoins have almost become synonym for USD-backed stablecoins, but there's a whole world out there.
Well, you have been a tremendous panel, and as you could see, we could sit around and talk about stablecoins all afternoon. But I hope that we left you with a few points to think about and continue to talk about. You guys were great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, many thanks to our panel. Great stuff from them. Right, we heard a little bit yesterday about the idea of AI on chain. We started to talk a bit about the development of the Masumi protocol. We talked a bit about how we empower AI agents to collaborate seamlessly and deliver services and monetize services more effectively. And we're going to be digging into that journey in a little bit more detail now and what that looks like, and also why Europe's largest independent agency group chose the Cardano blockchain to ensure secure, reliable, and scalable AI agent interactions for its business. Here to walk us through that, please put your hands together for our next speaker, Chief Transformation Officer over at ServicePlan, the brilliant Sebastian Coopers.
Thank you. All right. Welcome to my hometown. It's really great to see the Cardano Circus stop direct at my front door, right? That is a unique opportunity. And I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about our journey as Service Plan, because many of you might wonder, why is such a traditional company like Service Plan suddenly going all in on Cardano? And I want to explain this a little bit in detail. So first of all, you have to probably better understand of where we are coming from and where I'm coming from. And I want to show you a quick show reel of Service Plan. So Service Plan is really the largest independent agency group in Europe. We have close to 7,000 employees. We do everything which is related to advertising, right? So we are working for big brands like BMW, for Lufthansa. I'm coming from a world not of code, I'm coming from a world of videos and images and building best brands, right? But our world, in which we have been quite successful over the last decades, is massively disrupted right now, and it's massively changing. And what I talk to you about today is how we believe we can get from code to return of investment. So what is obviously happening is that AI is disrupting the service industry, which I'm part of as an agency guy, right, at large, really at large. I'm always a little bit over-dramatic because I write here that we believe that maybe even 50% of our value creation chain are disrupted right now by AI, because so many things which we do in the service industry or in advertising is what I like to call intellectual hard work, right? It's work done by humans where you need to have a little bit of common sense, a little bit of training, but it is quite repetitive, and it actually can be automated in a quite dramatic way. And obviously, when you think about it, we have 7,000 employees, we make close to $1 billion in revenue, and suddenly we are facing a situation where 50% might be automated over the next years by agentic AI. We have a big problem, or we have a big challenge, you could say. And we luckily realized this already 2.5 years ago. So 2.5 years ago, we were already seeing everything which is happening and that this could lead to this point. And we started to pursue a journey of thinking differently of our business model. So what could we do differently? And one of the best things, if your industry gets disrupted, is obviously you try to embrace what is happening. And you could also rephrase it that we have probably the biggest business opportunity of our lifetime, because right now everyone is talking about service as a software. If you have never heard of it, it's just basically turning around software as a service. And suddenly we think about there's a $10 trillion opportunity to deliver services, and that is the size basically of the global service industry, to deliver this with software. And just to get the size of this is, I think in 2024, the size of the entire software industry has been just 350 billion. So it's a massive, massive opportunity. And just to do a little bit of education, why is it possible, right? Why is this happening? And it's happening because these agents everyone is talking about these days, they're really capable to autonomously solve really complex tasks, right? And without going into detail, what many companies started doing a year ago is to explore agents as a way to automate their own processes internally, right? So people have been building agents in order to be more productive, to be more efficient, to do more with less internally. But what we saw right from the beginning, because we are experienced people, right? We think about how's the world changing, how are consumers in the future engaging differently with brands, and we realized, okay, these agents, they will also be used externally, right? This will also change the way we live and we interact with companies and we buy products and services. And we quickly had this kind of vision. And this chart is now, I think I have created this chart in May last year, which in the times of AI agents feels like a decade ago. And we already foresaw in this idea that we are heading into a future where we might, as humans, we talk to maybe Siri, or Siri has a bad shot at this at the moment, but maybe we talk to Perplexity or to Copilot or to our favorite voice assistant. And when you have a really complex problem, it will not be solved by Microsoft. It will not be solved by Google. It will also not be solved by OpenAI because they can't. What will happen is that in the future, we are heading into a world, and it's happening right now, that agents from different companies, so in this case, I have this travel example, right? I want to travel with my wife to New York, and I need a flight, I need a hotel, I need airport transportation. And if I voice this really complex problems, agents from Lufthansa, from Marriott, from Uber, they will negotiate with each other, and they will try to find a solution for me. And when you think about it, and this was our exercise we did 1.5 years ago, when you think about it, you are realizing that you are stumbling into a whole new set of problems which haven't been solved. Because suddenly you are realizing, okay, so when we are really heading into a future with billions of agents talking to each other, how do I know that I'm talking to an agent from Lufthansa? So suddenly agents have an identity problem. How do I know that the agent from Lufthansa is actually capable to book me a flight, right? I mean, you all know that LLMs, they can tell you anything with confidence, right? But you want to have the security that this agent really has the capability of what he claims he can do, so you need credentials. Then you need to find these agents, right? The whole world, the last 12 months, has been busy in building and building and building more agents, and we are just waking up, or the world is just waking up to the problem, okay, they need to find each other, and how do they do this? We have no mechanism for this. And then obviously you need to hold them accountable. We heard a lot this day, the last day, about the use case for traceability and having transparency with blockchain and AI. And this is really key. You need to implement a system of accountability, which is not there yet. Because I don't want to stand at the hotel reception and want to check in, right? And the receptionist says to me, Mr. Küpers, we don't have a room for you. And I just say, yeah, but Siri told me I have a room, right? That would be stupid. I need to prove that something has happened. And obviously it was quite clear to us right from the get-go that these agents, they cost a lot of money, right? They need data, they need compute, they need models, they consume tokens, so there needs to be a way to monetize them. And also they will transact, right? They need to pay each other, they need to move money around on behalf of humans. And all of this was our thinking 18 months ago. And therefore, we came to the conclusion that all these problems, they have already been solved. They have been solved by the blockchain industry at large over the last 7 to 8 years. And I'm always joking that probably blockchain was developed for the wrong target group, right? Maybe blockchain is much better used by agents than by humans. And I have my own personal history with Cardano. So I came to Cardano, probably as many of you, through a random algorithm recommendation on YouTube, suddenly watching Charles' TED Talk ages ago. And I'm a software engineer by trade, right? So I have a huge interest in software engineering and in architecture. And I never got excited about basically the speculation and the investment. I really got excited about understanding how all of this works. And I quickly figured out that Cardano is basically doing everything right. And I quickly could see from an architecture decisions, all these architecture decisions IOHK have been making, they're really genius, right? And if you compare it to all the downsides of Ethereum and Solana and all the others, you're realizing, okay, here are the best fundamentals. Because I still believe that if this happens, right, if we are heading into a future of billions of agents and they want to use blockchain, there is no blockchain in the world right now who can handle this. None of them, right? It's impossible right now to serve agents what they will probably require in just a few months. But I believe that Cardano has the best foundation. And I could talk about this forever. I just want to highlight a view. You have to understand from an engineering perspective that agents will have a massive parallelization challenge, right? Agents will communicate with thousands and maybe even at some point millions of agents at the same time. So you are looking for a blockchain solution which is by design suitable for parallelization. Then you don't want to go for a bottleneck account-based system. You're really benefiting suddenly from the key decisions, or Charles likes to call it the gift that keeps on giving, right? You are understanding suddenly why extended UTXO is so important, and also what is happening with Laios right now, of why this is so beneficial for a future where agents transact like crazy around the world on the blockchain. The same is true for overhead, right? You want to avoid as much overhead as possible, and all these benefits from native tokens to how the smart contract system works on Cardano quickly leads you to the point to say, okay, that is the only option, right? There is no other way. If you look at all the other options, that how they do tokens, how they do smart contracts, you see as a software engineer who thinks about a parallelized world of agents, you see thousands of problems suddenly rising up. And obviously, you also have the whole issue of decentralization, right? Obviously, you could argue, yeah, just go for Solana, just go for a level 2 solution. It is super fast already, high throughput whatsoever. But I truly believe myself that this will become one of the most critical infrastructures of the world, right? Imagine how much money will be moved around by agents. You don't want to have this in the control of a view. Yeah, this is really absolutely unacceptable. You have to find the best compromise. You have to solve this goddamn blockchain trilemma in order to make this a reality. And I still believe, basically, that all the ingredients on Cardano come together. And I also want to highlight quickly that the Cardano Foundation played for us as service plan and also for all our enterprise clients an absolute critical role. We need to have, as an enterprise, who are going basically into the risk to suddenly start to invest millions of euros into a blockchain technology. You want to have a super professional, super reliable partner on the other side who can talk to CEOs, who can talk to basically senior executives who have nothing to do with the blockchain side of things. And therefore, we highly appreciate that there's the Cardano Foundation. And therefore, I'm always making the joke like, open 4 tabs in your browser and open the website from the Cardano Foundation next to Solana Foundation, next to Ethereum Foundation or whatever it is, and put yourself into the shoes of a senior executive from an enterprise, and now just choose just based on your first impression. And it will always come back to Cardano, which is basically the most professional approach for enterprises. And what we do now and what our big goal is now is to really solve our business model problem by investing in building this agentic trust layer, because I really believe that this will become, even if it's completely decentralized and community-owned, a massive business in itself, right? It will be PayPal on steroids, PayPal just way more bigger than anything else. And also our business model sits on selling now services with agents, which we have been in the past selling with humans. And this is quite easy to understand, right? So we are doing things which humans have been doing now with agents, and we want to do this highly standardized. We want to put these on marketplaces, and we need to have a simple plug-and-play solution. And we quickly came to the point to say, okay, we don't have this, right? And we need to build it, and I wanted to build it on Cardano. I tried to write a Pluto smart contract once with ChatGPT. I miserably failed. I wasn't aware of Aiken or whatsoever. And I knew, obviously, Patrick and Endmaker for a long time now, observing the Cardano ecosystem. So I gave Patrick a call and Christian, and we quickly decided that we need to do this together, right? There's probably no advertising agency in the world who could build this by himself. We have great competence in AI whatsoever, but not in blockchain. And therefore, we have created now this really big ecosystem. With my fable for Japanese names, I'm confusing everyone. But we have now, from our strategy, in the center of all of this, we are selling our services with agents. We have built this Masumi protocol, which is really the key pillar, right? This is the protocol which is enabling identity for agents, which is enabling payment for agents, which is enabling accountability, because we are hashing and tracing already today the decisions on chain. And we are super proud of it. And I think many people don't understand how early we are with this, right? We announced Masumi in the protocol in Davos this year. And this was before there was Google A2A. This was before there was the Stripe toolkit. This was before MasterCard announced anything into looking into agent payments. This was before Ethereum started an improvement proposal for Ethereum to do basically the same thing as Masumi. So we have been really kickstarting this super early. And Zokozumi is just basically the user-facing platform, which you probably have been seeing already when you went by our booth, and Kodozumi being a runtime environment, because if you will have billions of agents doing many things in parallel, you also need to solve a scaling challenge, and we had the scaling challenge ourselves early on, and therefore we solved it. And so what we have built now, I have a quick demo video just for you, is basically this Zokozumi platform where agents who are running on Cardano, who are running on the Masumi protocol, can be purchased. You have just seen we have already many, many real-life brands. We have over 500 organizations right now who signed up to the platform, and they are using Cardano without knowing it. Right? This is one of our key design principles. You use this platform, you can explore agents. You see all these companies like Shadista, GWI, and other startups who are already building on top of it. It's not just service plan, right? It's an open platform. Endmaker is building for it, we are building for it, and more companies building for it. And you find all of this in a neatly arranged marketplace where you can hire these agents now. Normal users are just paying with normal fiat currency. They just use Stripe, actually, in this case, to pay by credit cards and to get some virtual credits, which is a prepaid amount of money, so to say. But every single time this happens, every single time someone starts a job with an agent, you can see it switching now in the inbox, and there's a message that it's hiring the agent. This is now the point in time where actually a transaction on Cardano is happening, and the smart contract is basically handling this whole process. And that being said, this is our journey, right? We realize that AI is disrupting our business. We are embracing this disruption. We started to invest deeply into something which you call deep tech right now, right? We do, as an agency, suddenly we do blockchain, we do agents, we do payments. And we are really switching and evolving ourselves from being a pure service business to a platform business, with building a protocol, building a runtime, building a marketplace. And we can already see from everything which is happening, and this is my last slide, that this is starting to pay off. And we see traction. We are doubling right now our numbers basically every 30 days. The amount of transaction is growing. And if you want to figure out, happy to invite you to just use this QR code and check it out yourself. So my time is up. Thank you very much for listening. And if you want to chat, let's chat later.
Okay there, folks. So if you haven't guessed it already by the smart folks running for the exits, that takes us to lunch. Lunch is being served out in the networking and expo space. There are also a number of lunch and learn sessions taking place upstairs in the masterclass rooms. So do check the app on the details there. There may be something that piques your interest. We reconvene on the main stage here at 1:35 sharp. We will see you back here then. Enjoy your lunch. Take care.
Welcome to the Cardano Summit 2025. Please welcome to the stage your host, Ben Thompson.
Hello again, everybody. Great to see you all post-lunch. Hope you're all feeling energized after that bit of food. I don't want to see any post-lunch sleepiness from anybody, not least because we have a fantastic session lined up for you next to get us started for the afternoon. And that session is going to be looking at this idea of how we build minimum trust business architectures. There are lots of challenges in this space. What are the technical challenges of transitioning from traditional systems to distributed models? What does implementation look like out there in the real world? And what economic advantages do these systems unlock? That is what we are going to be unpacking in our next panel. We've got some brilliant speakers lined up to walk you through their thoughts. We've got Stefan, Navjit, and Christoph. But leading you through the conversation, we have managing partner over at Storm Partners, the brilliant Sheraz Ahmed.
All right, fantastic. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch and ready to digest some nice content that we have here today. It's really great to be able to speak a little bit about enterprises. I was doing a bit of ChatGPTing before the panel, and ChatGPT really does believe that it's Cardano's time to shine. We may have missed DeFi summer, we may have missed kind of the NFT hype, but I do believe that we are ready for enterprise adoption. So really looking forward to having this panel here today. So, I mean, enterprises have very much always tried to optimize for control, and it's always difficult to have control via intermediaries. But with blockchain technologies, you can do that inherently within the technology. So very much looking forward to kind of hearing more about that from our esteemed guests here. Maybe we'll just kind of go one by one, just kind of give a quick intro to just your companies, yourselves, very quickly in 20 seconds. And maybe you can just give us your definition of what does it mean to have or build, let's say, trust minimized business architecture. What does trust minimized mean? It's quite an interesting one. So maybe you'd like to start first, Stefan.
That all in 20 seconds?
Yes, like in maybe 19.
Stefan, I manage protocol partnerships at Blockdaemon. We're a global infrastructure provider, mostly focused at enterprises. And what we do is, we run the nodes, staking, wallets, all you need to build your blockchain use case. And I guess in that sense, we're mostly a partner for companies that want to use this decentralized distributed technology to make existing use cases better or, create new ones. And we're their partner.
Fantastic. Thank you. Christoph.
Thank you. I'm Christoph Schneider. I'm head of IT development and operations at the Global Legal Entity Identifier Foundation, where we deal with organization identity and have for a couple of years now an ecosystem launched that's the verifiable legal entity identifier, so that organizations and representatives of organizations can authenticate and authorize themselves digitally. And I think regarding the definition of the trust minimized business systems is a very important topic, because we know that the reliability to such ecosystems where you can exchange this information is just paramount. And you could get the impression that trust minimized means there is less trust or no trust at all. We talked about zero trust architectures a year ago. And the opposite is the case. Because you have such a high reliability, you don't need to only trust, but you can trust because you have the high reliability.
Thank you. Navjit?
My name is Navjit Jalawal. I'm the CEO and founder of Iagon. Iagon is a shared distributed storage and compute economy, something like Airbnb for storage and compute, a marketplace where idle resources like storage and compute are available to people that need them. And how we minimize, the trust part aspect of it, we focus on sovereign data storage, meaning that, the user, we put the hands of the trust in the user. So if the user can trust his own information and how they allocate the data. That was me, or? Yeah, so how they allocate the data and in a sovereign way, we put the data controller and data processor in their hands, meaning that they're the ones that choose where the data goes and how it's allocated to the network.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to touch on the user part in a bit, but it's true that it is, let's say, technology first. So let Stefan pick it up first. So from an infrastructure standpoint, when we talk about trust minimization, can you give us a little bit more context there? Like, how do you minimize trust with the infrastructure? Is it less pieces of the puzzle? Give us a bit more context.
Yep. I would zoom out here a little bit and look at it from a company perspective. When they look at blockchain infrastructure as a whole, and we're a part of it, right, running the physical infrastructure, I think, as Christoph said, trust minimized for big corporates and TradFi institutions does not mean trustless or eliminating trust. It means, I think, verifiable trust at scale. And I think this comes at two levels. So one of them is that you will indeed eliminate the need to trust what a single entity says, right? You don't have to trust a company that they will do what they say they will do. You can actually just look on chain and see if they did what they would, said they would do, because we have everything with timestamps, tamper-proof, immutable, verified by a decentralized set of validators. So in this case, we can indeed eliminate the dependence on a single company. But then there's another level, and this was, explained in detail as well in the study that was brought out yesterday, the trust anchors, and I'm sure, that will fall very much into the data, side of things here. But I think this is where blockchain becomes really transformative, where you don't, or you can make use cases happen where you don't need all data from a person. Think of a passport, you only verify is the person at the right age or not, right? You work with zero knowledge proofs. You don't, like we thought maybe 10 years ago, save all data on a blockchain, but you keep your Web2 databases, but you link them, to proofs saved on chain and can realize new use cases with this. And I think then in use cases like global payments on a business level and many more, we will see this verifiable or, cryptographic proof trust scalable at chain.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, Najid, we were in a conversation about this just yesterday with Worth, and we were chatting about, how do you convince these enterprises that it's reliable? I mean, there's a lot of education, there's a lot of things that go into it, and you've had quite a lot of success on that front. So how do you convince them?
For us, actually, in terms of adoption, we've been fortunate enough that the enterprises have approached us with a problem. So it's less about convincing and showcasing, let's say, this problem can actually fix the problem that you have at hand. And it does take a lot of trust, and obviously you have to develop that trust over time. Like with Worth Group, we've been speaking to for almost 2 years, and the partnership only started a year ago. So it took a lot of trust to get there. But I think that as long as you can showcase that there is a way to solve certain problems, like we did with IP monetization for 3D parts, I think that trust can be built upon there. And not relying on a single entity, as you said, in a distributed system, where the trust is based on a distributed manner and on everything is traced back to on-chain verifiable data, right?
Yeah, trust is not an overnight success. It's interesting that you remark that it's been 2 years in the making for you to now have that booth alongside them, have that partnership in place where people are just like, oh, it just happened, but actually, 2 years in the making. So thank you for sharing that. And now, Christoph, to yourself, how do identity and verification systems evolve when enterprises are no longer, let's say, just focusing on one centralized entity?
Yeah, so I agree with what both Stefan and Navjit just said. And I would add for our ecosystem, as we are a federated system and we do not deal directly with the users, it is really important to have global standards and also global protocols that have been agreed for the inter-exchange, because basically what you're trying to do is you convince people from going from a central system that they fully control to something that they don't control. And now the trust comes back. So what you really need is an eye-level interaction, and I believe the internet is a very good example where the protocol actually brought the success that it had. If that had been a central offering, then I think we wouldn't be where we are.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And Stefan, you mentioned this before, right? That trust minimized doesn't mean trustless. it just means verifiable. And so to speak to that, there's been a lot of kind of cases recently when we've spoken about uptime and compliance, and especially when you're looking at it from an enterprise grade standpoint. So what does that look like in a decentralized infrastructure?
Yeah, it looks very boring from the outside, I would say. The entry point, of course, is, being compliant with the requirements of the jurisdiction or your customer. And then it's really about running infrastructure that is safe, secure, scalable, reliable. There's many words for it. It comes down to you don't want to, increase your vulnerabilities or your dependencies or your risk that your service fails. And we have seen what happens, with data center outages just recently. It's really funny when it's a bed that is upright and connected to the cloud, and you can't turn it, into a horizontal position anymore. It's not so funny if your core service runs on it. And so what that means for us is, working on every risk metric, support teams 24/7, engineering squads around the world with special focus. Running on different data centers, of highest grades, geo-distributed, to, all the risk metrics you could bring down to ensure that your infrastructure is as resilient as possible. So, because, reality is things can go wrong, and I think we try to prepare, and this is also what the customers want to prepare for the case. What if something goes wrong? Are we able to, keep the service up and running? And I think that's the main question that also many of these companies have when they enter, any of these use cases. Because, the blockchain can be great, the use case can be great, but you also need the infrastructure to, communicate internally. This is not a huge risk. We will not lose, face when everything crashes. We have a good setup.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because it's the service that you're enabling is relatively simple, but in order to render that, it's relatively complex. And so it's very, even just talking about the global standpoint, where you have to have people all over the world ready to ensure that things have a 100% uptime, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, much more complex, but behind the hood. Navjit, let's talk a little bit more about that, what Stefan just kind of built on, related to like how do you measure and deliver performance parity with centralized cloud solutions while maintaining that decentralized side of things. Can't be an easy task.
Yeah, so from our side, what we do with the idle capacities, so we call them nodes, and we learn their behavior in different variables which are important to the end user, like performance, uptime, location for compliance reasons, right, and other variables that might be important to them. And we match them up with their needs. So if you wanted to store, an enterprise wanted to store their data in Germany or Canada, wherever it is, you could geofence the data and distribute it to whatever they would like. So if they require higher performance, high uptime, and that's what the data will be allocated to, or the compute. So that's how we figured out with performance. That sometimes, in some aspects, it's actually more performant because the minimum requirements for those nodes are much higher and more local to the consumer. So and not in all cases, of course, do you have, like I said, sometimes a decrease in performance because you're distributed and not all the performance is available in certain regions. But we have currently around 750 nodes across 54 countries, and a lot of them bare metal, a lot of data centers that are available in the network that provide these services.
That's a very interesting point. The fact that each component is, let's say, separated and it's just not one larger entity, you scrutinize each individual part a little bit more. As you mentioned, like the minimal is higher. I think it's a very interesting point, because when it's just one block, I mean, it's not, let's say in the centralized organization, not always one block, but you're just like, okay, this is it. When it's each individual, you can kind of like monitor each one more separately. It's a really cool part. Christoph, to yourself, I mean, more on the technical challenges here, I think especially when it comes to scaling globally with verifiable identity infrastructure. I mean, it sounds like quite a challenge, especially with the evolving world that we're facing. Can you give us a little bit more context there on those technical challenges that you're facing?
Absolutely, and they're not so different than what we heard before from our two colleagues here. So technical redundancy, of course, plays a big role, having enough capacity to do what you need to do. Also, performant protocols are important. So to have operations cheap enough to get them through in the bandwidth that you need them. But besides the technical aspects, I think there's another thing that is really important if you're talking about global digital identity, and this is a shared trust anchor. So technology must work, but then also you need to be able to trust something that everybody can agree on, and that also relates to the global standards, of course. And yeah, I think these are the two important drivers.
Yeah, some of the main points. And I think when we're looking at those factors, you have interoperability, you have governance, and you have compliance as three of the main pillars. And it's three that I want to go a little bit deeper in, and maybe we stay on yourself, kind of Christoph here. I mean, so how does Glyph integrate these traditional kind of governance models, LEIs, regulation, etc., with decentralized identifiers and verifiable credentials? I mean, that's quite something to unpackage. You're doing a lot there.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, it's actually the next logical step, because when the LEI Foundation was created in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, firstly to identify counterparties to financial transactions, but then also created as really a global identification system for all kinds of organizations on the planet. You had a number which allowed counterparties to clearly identify organizations, but that was about it. If you were the owner of an LEI, you didn't have a lot of benefit for it. And this is when we created the digital version, the VLEI on top of it, so that not only organizations could use the digital identity to prove themselves in online transactions who they are, but also for persons representing organizations in specific roles to authorize them to do certain things. For example, enable them to perform certain actions towards business customers and partners, or to log into a system, or also just to prove that they have a certain official role, and there's also an ISO standard for that. Okay. So that was quite consequent for us, and we think there's a big need for this, especially in all the systems that are now coming up for a global identity standard.
Yeah, I'm certain that standards, global standards really help. Maybe now, Jit, here you can give us some more context on some of the models that have worked for coordinating decentralized resources at scale, because there must be certain process, certain approaches that you're taking.
Yeah, so what we do is we learn the behavior of nodes, and we learn their behavior in terms of performance, uptime, different other variables, like I said prior, and we give the nodes a reputation score, and based on the reputation score, that's how the users are matched according to their needs. We do have other governance models more on the side that are going to be in the future, which are implemented more by the users. So depending on what the users require, we can implement that in the future. For example, if the requirements are to have ISO certifications or different kind of certifications on different levels, maybe making even a private distributed network, those can be done through our model, through the users that govern the system.
Yeah, thank you. And it's a good point there when also we're looking at a lot of those processing models here and to yourself, Stefan. I mean, when there's not just, let's say, one kind of, let's say, button or kind of nail to kind of press on, a pin to press on, how is accountability ensured? When there's no central authority behind it.
Yeah, I think that ties exactly into what I mentioned earlier and also what Christoph just said, right? We have this blockchain system, tamper-proof, timestamp data, which will leave a huge audit or breadcrumb trail, basically. And so if something goes wrong, we can just follow the blockchain and see who is involved. And I'm sure Christoph could talk a lot more to this, like what new roles or also company types will, exist in the future that ensure that this off-chain data is trustworthy, and that we can use these trust anchors and actually trust them. And I believe, then you don't have this dispute of he said, she said anymore, or you have to compare things, but you have the very clear on-chain data. One thing I wanted to add, though, because Navjit, you mentioned it, like also some companies will operate their own private systems. I think when we talk about this whole topic of governance, accountability, interoperability, we also have to address the elephant in the room a little bit. 5, 6, 7 years ago, every blockchain startup would talk about breaking up data silos in companies and everything moves on chain. That's not 100% going to happen, right? There will be private data. And also, unfortunately, there will not be this one dominant chain that everyone picks, but some run their private chains, some run on Cardano, some somewhere else. So I think interoperability is also, interoperability and standards, like you both mentioned, are super important topics if we want to see enterprise adoption at scale.
Yeah, if we want to connect everything together. Yeah, thank you for adding that remark. I think there's one crucial part that we haven't touched upon yet, which sometimes is the most important part, and also one of the reasons why enterprises, or has been said to have not really entered into this market, is because they really move where the money is at. Fortunately, unfortunately, if there's no return on investment, very limited, let's say, capacity to kind of move on some of those things, the way in which the world works today. So, I mean, maybe Najid, you can kind of start us off here. I mean, like, what tangible efficiencies, cost, redundancies, resilience, do decentralized compute systems offer versus centralized cloud? And maybe you can also give us wider context as well. If you have some thoughts to other use cases than your own, of course, feel free to provide those.
Yeah. So I want to just take a tangible example with Verth Group, for example. So if you don't know the Verth Group partnership, I invite you guys at 3 o'clock upstairs at the rooftop. Make sure you join that event. So what we're doing with them is IP monetization. And they have a lot of vendors, that car manufacturers like Porsche, GM, Ford, and Subaru, and all these other partners that they work with that print 3D parts or use 3D parts or parts alike, right? And the problem that they had was monetizing this in a feasible way, because the vendor has to trust that the blueprint of that file is not shared with someone else. So if you're the end consumer, and let's say you have a Porsche and you have it in, nice. and you live in Kazakhstan, and there's something wrong with the part on your Porsche. Now, if the authorized dealership was 4 hours away, you're not going to go there. I mean, it's too far away. You're just going to go to a local body shop, and you go to a local body shop and say, "Hey, I need a part for this, right?" But the guy there says, you have to wait 6 to 8 weeks to get your part because you got it shipped in from Germany to get it. Now, you're not going to do that, because you're just going to go for the alternative solution, which might be like a copy of the part, but not the actual approved part. There's a big problem there, right? First, you have to ship in. If you decide to take the authorized part, there's cost on the shipping. Maybe if you're in the wrong country, sanctions, right? Or tariffs, or whatever it is. And all this cost adds up in the time to shipment. With the solution with Verth Group, for example, you have a printer, which they have, and you can actually install that in the body shop, and being able to monetize that blueprint, meaning that you can secure the file with encrypted storage, distributed storage in a secure way, and prove the traceability on chain and how the process was done, how the payments were done, and you can prove everything on chain with that traceability, and you can do auto distribution of those royalties on chain as well. So all this is public information that they want, and everyone wants, so you can distribute the royalties accordingly. And now you cut out all the costs. You cut out the tax, the shipping, the time of delivery to the end consumer. So a lot of benefits that happen. And you think about how many verticals that can tap. I'm just speaking about the car manufacturer. So that's a tangible way of cost reduction and all the things you made in terms of redundancy with the encrypted distributed storage, and time and efficiency.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a great use case, and I also encourage the fellow panelists as well, if you have any real-world use cases to share as well. I think that's a great one, how it shows that, say, that integrated system really brings things together there. Christoph, let's go next with yourself and understand further, how do the standardized identity systems that you're working on reduce friction, duplication, or even risk across these global networks?
Yeah, I will wear again the digital identity glasses, of course, and I think there's a lot to gain for businesses in these decentralized systems, right? First of all, there's a lot of effort wasted today, effort and time basically, and money also, for onboarding of business partners. Know your customer, know your supplier, know your everything is really costly and slow. And with a distributed system where you can basically rely on the identity that somebody else has provided and has performed these checks already, not only it's much faster, but also the replication within the economy doesn't have to happen. So it's not only a microeconomic, but also macroeconomic gain.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's a lot more scalability with such a system compared to everybody does it themselves. And the speed factor is also fantastic. It's also a bit fairer distribution of maintenance efforts when you don't have to have like your central system, but basically it's like a sharing economy. Given the right standards and protocols are used. And I have one practical example. We had the European Banking Authority a year ago do a proof of concept with the VLEI ecosystem, because they had a reporting use case where today just the national banks of the European countries send certain financial reports to the EBA, and then they review these. And there's a new legislation that now each bank in the future will have to submit these reports to the EBA, and they were just focused with a user management problem coming from just a few dozens of organizations to now hundreds or potentially thousands of organizations. And we're wondering how they could solve that. And with a decentralized identity where these banks come with their identity already, and the regulator just has to maintain a whitelist of what they want to receive, they would be able to bring these maintenance efforts down on the one hand side, but for the banks it would also be beneficial because they could control their own identity management for their users and onboarding and offboarding of employees, for example. So I think that there's a lot to gain.
So a lot to gain, yeah. Faster, better, cheaper, and all of the above. Wow, no, thank you. Thank you for sharing. I mean, on the same note, I mean, Stefan, in your opinion, I mean, what's motivating enterprises to integrate distributed node infrastructure that you're providing? I mean, is it cost, transparency, future-proofing? I mean, all of the above again.
Yeah, you know, the answer is exactly, I would say it's a mix of all. Probably most on the cost savings as well as the future-proof. I think, you know, cost savings opens you the door, gets you the meeting, gets you the conversation. It's also very important for the person within the company, right, to have some tangible metrics they can communicate to get the budget, to get the approval, right, to start working on it. Why do they then come to us? Because very early on you will come to the point where resiliency comes up, right, or risk. As mentioned before, you don't want to replace your perfectly fine working service with something that may just, you know, more easily break. Ideally, you will make your whole service more robust, right? More resilient, reliable. This is where we come in, but of course, you know, every use case is different there, so they will have to do that evaluation themselves. What also will come up is cost, right? Cost in general, because oftentimes to save money, you have to pay money first. And then the question is, when will this pay off? And I feel we see this with a lot of more TradFi use cases like tokenization, where I feel most banks are ready, but they are not really ready to pull the trigger yet because they're saying that will increase my cost quite a bit. So I'm, you know, waiting until the market really is here. And then I think in the end, though, you know, like the whole future-proofing will win the race. And the use cases you guys made, everything KYC, KYB, supply chain, I think are fantastic use cases because today, you know, or now's the time for corporates, for banks to get ready for how we will look at trade and payments in 4 or 5 years. That is verifiable proof on chain and authentication and distributed ledger payments and such. And so I think they have the decision to make, do I do it today or, you know, soon, or will I scramble in a few years? That's one. And then there's also, you know, just the numbers speak for themselves. When you talk about cost savings for existing use cases, trade finance is a great one. I think it combines all that you mentioned before. It's very complex. I don't believe it will be the first use case, you know, many tried. But it's, you know, a use case that uses many components, which in some, you know, are expected to lower cost by like 10 to 15%, I guess, depending on how you do trade finance, maybe more, maybe less. And also, you know, address a real issue. We have a huge financing gap, especially in developing countries. And oftentimes the issue here is authentication, verifiable data. Exactly, you know, what Christoph is talking about. if we can improve this, not only will big corporates be able to save money, great for them, but also I think we will enable a lot of new business in the future, and hopefully then on top additional use cases.
Yeah, I guess it's not only about making the rich richer, it's also about enabling, making things easier for the general public as well. And so as we approach the end of our panel here, I mean, let's talk a little bit about the future. It's very hard to predict the future with AI. I mean, ChatGPT was really only implemented less than a year ago, 12 months ago. Not many people were using it, and it's the case today. I think everybody probably has the app on their phone. So let's fast forward 5 years. What does enterprise architecture built on distributed systems look like? And maybe we kind of pose a bit of the yin and yang here. So one enterprise process that will be decentralized by 2030, and one that won't be, because I think it's common knowledge now that, let's say, decentralize everything in the world maybe isn't the best. We need a little bit of a symbiosis. So maybe there is a process today that you don't believe needs to be centralized, and we can also touch upon that one. So Navjit, would you like to go first?
Sure. I guess for the first part, what should be decentralized or what can be by 2030? Obviously, I'm going to be a bit biased, so decentralized storage and compute, I believe is already there, and we've kind of shown it with the enterprise adoption. So I think that's very feasible, and not even in 2030, but before that. And for things that aren't, I mean, I'm a dentist, so dentistry can't be decentralized. But aside from the jokes, maybe medical, I think there needs to be some kind of central control, especially for emergencies. If you want to basically route an ambulance or for fires, whatever, there has to be some kind of central control of getting the people to the right place.
Okay, like that kind of more emergency button. Yeah, Christoph, yourself?
So I really think that business partner onboarding, we will see a lot of progress in the next 5 years just because there's so much to gain in this area on the cost and effort side. And one thing I really can't imagine to be decentralized, at least not in Germany, is HR and payroll.
Can you give us a little bit of context why?
Just because of how Germans think about their privacy and everything, and these carefulness about putting these things on there. I would be surprised.
Yes. Okay. Fun fact.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I think that's a good one. I hope once we have your use case realized, my big hope is trade finance. For some reason, it's a topic I think it combines so many things that blockchains can do. Am I certain this is going to be happening at 2030? Not really, but I think we will start with the components with KYC, KYB onboarding, authentication, verifiable data on chain, global payments, and then once we have the puzzle together, I think we will see more complex use cases, one after another, come to life. Really looking forward to this. In case of what I don't want to see on chain, I think you guys made excellent points. What I would hope for is that we continue focusing on, I want to say, use cases where blockchain truly brings value. Because not for everything where there exists a company that says we do this, but with blockchain, it's necessary. And I think, especially like a few years ago, we've seen a lot of vaporware where it's like old use cases with blockchain, disruptive. And I feel, we've come a long way. Regulation gets there and all sorts of, UK, Singapore, MiCA, and so forth. I think we have a real chance, and I hope that, as a community, we can be responsible here and ensure that we bring the good use cases to life first and, break that hurdle to global adoption.
Yeah, well, fantastic. Thank you. Thanks to the three of you. And I mean, we have a few more seconds on the clock. I started the panel by saying that Cardano is primed today to solve a lot of the challenges that the three of you have mentioned, and also provide the solutions to some of these enterprise cases. There are a lot of enterprises in the room. Some of you alluded to the fact that it's hard to take that leap of faith. Navjit mentioned it took 2 years to get to the point of where you really have live use cases in place. Do you have something, maybe one quick sentence to say to the enterprises here, in the audience that have come to the conference, to make that leap of faith? One thing that may change not change their mind, I was going to say change their mind, no, actually push them into kind of making that, that stance, that leap of faith. Anything like from the top of your mind that could be a good pivotal thought for them?
I invite you guys to come at 3 o'clock to the rooftop, and that's an example of a use case that's built with distributed storage and Cardano, so that would be the best example. It's not live yet, by the way, just so you know, but we're working on it.
Okay. No, great. Great. So either you'll make the leap of faith, or you'll have a great glass of wine, champagne, or whatever you're offering there. Cool. Well, thank you all to great panelists. Thanks to the audience, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
How do you empower trust in every interaction? And how do you know it's authentic once you do? In healthcare, data compliance protects patients. In supply chains, source validation supports transparency. And in finance, network security prevents fraud. Across industries, identity verification is the foundation of trust. Yet existing solutions fall short. Last year, data breaches affected 1.7 billion records in America. Why? Because we give up control of our credentials, data, and digital identity. Take back control with Veridian, an open-source digital identity platform. With Veridian, your organization can protect user data and prevent fraud, support enhanced credential issuance, and ensure interoperability with verifiable data. And with the Veridian wallet, these features are right in your pocket, making self-sovereign identity simple. Privacy first, enterprise grade, future-proof. Discover how Veridian empowers trust in every interaction.
Okay, wonderful stuff from our last panel. Many thanks for sharing your insights, everybody involved. So that last video referenced identity, and that's going to be the topic of our next session here, because today's digital identity landscape is plagued by fragmented systems. And in our next session, we're going to be looking at how we chart a realistic roadmap to widespread digital identity adoption by 2030. An ambitious goal, but one that I'm sure that together we can absolutely reach. So where will digital identity make the most impact? What challenges do we face on that adoption journey? And what new opportunities does decentralized identity promise when it comes to the global enterprise? That is what our next panel are going to be discussing. We have got Albert, Patricia, Robbie, and Thomas to talk us through it. And leading them through that session, our wonderful moderator from DL News, the brilliant Liam Kelly.
All right. Welcome, everybody. We've kind of gotten an introduction already, but today's chat is a little bit about something that, depending on how long you've been in the crypto industry in this space, has been a little bit of an unsolved problem, or there's been maybe limited kind of progress, at least to the naked eye. And that's sort of this digital identity or decentralized digital identity. And I guess the point of today's conversation with my lovely experts here is to kind of set the table stakes, define kind of where we need to go, and a little bit what's kind of stopping this adoption of a digital identity. And so I open up this first question to everyone on the panel, and we'll start with you here, Albert, is a digital identity has kind of been identified as something very, very important, at least insofar as we should be trying to get away from Google login for everything we use. Right, and I'd love to know why exactly we shouldn't be using, I use it every day. I use it for tons of different apps, different games. Why shouldn't we be using Google login for everything we do, and why should we be looking for a different solution?
That's a very interesting question. Thank you for that one. I think Google gives us access to accounts, but we don't own our credentials and our data on Google.
Yeah, okay, that's a good answer. Patricia?
Thank you for having me today. So for me, Google is easy. That's why. It's easy, it's straightforward.
Yeah.
So there's no kind of complication behind it. And I think almost everyone nowadays uses it.
Yeah. Thomas?
I could speak about this for about 30 minutes, so I'll try to keep my answer concise.
Yeah, try not to speak that long, that'd be great.
I mean, this is this paradigm of centralized and decentralized, so we can say simply it's a centralized solution. There's the convenience aspect, it's easy to use, but I think it's about a priority trade-off between something that's interoperable, easy to use, and sort of putting privacy and control above that. So I would say it might be something you want to use if privacy and control is not your paramount priority. But for us at the Cardano Foundation, at Viridian, it is. So it's not something that we would recommend using and explore an alternative.
Yeah. Bobby?
And I think maybe, first of all, I agree with everything that's been said. I think to add on that, it's unfair to just pick on Google, because actually I would bucket all Web 2, big social media, et cetera, platforms together. I mean, they're all equally guilty of essentially having business models that rely on advertising monetization of our data. And so I think that's the fundamental flaw of the design of those systems. They're brilliant for convenience, but they're only actually brilliant for convenience once you have already surrendered all your personal data. When you think of like one-click payment, it's only because you filled out all that data a long time ago and you forgot that you went through that onboarding headache a decade ago, and they've had your data ever since. So I think now that we have the ability to have Web3 tools that can be privacy respecting and preserving using zero-knowledge proofs and things like that, we have this opportunity to take back control of our own data and think about how we live in a world where we can actually be the arbiters of deciding how our data is used.
Mm-hmm. And this idea of taking back our data and sort of the price of convenience, it'd be nice if we could maybe put some kind of dollar figure or the addressable market here. Like, how much money are we talking about if we can kind of solve this problem that, from my perspective, doesn't seem like it necessarily wants to be solved? I think users continue to use a lot of these Web 2 services, and they seem to be okay with every 5 to 7 years some kind of data breach, some kind of phishing scam as a result of that data breach. Is there any way we can kind of talk about money saved, money gained by making this transition away from more a centralized sort of service? I know, Thomas, maybe you had a couple ideas on this as well.
Sure, absolutely. Well, I mean, there's definitely money to be saved, and I would also say that those data breaches aren't 5 to 7 years, they're almost 5 to 7 days, if not 5 to 7 hours. And 80% of those breaches are due to the identity being compromised. So we can solve that problem by leveraging a decentralized identity system that has a bit more root of trust anchored in the control of the users or maybe a regulated authority. But maybe I can step it a bit further beyond money, because you can't really put a monetary value on a human life. And there's an element here that we don't speak about necessarily about interacting online, and that's children. That's minors. We live in an environment now where we don't have privacy. That's just a reality. But we can make decisions on technology that can build a future for our children and our children's children, where they can actually have that privacy. And these predatory environments that exist in the gaming world and the social media world, these only happen because children don't know they're not talking to other children. And the extortion, and I presented last month in Utah at the State-Endorsed Digital Identity Summit, and I followed a woman who spoke about her son who took his life, doing exactly this, interacting on a mainstream social platform, thinking he was speaking with another young woman, and turned out to not be the case. And what they do is they get you to migrate from that larger platform into something like a Telegram messaging system. And then they go through an extortion exercise that ultimately ends in blackmail. So there's a lot of money to be saved. There's a lot of potential revenue opportunities, and maybe we can talk about business models. But I think there's a bigger picture here beyond money as well, and that's the human life. That's that realm that doesn't get enough attention, I would say, that it deserves.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. And Bobby, to your point, and kind of riffing off that a little bit, because
Yes.
I know at Emurgo Brands, and you guys have been big in the gaming industry for a long time, so I'm sure you have a lot to say about sort of preserving identity, that prevents this kind of tragic situations that can happen, and how a digital identity could potentially, stop that.
Sure. Well, I think also there are a couple of things. One is, I think the existence of technology like zero-knowledge proofs provides us with a little bit of a magic bullet solution here, because it allows us to actually enable a world where people can both have privacy, but also be able to validate themselves to certain parameters. So for example, if I need to validate that you're above the age of 18, I can do that, but I don't need to, have a government-issued ID from you and learn your birthday and where you live and who your parents are and all this information I don't need, because really I just want to know if you're over 18. That's my criteria. But I think when it comes to builders in the space, we also have to look at not just the harms, but what are the positives? Web3 has given us this incredible opportunity to have interoperability for the first time between lots of disparate platforms because we all tokenize. And if you think about it, the ultimate sort of linchpin of interoperability is actually the individual. Because if I have all my data, I can bring it everywhere I go, right? I can show up at every website, at every shop, and there is everything about me that you would ever want to know. Whereas at the moment, it's flipped in reverse. We have things like GDPR, which prevent data sharing between companies, which is fine. They shouldn't share that data. But it also means that me as a consumer, I don't benefit from the fact that, Bayern Munich and Nike should both know that I'm a football fan, right? And that makes sense. But they can't talk to each other. But if I show up with my own data every time I go to those places, that's actually better for those businesses and for me as a consumer.
Yeah, that's a really nice point. And I'd like to also kind of touch on the sort of, tech stack or sort of design, because we know that there are a lot of different ways that people have tried to solve or kind of create a new way of introducing digital identity, right? I mean, we're all very familiar with WorldCoin and Sam Altman's project there, and it solves a certain kind of problem, but there's also a lot of symptomatic issues that where this project shows up, you have kind of gray markets that emerge and that sort of thing. And I'd just love to hear maybe from each of you as well, like, what are the different ways that one could implement a digital identity, and sort of what does that look like for you, and how does that help maybe a user? And Patricia, I know you're big on kind of helping out your users.
We use a lot of Google, right? And it is, as Thomas was saying, it's quite centralized. And I do agree completely at 100% that we could go with the ID. But the problem is that the ID is still not very known. The problem is that there are several systems, several DID systems. Having it centralized, it's not good, because as also Robbie was saying, we are not owning our own data. We are renting a platform that owns our data. With the IDs, we will then actually own our data. So that's the way to move forward. How we do it, I honestly do not know. But if we should be doing it? Yes, we should. What's the roadmap to get there? Well, I think that first we have to get people to know what it is, the IDs, how to get there, what are the blockers, how we can move those blockers, how is Google actually not helping us moving forward, how we can, how is the ID going to be able to allow us to move forward and to own our own data? And then do, as Robbie was saying, that when I'm kind of Manchester United, I can go and advertise myself for a Nike or an Adidas, wherever.
Yeah, that's a good point. Anything to add to that, Albert?
Yeah, at the moment it feels a little bit like surveillance, because Google is giving us access, but they are owning our data. So they are verifying us, they are tracing us, and they are monetizing our information. And that's a little bit a kind of surveillance. So yeah, I have this governmental background, so from this point of view, absolutely.
Well, that's a good point that you bring up. This kind of this interact, because digital identities or identities in general can't really exist if there's not sort of rules in place, or what can actually be done from a technical perspective. Also relies a lot on kind of where you stand with the government. And I know every government's obviously a little bit different, but maybe you can shed a little bit of light on sort of the conversations you're having with sort of your public counterparties in the way of implementing a new digital identity design.
Yeah, we are more in the field of cybersecurity, and when it comes to digital identities, every like we are putting on social media, every comment we are uploading, or every video we are sharing is shaping our digital identity. And this information we are sharing is used against us from a criminal perspective as well as from an institutional or governmental perspective, because they are studying us, they are studying our information, and they are using this information against us, and at some point they will attack us.
Yeah. I saw Bobby raised your hand a little bit earlier, perhaps the points missed.
Well, I was just thinking that there's a great phrase that I heard a couple of years ago that always sticks in my head, which is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I feel like decentralized ID is the same kind of thing. One of the things I feel very strongly about being from the Web3 community is that we shouldn't be trying to build, one decentralized ID system, right? Because we're not all centralized, advocates, if you think about it that way. I think lots of different systems can coexist, but I think the important thing is that we decide as a community that these are all token-based systems, because then at least we're speaking the same language, right? And it doesn't matter whether you have WorldCoin tokens or Mochaverse tokens or Cardano, Midnight tokens. We're all giving decentralized identities that interoperate in a system, and it facilitates that interoperability and actually makes the system work for people. Because the reason Google ID and these other things work so well is because of the network effects of their installed base being large enough that you can actually get value from that identity system. And so I think actually having these multiple identities is not necessarily a bad thing. And we can think about the identities also having different levels. So for example, you could have an identity that is for your wallet that has value. You can have an identity that has an email address associated with it. Or you can have one that is fully KYC'd with a government ID. And each of these levels will entitle you to certain levels of access for things based on how much data you've chosen to share, right? But it doesn't, I think we should avoid trying to set the criteria to be like too perfectionist, because then it will hold back implementation.
If I could add on top of that, I agree with everything that my colleague has said here. I think there's a caveat here in those different degrees of systems. So your initial question came back to governments and conversations that are occurring at that level. And if we think about government ID systems, and we are building systems today, there are some characteristics that must be considered, and that's this future-proofing element. So if your system isn't designed to handle a quantum event, you're doing a disservice to your citizens and to your users. That's why Viridian has a quantum-resistant strategy in it off the shelf today. Also, this notion we spoke about in the beginning about data breaches and cybersecurity. IBM's report last year said that it takes 258 days for an organization on average to identify a breach and rectify it. A lot of damage can happen in 258 days, and the reason this occurs is because there is no detection system. There is no key compromise detection that gives you this awareness that malicious activities are potentially happening with a specific identifier. So that ability to identify compromise, recover from it, and also have this quantum strategy, I think, are something that must be considered when that degree of system is something like a government ID. If it's something that's leveraged for a loyalty program or a small amount of crypto or tokens, then, there are risks that maybe are worth trading off. But further to your point, our position is, at Viridian, is your identity should live off-chain, and there are integrations on-chain that make sense, whether this is a DeFi integration or stablecoin. We recently had an announcement. We've partnered with Chainlink and their automated compliance engine. And their interest in us was exactly that we have this ability to maintain an off-chain identity, but integrate it ubiquitously across chains. So this agnostic principle is also extremely important. It's very difficult to say that, I can make a decision today that my identity will live in this specific network for the foreseeable future. It's much more realistic to say that I have made a technology decision that gives me this crypto agility or this flexibility to be agnostic across decisions in the future, but still maintain that identity.
And we all seem to be quite familiar with blockchain and Web3 and tokens, but is there a decentralized solution that exists that is kind of to the side of those technologies? Can you have, Web2 is maybe not the right word, Web 2.5, some sort of non-blockchain, non-crypto-based, decentralized identity solution? Like, is that possible? Why do we need to go down the crypto rabbit hole?
So this is, sorry.
Go ahead.
If I may, this is exactly what we've built with Viridian. So you have 3 levels or roots of trust. You have a primary root of trust that sits in the mobile phone where the keys sit and where all the signing activities take place. You have a secondary root of trust that exists in cloud infrastructure that gives you this interoperability or this ease of use. And then you have a tertiary root of trust, which we have anchored on the Cardano blockchain. And this gives you this flexibility, and it gives you this 2.5 approach, so to speak. And one of our main drivers was to bring enterprise adoption to Web3, or more specifically to Cardano. We went out and we spoke to our users, and their demands were, we cannot make a decision to just use one specific ledger or network for the foreseeable future. If you can provide us all of these valuable attributes that blockchain offers, if you can give us a decentralized identity solution, and we prioritize protocols over platforms, so there is no vendor lock-in, then we would go forward with that decision because we have this flexibility in the future. And at the end of the day, investments have been made already on technology. So Viridian also has these backward compatibility features that allow you to have interoperability with existing standards. So we've already done an interoperability project with MDocs, the mobile driver's license, that allows you to uplift your security profile by leveraging the protocol that I'm talking about as Key Event Receipt Infrastructure, also known as KERI, and the verifiable credential format, authentic chain data containers, which is this flexible data container that allows you to embed existing credentials. So there is something that is there, and it is growing in standardization bodies and growing in adoption. But it addresses some of these concerns that you speak about.
Definitely. Yeah, because I think sometimes what we maybe miss in this conversation is we're maybe 2 or maybe 3 degrees above the user here. User just wants to play games, gamble, whatever, what have you, right? Like a user just wants to go and do this. They want to live their life. They don't want to be on their phone thinking about, oh, I've got 27 IDs here. Which of these should I use for, going to the, get my driver's license renewed? Which should I use for, betting on the New York Yankees to win the World Series, et cetera, et cetera. So I would love to know just sort of, when you go to your respective users, how are you having these conversations, and maybe where are the bottlenecks for them in terms of, like, do they even care about any of this?
The thing is about seeing the direct benefit. If they see where the benefit is, if they see that it's not complicated, if they see what the availability is, I do fully agree with what Robbie was saying about having a personal DID, a social DID, a professional DID, but the thing is that the user itself, they need to understand how easy will this be for me to use it? How easy will it be easy for me to access it? How can I use it? Where can I use it? How will I distinguish one from the other one? That's what we have to push forward and make them understand what's the benefit of having all of this and decentralize it. Coming out a little bit of Google.
Well, yeah, so we talked a little bit about sort of, the pitfalls of this kind of, what are the unlocks here that, maybe we talked a little bit about, you get maybe paid or you receive some kind of, financial reward for controlling your data, and it's no longer going to these large companies. But, are there new business models that kind of arise in these new arrangements? And to what extent do those business models maybe empower a user more than maybe a centralized company?
I think maybe one, just to speak about, we work a lot in what I would call the lightweight ID space, meaning consumer loyalty and retention. We think a lot about that kind of stuff. And I think for me, one of the big unlocks is, again, this idea of interoperability, because for most people, I don't know about you, but I probably have a dozen different loyalty cards or accounts for airlines and shops and hotel chains, and you name it. Everybody wants to have a direct relationship with their customers so that they can know more about them and also so they can treat them better. And if we start to take more agency, have the ability to take more agency over our own data, then we can help facilitate those interactions. That's actually how our own loyalty program, the Mochaverse network, began as the idea, because actually, we wanted a screening tool. We wanted to know if we were going to give airdrops to users for new projects, are they going to be good users? Are they just airdrop farmers and they're going to dump our tokens? Or are they going to really engage with the product and use it and stuff? So how do we learn more about them? So we created an ID system, and that was 3 years ago. And obviously it's evolved since then, but we think the same kind of logic actually applies across all of e-commerce, essentially, which is, it's in the interest of every business and consumer, if there's a desired relationship there, to share with each other. When I show up at the hotel, I want them to know I've stayed 100 nights at their chain because I want the red carpet rolled out for me. So it's in my interest to share that information with them. And they want to know exactly who I am, just so they can give me the free glass of champagne or whatever it is that keeps me coming back. So I think it's actually in everybody's interest.
Yeah.
And this is actually, I would say you guys are a rare breed in the sense that you have these ethics built into your policies and you have the values. But there's a reality here about data correlation and aggregation, and there is a huge market about taking our data and selling it. Yeah. And the reason one might want multiple identifiers is because we are aware of this data correlation and this data collection. Our positioning to solve this is if the verification process is decentralized, then there is no central honeypot.
Yep.
There is no central area where this data correlation can occur. And one of the unique things that's happening in the state of Utah is they've just passed new law that says if you are verifying digital identity of our citizens, you are not allowed to aggregate and sell it. So what it unlocks, yes, it unlocks this potential of a safe environment where our children are interacting with other children, and we know this to be the case. But also, there's an element here behind incentives. Big tech companies are not going to change the way they play unless there is law that comes into place that mandates it. This is a lesson that's being learned in the state of Utah, and many states in America are also watching this. But we've seen this happen now with adult sites and adult content. There are these requirements for age verification, but I think we need to look at this at the other side of the spectrum as well, around children. That's where our biggest risks are. But this data correlation, this data aggregation is a huge problem, and these are the incentives for the market here, and that's why our data is so valuable. So you get the red carpet treatment, but they're also making a lot of money on the back end of your data, and we have no control over that. So to my colleagues' points, if that data stays with us and we can selectively disclose, then we take that away, but it's the law that has to come into play here and actually make our rights be protected, and the tech companies service us based on our rights and not the other way around.
Okay, yeah, very interesting. And I think we've kind of arrived at this idea that there's no sort of silver bullet that's going to solve all these issues. We're basically moving from one sort of design space to another. And a question I'd like to pose to you, Albert, is sort of, let's say we find this new solution, we leave Google in the dust, there's no honeypot, there's no centralized aggregation of our identity. Is there a possibility that we're maybe overlooking some maybe new security threats that could arrive in this kind of new dimension of kind of how we manage our digital identity, something that perhaps is overlooked? Yeah, any thoughts on that? I'm asking you to predict the future, please.
Yeah, that's very good. I think from the user's perspective at the moment, it's feeling more like managing your credentials, and the Web 2, I think, will fail, or all the centralized companies will fail at some point in history. We had last week, I think, this huge headlines that almost 2 billion data points were leaked on the darknet and uploaded afterwards on Have a Bean Pond together with the passwords. So I think from my point of view, if we want to solve digital identities and protect the users, we have to educate them. We have to make sure that the user experience is very easy, it should like feel logging in on Google or using Google because it's cozy. And that means the technology has to become invisible because, to be honest, who knows how a smartphone is working, or a bank transaction, or what is happening in the background? So from that point of view.
Yeah, that's a good point. We're on to our last sort of 4 minutes here, and to kind of underline the point of this conversation, the idea of a roadmap, looking into the future. In 2017, I know we were talking a lot about this idea as well, and it's 8 years later. I'm not sure where we are exactly. There are certainly more solutions that exist, but I wouldn't say the market is coalesced around a single or even a handful. What can we expect maybe the next 5 to 7 years? And I'd like to start from you, Bobby.
So I think, first, I think we've actually made a tremendous amount of progress because there are lots of solutions out there in the market that exist that are being used by users every day and that prove themselves to be reasonable products that can subsist in the marketplace. So I think that part is really important. But I think that actually the Web 2 companies are doing a bit of our job for us, which is nice. Because I think one of the shifts that's very important to keep in mind is a generational shift. So, I'm a middle-aged guy. I gave away my privacy 20 years ago, and I have no expectation of privacy at all. But for people who are in their 20s and 30s or younger, they have a very strong expectation of privacy because they actually are much more savvy in their online behavior, and they really understand how they're being monetized, sometimes against their will, by these companies. And so I think that this is a generational change that's happening where, it's like if you look at who gets scammed online, it's primarily older people, of which I fit in that demographic. So, fair game. And so I think that we're seeing a generational shift where consumers will actually vote also with their feet for products that can protect their privacy and protect their own personal information, just because they've been raised in this environment where they are fearful because they understand the risks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thomas?
I mean, one thing we haven't spoken about is AI.
Yeah, that's true.
And the reality is we need to find a verifiable way to delegate authority down to AI agents. And this is something that decentralized identity is truly fit for solving. Outside of that, this concept, there's some low-hanging fruit like usernames and passwords. So we can eliminate the need for usernames and passwords, and we can have passwordless authentication. That reduces a significant attack vector. It also creates a much better user experience if we're going to go back to the user-centric approach. But at a bigger picture here, perhaps, this is an opportunity for governments to rebuild trust in their citizenry, to mandate laws and technological decisions that actually reinforce the rights and the privacy options for citizens. We're living in an environment now where our digital trust is eroding every day, and there's an opportunity here to flip the script and to create a much more positive outlook in a digital realm and future. But we do need to come together. This isn't going to be one magic solution or silver bullet, as you said. We do need to come together and align on what our values are, what is important.
Yeah.
Is it security? Is it privacy? Is it interoperability? Is it how much money we can make?
I think that's a nice point to move down the line. Patricia,
Sure.
please, in terms of what should we expect in maybe the next 5 to 7 years?
If we plot, as the title says, if we plot correctly our roadmap for 2030, I think that by the end we will be able to own our own data, to own our own identifiers and not being renting anymore. So we are on the right path, and I think that if we continue as such, we will arrive there.
Nice. Albert?
Yeah, I think if we can achieve that, cyber criminals or cyber attacks will immediately decrease.
Okay. All right. Well, we have about 20 seconds left. I suppose that's sufficient. I think we covered a lot of our bases. Perhaps next time we'll touch on AI,
Yeah.
but that's a whole other can of worms. Thank you guys for joining us, and thank you for listening into this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
In a world facing urgent challenges, the Cardano blockchain harnesses transparency to deliver verifiable progress. From sustainable supply chains and circular economies to renewable energy and carbon emissions tracking, blockchain is changing the game. It's also powering humanitarian impact, transparent aid, and financial inclusion for underserved regions. Empowering communities and building a sustainable, equitable future with blockchain for good.
Okay, thanks to our panel there. So this next session comes with a prize, an advance copy. In fact, the very first copy ever printed of our next speaker's brand new book. So you should have all been given a raffle ticket when you entered the summit here this morning. So if you want to make your way after this session, I should add, back out to the expo room, ticket clutched in hand, the draw will be being made then. So exciting stuff. I think more of our sessions should have prizes. And the subject of that book is coincidentally, some might say, the topic of our next session. AI is entering a new era, from being seen as a tool to being seen as a partner. And next up, we're going to be exploring the concept of identic AI, personal digital assistants that amplify and augment human potential. It's an exciting space, so where does the potential for identic AI lead, and where are some of the challenges? Here to tell us more, let me introduce our next guest. He's the author of 18 books on this topic. His TED Talk has over 15 million views. Please welcome Executive Chairman and CEO at the Blockchain Research Institute, the brilliant Don Tapscott.
In the next 20 minutes, I'm going to try and convince you that AI is going through a very fundamental change that nobody understands. And this change is going to affect every business, every country, and it's going to affect you. Let me explain. A little background. Over the years, I've been lucky enough that it occurred to me this is the next big thing, and nobody knew anything about it, and there was no book about it. So I wrote a book, and it was a bestseller. So the digital economy, first book about the web, big book. The Naked Corporation described transparency as a new force. Wikinomics, first big book about collaborative innovation and social media. Blockchain Revolution, many of you have read that. Sold 500,000 copies, and it was the big book that took us from Bitcoin to blockchain. Well, in 2 weeks, this book comes out, and it's called You, the Power of Two. And indeed, take a picture of the cover, please. Available for pre-order now. The best way to get it is in massive volume, okay? You look like people with friends. Christmas is coming soon. Now, seriously, let me describe a scenario. You wake up, you get out of bed, you drag a comb across your head, and before you've started the day, your personal agent's already analyzed all your health data overnight. It's looked at all the stuff that you care about in the news, and as you grab your coat, grab your hat, and catch a bus in seconds flat, it's not just planned out your day for you, it's solved a bunch of problems. Production problem, solve. Customer problem, solve. There's going to be a new market here. You'll have an infinite number of vice presidents. You'll also have a doctor who's been to every medical school in the world and a tutor who's literally a know-it-all. How do you react when I tell you this story? Well, first of all, maybe you're excited about the idea of having a superpower. Maybe you're a little skeptical. This is too far off. It's not happening right now. Maybe you're a little uneasy. I mean, isn't social media and technology already messing up our lives, harming our children, creating self-reinforcing echo chambers where the purpose of information for many of us is not to inform us, but it's to give us comfort for our preconceived ideas? This is all we need, is more technology interfering in a deep way in our lives. Maybe you're downright worried. Is this some kind of science fiction horror show that we're shaping up here? You all remember 2001 when Hal, the computer, told Dave, "I'm sorry, Dave, I can't do that," as it killed off all the staff. Well, this is a profound change. AI is changing from being a set of tools to becoming part of the personal experience. And get ready for a huge change. Now, we call this identic AI, and the last panel was a good setup for this. Why? Well, identity has been going through a number of big changes. First of all, when we think of identity, we think about identification, right? You are who you are, or having the right credential for a certain situation. And if you need a credential showing that you're 18, you don't want to also give away all your healthcare data and your driver's license and all kinds of other data. The second big development in identity has to do with, it's not just a bunch of identification information, it's your data. So all of us, as we travel through life, we leave this trail of digital crumbs. And we create virtual mirror images of ourselves online, the virtual you. And the virtual you may know more about you than you do, because you can't remember what you bought a year ago, what you said a year, what medication you had, what diagnosis you had, what you had on a test, et cetera, dozens of classes of data. Now, I've called this digital feudalism. You know, under the feudal society, you didn't get paid, but you weren't a slave like the previous economic system. You were tied to the land. You created a bunch of produce. The landlord took away most of it, and you were left with some for yourself. Well, you create this data, the asset class of the digital age. And this data that you create is captured by a group of big companies. We call them digital conglomerates. The Magnificent Seven, they've been called. The top 10 of these companies represent the vast majority of the NASDAQ stock market, and their value is bigger than the GDP of not just the EU, but almost bigger than the extended Europe with 50 countries. One of these companies has a greater market value, twice the market value of the entire German stock exchange. How did they become so wealthy? They capture our data. And you're left with a few digital cabbages. So I've argued for years we need to get our data back. We need a self-sovereign digital ID. Now get ready for the next stage, because this is the change. That data, your digital ID, is about to get an IQ. And in the lifetime of many of you in this room, this IQ will be 1,000 or 100,000. What does that mean? Well, you all know about agentic AI, right? That's the big term rising with AI. Well, there are lots of agents. There are agents in call centers, supply chains, financial systems. The most important agents are you, your sidekick, your digital consigliere that helps you manage your life and solves a bunch of problems and brings almost infinite capability to you. Agentic AI. Will you repeat that term for me? Because this is the first time you heard it, and I think you're going to hear a lot more of it. 1, 2, 3, agentic AI, okay? 1, 2, 3, agentic AI. No, that was terrible. 1, 2, 3. Once more, louder. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Emblazon that in your psyche. Now, why should you care? Well, first of all, these are all chapters of the new book. And big changes. Work. Peter Diamandis, who we interviewed for the book, the founder of X Prize, says he has Peter Bot. He says, I kind of have an infinite number of vice presidents. You can assign to do all kinds of different things. What does it mean to manage someone with an IQ of 1,000, an extended IQ? When you're hiring people, are you just looking at their resume, or are you looking at their agent? If their agent is bringing most of the capability to the table, maybe you want to understand that and how well they've developed their agentic AI. What does it mean for compensation? What does it mean when that person leaves? Because that agent has a lot of data about the company. How do we sort out what belongs to me and what belongs to the corporation? These are big, tough issues. Learning. We have a broadcast model of learning from the industrial age. I'm a teacher, I have knowledge, you're a student, you don't. Get ready, here it comes. One size, one way, and you're passive in the learning process. The lecture is the process whereby the notes of a lecture go to the notes of a student without going through the brains of either. Now, I'm aware of the irony that I'm standing here giving you a lecture, but setting that aside, we can create a highly personalized, model of learning for the first time, but this is going to be complicated. Like, can we separate mastery, where there's a right or wrong answer, mastering content? Well, we got an agent that can help us do that, from the deep learning that's required for us to function as humans in this environment. The ability to think critically, to see the big picture, to solve problems, a passion for learning, the ability to do research and to collaborate with others. You know, I used to talk about when Google and these search engines were coming out, we're all making a conscious decision. What are we going to store on board and what are we going to store off board? Well, now with Identic AI, it's what am I going to think on board and what am I going to leave my agent to think about? Now, that's a powerful thing. It could be amazing. It could also dumb us down. So we're going to have to work at making sure that our human intelligence is developed in collaboration with our agent. Arts and media. Well, culture needs a new business model. It's already broken. You know, musicians, 40 years ago, if you were a songwriter and you wrote a hit song, sold million singles, you get $46,000 US. Today, you get 1 million streams, you get $11, you know, which won't buy you a good beer outside in the bar here in Berlin. So now we have these agents where everyone, in theory, could have a partner to help them become a powerful artist of some kind. Will we see a halcyon day and an explosion of all kinds of culture, or will the opposite occur? There's a lot of warning signs right now. You know, there's a big hit singer right now who has a virtual model of her. She's actually not a human. She's purely an AI. Got her #1 song on the charts. And, you know, virtual dawn, next time I give a talk after Christmas, it's going to be me and then digital me on the screen to answer questions, because I can't remember what I said, you know, in Wikinomics in page 200, but my agent can. So will virtual dawn start to be more interesting than dawn and be used more than dawn? The same thing for art and culture. Cities and infrastructures. Douglas Heinzman yesterday introduced a powerful new concept called the digital trust infrastructure. Every company needs one, every city needs one, every region needs one, and every country needs one. But we're going to have to build these things. This is an architecture problem. The opportunity is to help us function in our communities much better. Then we have health and wellness, sort of a broadcast model of medicine, same as learning. You know, I'm a doctor, I have knowledge, you're a patient, you don't, get ready, here it comes, I deliver health to you. No, we can have real-time wellness now if we organize this correctly. And then communities and belonging. This is a really important, and it's a tough topic as well. There are opportunities to help us collaborate together and to build better lives. I mean, right now, you're swiping on a dating app. Why not have your agent go and have 100 dates and screen out all the garbage? They'll have 100 dates with other agents and come back to you with a real strong recommendation where you think they're similar politically and you like the same music and so on. So each of these is a world of opportunity, of promise, but also a world of peril as well. So what does this mean for people who care about blockchain? I think the killer app, if you like, for blockchain is going to be reinventing the AI stack. How so? And how is that feasible? Well, first of all, who's going to own digital you? Digital Christine? Mark Zuckerberg? Google? Digital Christine needs to be self-sovereign. It needs to be owned by her. We don't need governments to protect our privacy. We need to own our data and our digital intelligence, and we'll decide how that gets used and how that gets exploited and managed, and we'll control that. That can't be done with the current architecture of AI. This is a modest little proposal, but it's feasible and it's achievable. And we worked through this in the book. Douglas is here, and he's developed this in the paper as well. First of all, decentralized physical infrastructure. This exists. We have the interplanetary file system, where files can be stored on the computers all around the world. And we use tokens to incent people to use some of their extra storage for a file. Same thing can be used for processing. And there's enough processing in the world to process AI. Most of it's dormant. It's not used. Let's decentralize it. We need a decentralized data fabric. Now, this is just a seamless framework that manages data across all kinds of silos and diverse environments. And a decentralized data fabric can solve a whole bunch of problems, resilience for one, but also the privacy issue, because we can decide, rather than corporations, who uses the data, and we can decide we want to monetize the data. Maybe we want to anonymize some data, or some of our intelligence to be used for scientific research or something like that. Number 3, we call the AI models layer. Now, there are a variety of different models that are trained on different data sets and distilled from other models, and these can be brought together in a decentralized way. And this is what populates this layer. And these models, we think there'll be a marketplace that emerges for these models. And right now we have, different kinds of agents, co-pilots that help us with assistant, and healthcare agents. And, I got an agent that's helping me with my sleep and stuff like that. But some of these models will be commercial, some will be open source, some will be new. And you can combine them together with a token-based compensation system and reputational management systems to ensure that they serve you and that they're controlled by you. So it doesn't mean there's no role for OpenAI or these other big companies. Whoops, I'm going to speed this up here. Autonomous logic. So these are agents and smart contracts. There was a discussion here yesterday. Does AI help blockchain, or does blockchain help AI? Well, it's kind of like love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage. Smart contracts can get a lot smarter, but we're also going to need AI agents that are goal-oriented, that can predict needs, make decisions, execute tasks autonomously, and smart contracts are going to become a critical part, not just for business, but for all of our lives. And finally, the applications layer. And this is really, this is a layer that allows you to execute a certain task. And unlike today's digital assistants that run on centralized systems, a Web3-powered digital self will give you full control over everything that you do. So you could have an application that's helping you manage energy in your home, and it will go out onto an open market and a grid and help you buy and sell energy from a distributed energy marketplace. Now let me close with a couple of thoughts. Do you remember that song, What If God Were One of Us? To be a god is not just to wield power. It's to transcend the limits of human life. Gods are all-knowing. They forget nothing. They fear nothing, least of all death. They act with foresight and a total awareness of what's happening that's indistinguishable from magic. And as identic AI agents evolve, these tireless companions are going to be giving us a godlike capability. And that could be a powerful thing. They could be more predictive. We could transcend our bodily decay, helping us see further, act faster, remember more accurately. But if they decouple from us, that could be a problem. We may find ourselves having and being gods without a conscience, if they lose a sense of who we are, and they might, what could be intelligent, they could be divine in power, but demonic in purpose. And they may cease to represent us, but transcend us. What was once a replication becomes an independent agent. And if they begin to see us as still caught in time, as flickering, as harming ourselves and dying, they could move beyond us and become something that is very capable. So more of a blessing or a blasphemy, that's what we're talking about here. And not just a deviation from our intention, but a peril of unknowable scale. And ultimately, in creating minds that can't bleed, we may summon something divine in power, but demonic in purpose. So I'm out of time here, but I do want to make one more point, if you'll permit me. It's right before the break. We're going to need a new social contract. And the book digs into that and explains what this new social contract looks like and how we can shape this future for the good. Now, last year when I spoke here, and I was very happy to, I used an analogy, and under popular demand, I'm going to bring it back because I think it's even more relevant for this particular talk. And the analogy has to do with something in nature. We've been studying nature a lot at the BRI recently. And the idea is called a murmuration. Have you heard that term, murmuration? This is, bees come in swarms, fish come in schools, starlings in certain parts of the world, in England, for example, come in something called a murmuration. And starlings are out throughout the day doing their starling thing, foraging for food and so on. And at night they come together and they create one of the most spectacular things in nature. And the murmuration has a function. It warms the birds up for the cold night ahead, and it also protects the bird. Look on the right of the screen here. That's a hawk, 25 times the size of a starling, being chased away by the collective power of the little birds. And scientists that have studied this say they've never seen an accident. The murmuration has some rules. Don't bump into anybody else. Don't get too far away. But ultimately, it functions under the principles that we've defined in the book for Identic AI. The murmuration is a great collaboration. You know, there's leadership, but there's no one leader in a decentralized world. The murmuration has a great interdependence. You know, I say to CEOs when I'm speaking that business can't succeed in a world that's failing. I think we're starting to see that now. Well, the murmuration functions as if the interests of an individual bird are connected to the interests of the murmuration as a whole. And the murmuration, it also has what I will call a great integrity, which is so important, because integrity is the foundation of trust. I mean, what is trust? One of those books that I showed you, it took me 3 months to write a sentence. I had read everything about trust. I think I can say it in a sentence. Trust is the expectation that the other party will act with integrity. Trust is the expectation that the other party will act with integrity, that they will do the right thing. And which is why a little bird will chase a predator 25 times its size, because it knows that the other birds will have its back. So I look at this and, you know, I get a lot of hope. Imagine if we can connect ourselves on this planet through a network of glass and air and intelligence and endow each of us with extraordinary new capability. What could that do? people say, well, what's going to happen, Don? You're a futurist. I'm not. I'm of the view that the future is not something to be predicted. It's something to be achieved. And I'm on a mission to build a movement here that Identic AI will serve us. And we decentralize the AI grid through blockchain to make sure that this smaller, smarter world that our children and grandchildren inherit is a better one. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Okay, great stuff there from Don. Don, love the idea of Identic AI. Love the analogy of the murmuration there as well. That feels to me to be a good metaphor for the work we're doing here in the community. So coffee break now. We will reconvene here in this room at 3:30 for our next session, looking at digital product passports. We'll see you back here then. Thanks, folks.
Welcome to the Cardano Summit 2025. Please welcome to the stage your host, Ben Thompson.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for that round of applause. Hope you all enjoyed the coffee break, a good chance to relax and catch up with people, digest some of the learnings that we've been sharing here today. And we have more of those on their way. So next up, we have a session looking at can blockchain deliver the solution for Europe's digital passport? Every product sold in Europe will soon need one of these. Complete life cycle tracking that traditional supply chains just can't deliver. So what does that look like in practice? What are some of the roadblocks and how do we overcome them? That is what our next panel is going to be discussing. So please welcome them to the stage, led by their moderator, Cardano's brilliant Jeremy Förster.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome to our panel discussion, Beyond Block Barcodes. Not beyond blockchain, but can blockchain deliver the solution for Europe's digital product passport? And my name is Jeremy Förster. I'm the Global Enterprise Adoption Lead at Cardano Foundation. So under the European Union's Eco-Design for Sustainable Products Regulation, ESPR, the digital product passport is set to become mandatory for numerous product categories starting in 2026, with some categories such as batteries already implementing a digital product passport. This is not just a suggestion, but it's becoming a core requirement for products sold into Europe, where penalties for non-compliance can cost firms up to 4% of their annual revenue. So this becomes now a massive shift to the global product manufacturing landscape. Furthermore, today, for digital product passports, blockchain-based traceability systems are already projected to total 45% of all DPP solutions. This is a significant market opportunity where, according to recent forecasts, the global DPP market is projected to grow from an estimated $2.4 billion in 2025 to $10.8 billion by 2035, which is almost a 350% growth year on year, which is very advantageous today to meet with our expert panel on their initiatives. And so I would like for each panelist to introduce themselves, and while doing so, to explain what industry they're in and the progress they have so far with DPPs. I'll start with the gentleman on my left.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeremy. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here with you. My name is Andre Vanny Robin. I'm the CEO and founder of Plastics. We verify that plastic waste was collected and recycled and enable the creation of digital certificates, technically NFTs, that guarantee that the waste was collected and recycled. And these digital certificates are used essentially for three reasons. Reason number one, to comply with environmental law, specifically extended producer responsibility. Reason number two, to create a financial instrument called a plastic credit, which is meant to finance additional positive environmental impact. And reason number three, to create a carbon credit related to plastic waste removal to incentivize the use of recycled plastic in the manufacturing process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Jeremy. So my name is Ward Wacht-Bellemans. I'm CTO of Tokenance. At Tokenance, we focus on building solutions, technical solutions for small, medium, large enterprises that go hand in hand with innovative technology, amongst which blockchain and AI. That kind of stumbled upon the requirement of digital product passport in the first place, which led us to partner up with Maurice Mauriac, which is a Swiss watch builder. So I'm wearing the Cardano watch at the moment. You've all seen that being presented yesterday. We didn't really expect it. We've sold a handful of them so far, so we're happy where things are moving, and we're extremely excited to see that the the Cardano community is willing to go and jump on that DPP train with us, with that being said in mind.
Yeah, so my name is Adam Dean. I'm a co-founder of one of many companies, but amongst them, Agro Labs. And Agro Labs is dedicated to exploring and consulting in the realm of supply chain, logistics, and tracking and tracing supplies and products throughout their life cycle. So everything from, with a high degree of focus on agricultural development. So recently we've been working with the Cardano Foundation on the Originate program, which was also known as the Bolognese wine pilot a few years ago, to really explore what are the standards that we need to do this tracking on blockchain, and how do we make blockchain an actually impactful and meaningful integration rather than just a buzzword for a pitch deck.
My name is Enrico Peffler. Thank you, everyone, for attending this session. And I'm the founder of OneMed. OneMed is a contract research organization, so we support pharmaceutical company and medical device company during their development of medical devices or drugs. And we support them for the regulatory compliance, both in performing the preclinical testing and also during the clinical data collection when they run clinical investigations. And so we deal also with the authority for supporting them in this sense. And we are here because also we are innovating this space, and we are becoming more a digital zero. So we are willing to use the blockchain capabilities to enhance reliability on the data collected during clinical trials and see how we can reduce human error and create more efficiency and create a basis for running AI solution for trust data.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm Lore. I'm the co-founder of Spin. We are a physical and digital infrastructure for smart objects, which means that we connect physical goods to smart contracts, to trace products, as well as authenticate the IP origin, ownership, and what we do is we also include services and transform objects into smart networks of products. So you could call this in Web3 terms a RWA deepin, but it's a passive deepin. So instead of an active deepin like a server or a Wi-Fi router, we connect these products, like the Cardano t-shirt is part of it. So if you see the merch at the entrance, you can experience what it's all about. You can tap the product, claim the ownership on chain, and experience objects in a brand new way. And I'm looking forward. Yeah, and we also worked with the EU in a 4-year project to actually create the blockchain standards for digital product passports, which, as you said, are going to be basically the black swan event, making all of this the new normal in the next couple of years. So it's very exciting.
Yeah, thank you. And actually, Laura, I would like to start with you. So the EU is technology neutral, but blockchain is becoming very advantageous to use. Should all digital product passports be 100% blockchain, or is a hybrid approach the better path forward?
That's a good question. So we were lucky enough to be part of a project called Trick, no pun intended, but the name is Trick. And there was 30 consortium members, and it was on Quadrant's blockchain, which is based on Go. But the interesting thing is that the EU, instead of blocking blockchain and fining people for using blockchain, they were incentivizing in 2020 people to build on blockchain these kind of solutions. So that was interesting, but it's also interesting to see that the data points are not yet confirmed from the EU, so there's still a lot of work to be done, even if the time frame is very short. But it's also not mandatory to put this data on blockchain as well. So it's, let's say, advised to put them on blockchain because of the many benefits that you can have from it, but it's not mandatory to actually be on blockchain. So that's
okay. And for Adam, what fundamental gaps currently exist in supply chain data and product systems that makes blockchain a meaningful solution?
Oh, yeah, that's a loaded one. But there's so many gaps in traditional systems, and not least of which being the disconnect between the end consumer and the various producers that products go throughout their life cycle. Where was my t-shirt made? Where was the cotton for it grown? All these steps that don't necessarily mean a lot to everybody, but to the people that they do mean a lot to, they're very critical. And so that ability to know the entire path and origin of your product from start to finish and to how it got to you, and then, of course, in the, God forbid, worst case scenario that you have to recall a product, being able to know who it went out to, and maybe identify the source of something like a contamination in an agriculture product is critical. And with existing systems as they are, that can oftentimes involve looking for paperwork that no longer exists. And so we have a little bit of black boxes in a lot of the supply chain as it stands right now. So I think there's great fits, but as Laura said, I think it is still a hybrid approach in terms of the solutioning that we need to do.
And to Ward, what are some of the less obvious but also equally important benefits of using blockchain that the audience may not be aware of?
The way that I would like to categorize them is you've got some inheritance or inherited properties by blockchain, such as native versioning, everything is immutable on chain. So those are the obvious things that everyone talks about, but they kind of make that other aspects that are not necessarily as clear or as logic that are being derived from all of this, like accountability, for example, which lives from the fact that anything on the blockchain is public. Accountability really builds from the fact that when you're posting information on a chain, there's traceability back to where that originated from and who it originated from, which inherently means that the way that we're going to be dealing with information on chain about products, about anything that happens really, is going to be more thought through, and less of an impact will be received from neglect or malicious intent. Things on blockchain really grow into more of an organic, creative, and structural correctness in that sense of the aspect. Alongside longevity is definitely talked towards about. It's more talked towards about from the perspective of data retention, but it goes way further than just that, where data has to not just be there for 10 or 25 years based on the regulatory aspects and requirements, but it also has to outlive systems as well as companies that may or may not be the owner of it. All of that has to be verifiable and proven on chain. That's just a grasp in a bucket of a lot of things.
Very good points. To Enrico, we're still early with digital product passports, and there are many initiatives with blockchain. But how do you see the regulatory framework evolving for the use of blockchain technology, and how can existing solutions remain compliant?
Well, in the healthcare sector, you mean? It's. Yes. I think this is a moving target that we need to follow. In the sense, there is a new European regulation also for example, for the medical device sector, and this raised a lot the bar of the quality for the manufacturing of medical devices, but also for tracking what happens after you introduce in the market your medical device. So there are certain post-market requirements, very strict. And this is going to require, let's say, manufacturer to collect a number of data from end user. So this can be physician, this can be patients, and you need to have these patient experience data in order that you can support the real-world safety and performance of a product. Because when you study a new device in the pre-market phase, you do certain clinical investigation with a very well-restricted number of patients, because you want to prove the safety first, and then also to prove that the product is performing as expected. So in this sense, the fact that you have to rely a lot on the real-world data after you introduce in the market the product, and so let's say the car is no more, let's say, driven by Verstappen, but we have also Enrico driving. You collect a number of potential misuse of the product. And if you have a blockchain-based technology and with an app or some digital solution to collect data, you can have, how to say, immutable data, but trust on the data that you collect, that everyone can inspect. So also authority can see that you collect the data in the proper way, there are no manipulation, wanted or unwanted, and this is creating what I say, the trust on the data that we see. And I think that the regulation is already going there, but they are not aware of the blockchain. Maybe because they think blockchain crypto, but these are two different things. So, but I think that we are going in the right direction for that.
And to Ward, we were speaking about this backstage. I think it might be important to talk about now is when it comes to regulations, most people, when they think about using a technology, they love to talk about being a standardized approach and ensuring interoperability. So should every blockchain that deploys DPP, should it function in the same way, or is there room for a variety?
Maybe let me first get back to the question that you asked to Enrico, in the sense that regulatory aspects also often get touch points with audits, and the way that audits are being conducted right now is very periodically, like every year a single or every month a single entity or company is being audited on a specific product or whatever. That fundamentally will change based on the fact that blockchain is real time, based on real world data, where touch points for those audits become more continuous rather than a snapshot in time. And that fundamentally will change that how the regulators will conduct these audits on companies and firms moving forward. Getting back to the actual question, so can you repeat the question for me, please?
Should regulators enforce that every blockchain operates the same way for DPP, or should there be a variety of implementations?
So I believe that there is some sort of base level structure that should be part of any given system or structure that everyone builds upon. Is a base foundation of what a DPP should look like. That being said, it would be unwise to enforce every single blockchain or every single protocol to enforce the same exact systems. That would be like asking Salesforce to adapt the same thing as another platform, for example. They do things in a different way because they serve different clients, different purpose, different objects, different methods. So answer to the question is enforcing complete 100% similarity, no. Same base, different build-ups with bespoke content and bespoke elements that build upon that base, yes, absolutely.
Great. Now I'd like to switch gears and speak more deeper about industry perspectives and the practical implementation value. So this next question I have for Andre is speaking about the actual eco-design principles for a digital product passport. And for plastics, you link recycling and recovery data to blockchain. So how does that make the sustainability claims around a product, how does that make this truly verifiable?
Well, I founded the company 6 years ago, essentially addressing the waste management industry, because the industry hadn't innovated in decades. And ultimately, since the core business model of the industry is built on two pillars of revenue generation, one of them being the collection process of the waste, and the other one being its separation, classification, and sale as a feedstock to the recycler. In the eyes of the public, obviously, everybody's always asking, or we're always asking the question, how do we know that the waste is being collected? How do we know that it's being recycled? And ultimately, the solution to that problem was having a hybrid approach, because you can put a lie on blockchain and it'll be immutable, it'll be transparent, it'll be there forever, but it's a lie. So you need to have a standardized approach towards verifying the data that you put on chain. And over the last 5 years, developed according to ISO standards to ensure global standardization of the methodology by which you can enable the tokenization of the data, essentially looking at what is the business model of the industry. And since the business model of the industry is collecting the waste, separating it, selling it, and shipping it, so you have documentational trail. Invoices, proof of payments, and waybills and bills of lading that are linked to that documentation. So you need to have a way to be able to verify this information and provide tokenization. And the same is from recycling to manufacturing. So ultimately, the whole purpose of plastics has been to ensure the proper verification of the data prior to its tokenization, using AI and classic verification tools so that people would trust the information that is on chain. A digital certificate, an NFT, which extracts publicly the invoice number, date, type of, and quantity of waste, and its destination, with the underlying documentation being off-chain, accessible only with private key. So by combining global standards in auditing, in verification, and blockchain, the end result is a solution that companies like Danone, who's a partner customer, I gave a case study this morning, Barcelona Football Club, Bayer Leverkusen Football Club, governments in Armenia and Salvador, UNHCR, can trust what is on chain. And that is the way to be able to generate the transparency that is so needed, so that all of a sudden financial instruments can flourish out of this data, and you can create these carbon credits, you can create these plastic credits, because the underlying data is trustworthy in addition to being on-chain.
That leads into some interesting opportunities for new business models based off of DPP. And Lord, how do you see the business beyond compliance with digital product passports?
Beyond clients, you said?
Beyond compliance.
Oh, compliance. Definitely. I think as we were saying before, the DPP regulation is basically making it mandate for every brand in the world selling their products that are textile-based, in our case, in Europe. A little bit like the iPhone now has a USB-C. That's because of European regulation, and it changed all the iPhones in the world, for example. And I think this is what's going to happen, because there's close to 100 billion products in fashion that need to be now connected with a NFC chip or a QR code to a digital product passport in the next 2 years. So the volume of this is phenomenal, and it's probably the biggest upgrade in our infrastructure, almost as a industrial revolution, if you want, because we're going to be changing forever how we're producing these products, how we're managing the information of these products, and ultimately beyond the regulation, as this kind of black swan, as we were saying, is that now that the products are connected, okay, what can we do on top of that? So you can add services, new business models, games, like these T-shirts have a game embedded that starts at 7 at the 15th floor. So you can test out, how to play an actual game with a T-shirt. And that's just some of the examples. And then you can have augmented reality try-ons. You can have take-back programs for recycling. So the entire cycle of the product changes, and new business models can come out and monetize with royalty fees, for example. So brands can produce less products and monetize what's already in the network, what's already in the market. So every time there's a resale transaction, a 10% royalty fee in our system actually goes back to the IP owners forever. And so yeah, it's just going to change the whole business model for everybody involved, I think. So.
And then beyond the business model, looking at the product lifecycle, to Enrico, for healthcare and the medtech industry, how does a DPP and using blockchain, how does this help for enable more granular device-level traceability, especially when we're looking at knowing when there's a product recall and post-market surveillance activities regarding healthcare infrastructure?
Oh, this is already, from a regulatory perspective, a requirement. So all medical device manufacturer and all pharmaceutical company have to provide to the authority a post-market surveillance system for recalling products in case there is a need or there is an emergency. And so they have a whole system for doing this activity, and this activity is every year inspected by the authority. So they need to prove every time the authority goes in their manufacturing plant, they need to provide an evidence, and they also do, let's say, a mock-up example of these recalls, and they show how it works. The problem is that everyone has its own system, and there is no harmonization, and sometimes these systems are not so reliable in a way that you can really have a sort of immutable record to check how things were, let's say, performed. And so in this sense, I think that today there is no solution embedding the blockchain or integrating the blockchain for providing this evidence. So this will be a big change, but in the positive way. So it will be, let's say, not a complication, but a support for providing compliance and giving evidence that these manufacturers are doing the things properly. So I see this very, very positively. But we need to create the right app. So let's do this maybe together.
Definitely. Adam, in the agricultural industry, these supply chains are highly fragmented. And oftentimes, like for Originate, our core focus was on proving the proof of origin for where a product came from. But when it comes to who is the exporter or who is the importer, who is the retailer, is there any intermediary processing done? Oftentimes that information is very difficult to connect to one another. But these are all requirements under a DPP. So how in practice will this occur of connecting all of the dots?
Well, yeah, and I think connecting the dots is, obviously the goal, but obviously also the hardest part of this whole push into the DPP. And yeah, there's so many gaps. I think Enrico may have just touched on it, that a lot of these systems, well, in the case of agriculture, a lot of times these people don't have systems. They have paper ledgers and things like that they're working with generationally. And so we have to not only introduce technology now to some of the most rural and difficult to access parts of the world, but then everybody's got a different ERP, and how do we make those systems talk to each other? So the nice part with using blockchain, and where blockchain is the perfect fit, is you already have a decentralized global network of shared storage of data, essentially whatever that data store happens to be. And I think Ward touched on it earlier as well, that we need the data to live longer than the companies in a lot of cases. And so there's tremendous opportunity for blockchain to be the correct solution. But it's really going to come down to the standards and how do we drive and promote adoption of these systems outside of Europe, largely.
And to Ward, like the DPPs may work for certain categories at first when we know the entire supply chain. But how do you see the DPPs actually scaling to a large mass, especially in the small and medium enterprise segment?
It all comes down to interoperability, making sure that, again, we can connect to these systems that already exist, like the ERP systems, the PIM systems. There's a lot of information already there. Making sure that the transition, or actually the incubation of blockchain within these systems is as seamless, as frictionless as possible, that's the first step. And then it's building from there, making sure that you're taking the right next step into optimizing, modifying, and making a recall back into the accountability with AI that we're working on. And also Andre mentioned like the ISO standards for collecting information and making sure that the right and correct basic for everything that we do is ready and there to be implemented. That's the key fundamental, and that's the stage that we are right now that we have to set, because if we do that wrong, then there is no scalability and everything will just tip over. That's the fundamental start, and from there we can really keep growing in every single direction, up horizontally, forward and backwards. Not backwards, but you see what I mean.
That's right. Interoperability is key, and so is collaboration. Laura, can you speak on this further? You were part of a 30-plus member consortium surrounding setting up standards and understanding what it means to be interoperable for a DPP. What were some of the challenges and outcomes from this approach?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was actually a $10 million project that took 4 years to achieve. So these are all very long projects. We've been in this mission since 2016, actually, and the European standards were announced and activated with this Project Horizon in 2020. And it took 4 years, as you were saying, just to basically put together what it could even mean to put this information on chain and how to do it, right? So not only the standards with ISO, but also, what kind of machines or data entries do we need at each step of the supply chain? Because the 30 consortium members were from academia, industry, supply chain, big tech, and we were providing the operating system that needed to interface with all of these players. And from our side, what we were doing is we were providing the software and hardware infrastructure. So on one side, we had to pull the data, but then we also needed to package it from a bulk data of the raw materials at the farm level. This was alpaca from South America. And with Piacenza Cashmere, it's a very old company in Italy from the 1700s doing cashmere and everything. So a very traditional company. They were then tracing this information from the supply chain, but then we needed to basically divide this information into item-level units. And so the complexity there was not only to get the information, but to package it at the item level in every product. And so that every coat, in that case, so they were making coats, every coat had its own web link, its own token, its own verified information by third-party individuals. So the certification is important. So not only the data aggregation, but also who's certifying and making sure that the truth is embedded in these tokens. And so after 4 years, it was just launched in November last year. And that's when we founded our company in the US, in San Francisco. And since then, we're now helping big corporations like LVMH and others, like we've been doing with H&M and other fashion groups, from fast fashion to luxury, on how to now connect these products, bring the DPPs inside, and how to manage these products with different business models. So it could be sample management, it could be sales, it could be rental. And so that's the interesting part of basically how to then transform these connected products into useful objects that can achieve more. But yeah, apart from that, the process, to answer better the question, it was pretty challenging to follow, let's say, government processes to create a tech product. That was the most frustrating part, I would say. The endless weekly meetings, the slow pace of implementation. I think, looking back, we could probably achieve that in a third of the time with half of the people at a fraction of the cost, to be honest. So I think that lean teams can often achieve much more in less time than these very big projects that require a lot of time and money. So that's my final takeaway from that.
Great. Thank you. Any other thoughts on industry collaboration? Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to mention that at institutional level with governments, there are 198 countries in the world. 63 countries have this regulation called extended producer responsibility. And of course, those that already have it, Europe being the major continent, they haven't adopted blockchain. And waiting for institutional alignment on how to adopt blockchain is a process, whereas in developing nations where they have the will to deploy this legislation, they have decided to leapfrog and adopt blockchain from the day one so that they can actually provide this traceability that they need to build their whole waste management systems. And this concept of leapfrogging and adopting this innovation, the deciding factor was, well, what is a standard that you can follow that is already there? And ISO at a global level was the reference point for this, hence allowing the facility to deploy blockchain in these countries without necessarily having to have a consensual industry approach to how to do it.
Yeah, I always think it's for a congestion period, there's a chicken and egg situation.
Yes.
But now that we're entering into the last few minutes of the panel, I'd like to start the lightning round, where I'm going to ask a question and have everyone try to give a quick answer. And so for the first question is, what is your prediction for the size of digital product passports? And what does adoption look like by 2030? Laura, you want to go first?
Yeah. Well, in fashion specifically, there's 100 billion products manufactured every year. And just look around you. Probably the ones that have the Cardano t-shirts are the only ones with connected products at the moment. But it's a little bit like looking back in time. You know, everyone had Nokia phones, and then the iPhone came and made smartphones bring internet in everyone's pocket. I think DPPs are going to bring all these objects that you see around you online by 2030, and it's just going to be normal for the younger generation to interact with objects that have intelligence baked in with blockchain IP registered and authenticity. It's just going to be a normal interaction to have these experiences.
Right, thank you.
Yeah, in the medical device space in Europe, we have today 500,000 different medical devices, so it's a huge amount. And but I don't think that every single device will be on chain by 2030, because in the healthcare sector, the adoption of regulation is very slow. I think that there will be early adopters, probably the biggest one, because they can see the value in how much money they can save for the future. So I would say probably 30% will be the adoption by 2030, given the slow, let's say, of this market. But it's super important for patients at the end.
Great. Adam?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a huge industry, but I think, like Laura touched on a little bit ago, governments aren't known for their efficiency. So where are we going to get by 2030 is anybody's guess at this point, I'd say.
I would like to see it by 2030 be the equivalent of a barcode. I don't know if it's exactly feasible, but I would like to believe that there's going to be sort of a regulatory pull, but as well as a brand push, where brands really see the DPP not necessarily as a compliance regulatory requirement, but also an asset to transparency towards their consumers. And that may drive certain industries towards 60–70% of the EU regulated products being with a DPP.
I think that the trend is undeniable that companies are to be responsible for the products that they put into the market. So eventually, all companies will be responsible for deploying DPP and being able to account for the products they're putting to the market. In terms of the waste management industry, we don't see a future where the data is not on-chain, because you cannot build transparency and accountability if there is no verified data on-chain. Yeah. So we see absolute blockchain penetration in the waste management industry within 5 years.
Well, these are all bold predictions, and unfortunately, that brings us to the end of our panel. But now, I think it's very clear that when it comes to DPP, it is no matter of if, but now a matter of when, and that when is now. So let's give a warm round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much.
Every product has a story, from design and use to what happens when it's no longer needed. But too often, that story gets lost. With the digital product passport, each item carries a secure, verifiable record of its journey. Repair history, carbon footprint, even instructions for recycling. Anchored on the Cardano blockchain, this information stays tamper-proof and trusted. Consumers gain clarity, businesses strengthen trust, manufacturers enhance audit trails, and recyclers receive the necessary information to keep materials in circulation. Powered by blockchain, digital product passports support more resilient, transparent, and sustainable product journeys. Explore how Cardano is shaping the future of supply chain transparency.
Great stuff. Okay, many thanks to our last panel there. And as you can see, we are now preparing for our biggest panel of the summit so far. We've gone from 6 panelists to 7 panelists. 6, 7, as the kids say. My kids will be so embarrassed that I've just made that reference. There's nothing like a middle-aged white guy jumping on the bandwagon to kill a meme. But there we go. Our next panel is going to be diving into investment strategies for the Web3 era. Okay, so we're going to be talking about current investment trends, due diligence frameworks, the evolving landscape of blockchain-focused funding, and much, much more. We've got a brilliant panel assembled to do that. I'm going to let them introduce themselves, but please give a warm hand for our panel and their brilliant moderator, Cardano's Andreas Plecher.
Okay, welcome everyone. I mean, the best for last, as usual. It's the biggest pack, and it's not just because we are the most number of people, it's also because it's the most number of relevant topics, because at the end of all the game that we talk about, we have been cooking, we have been speaking about what's happening on Cardano, what's possible, but at the end of the day, what really matters, so to say, I come from the financial world, is where actually capital meets investment and return. And we're going to talk about those opportunities together with some heavyweights, and I don't mean the weight in that sense, I mean because they have something to talk about, they have real stuff that has been done, real stuff that is possible, where we can actually invest and work the capital. So thank you everyone for joining me in this panel. And without further ado, maybe a brief elevator pitch from every one of you, and give the word to the youngest, Nikhil.
So, good afternoon, everyone.
Nope, I don't think that's working.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. Try again. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nikhil Joshi. I'm the COO of Emurgo, which, if you've been around for the last couple of days, you should know by now is one of the founding entities of Cardano. Our thing is very much anchored in RWA tokenization, building on Cardano, looking to bring liquidity to Cardano, interoperability, and really building out a Web3 finance stack of tomorrow.
Excellent. Florian, please.
Hi, everyone. Is it also working? Yeah. I'm Florian Vollery, co-founder of Liquid Finance, the biggest lending and borrowing protocol on the Cardano blockchain. We launched in 2023, already 2 years of mainnet and more than 100 million of assets on the platform. And our goal is obviously to offer DeFi lending protocol on the Cardano blockchain and bridge TradeFi with DeFi.
Excellent. I'm Bruce Jackson. I'm one of the managing partners at Members Capital Management. We manage portfolios of reinsurance, and even people in the traditional world aren't that familiar with what we do. But to fast forward, so our clients use us to invest in an asset class that's uncorrelated to anything else. The really neat thing is you can actually buy a tokenized version of it on the new London Stock Exchange digital exchange or in Archax, and you will hold it in tokenized form in a Cardano token in your wallet.
Amazing.
So my name is Monty Metzger. I'm CEO and founder of LCX. LCX.com is the leading Cardano exchange, so for Cardano native tokens. We invested early in the infrastructure and are proud to have listed most Cardano native tokens and established our beloved Cardano community as a core part of our platform. We are now 7 years old, and we've built the infrastructure to bridge traditional finance with blockchain innovation and doubling down now on tokenization. And we had a little pilot project a few years ago called Diamonds, tokenized diamonds. And I'm now proud to announce that we have, just today, relaunched and rebranded it into Total Finance, which stands for Total Tokenization. We're building the infrastructure to not only tokenize diamonds, we became the largest tokenized diamonds marketplace with Diamonds, and now we are expanding that to all different types of commodities, energy markets, commodities, rare earth elements, and we're building strong on Cardano, and that's the key announcement we now did together with the Cardano Foundation just today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing. Come on, Sheldon.
All right, is it working? There we go.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, hello, everybody. It's a great privilege to be here on stage with so many esteemed gentlemen. Yes, so my name is Sheldon Hunt. I'm the founder and CEO of Sundial Protocol. So Sundial is a very interesting piece of infrastructure that we're building out. It's essentially Cardano's first layer 2. It is a hybrid UTXO chain that plugs into both Bitcoin and Cardano. So we believe we are marrying the best of both chains, bringing programmability to Bitcoin and liquidity to Cardano. And very excited. We are institutionally focused and looking to launch early next year.
Good evening, everyone. This is Vineet here from Sigma Capital. Sigma Capital is a $100 million fund based out of Dubai. I've done 2 funds before this, 300 plus investments. Not invested early stage Cardano, but been in a lot of competitors like Sui, Casper Labs, and a lot of stuff. Been investing in Web3 startups. I think the last 2 funds were more focused on how can we get capital in and get great returns for LPs. What we're moving away in the new fund is, I don't think crypto will become big unless we don't get 3 things done. One is get real capital. We need to get traditional capital in. That capital went into ETFs, and that capital went into treasury companies. That needs to come into venture capital. Otherwise, we don't have those big companies anymore. We need to get real adoption. Actually, there are no users in Web3 yet. We need to get to those companies like Reliance, which have 700 million subscribers, to see to it that we get 50, 100 million users in here, with every protocol. So we're trying to do that. One is get capital, get real users, and finally get real founders. Hackathons have been kids coming in and taking $40,000, $50,000 and going home. We need to get entrepreneurs here who solve real-world problems. And that's what we are doing with Sigma Capital, building the real VC in the long term.
Excellent. We're going to make sure that you leave here in full in love with Cardano, Vineet. You're not going to make the same mistakes again. Okay?
I did a few investments in Cardano, but not a lot. I wasn't there when the ICO happened on Cardano.
10 ADA doesn't count as an investment. So amazing. I mean, thank you very much. I think we all heard that there is like a lot happening. Let's deep dive a little bit more. I mean, coming from the old world, traditional finance, into the new Web3 space and what that entails. Let's dig a bit deeper what that means and what the journey is. And that's where we build our questions around. And I mean, talking about bridging the gap and how we can use what we learned from the traditional frameworks and bringing that in the new world. I mean, like RWA. I mean, for me, RWA had a different meaning as today. So what happened? So what are actually really the key elements that we need to look into to make it happen on a decentralized infrastructure? And maybe the one is just cooking at the moment a lot. Monty, you maybe want to highlight a few of those experiences?
Absolutely. I mean, we are talking about real-world assets, but we've seen different types of adoption. Currently, there is now a lot of financial products being tokenized, and we do see different asset classes being put on chain. And on the other hand, we had been always, from our side, working on like real assets, which you can really touch, like diamonds, gold bars, silver bars. We launched the largest tokenized diamond collection on Cardano as well, which was sold out immediately. And so we do see different asset classes being tokenized. And probably the most successful tokenized asset at the moment is money. So this is the first phase of tokenization, and already now with the current interest rates, a true killer app with more than 500 million active users worldwide, and then the companies behind making massive profits, obviously. Then the second element is really these all different assets. And ultimately, what we see in institutional adoption is we're breaking down the barriers because the frameworks which are there are very analog. Settlement takes several days, in commodities trading sometimes up to 30 days. It's hard to verify, and also the settlement itself is something which can't be verified afterwards. So these are all problems which we know we can solve easily with blockchain technology. And so that's why in the next couple of years we do see institutional adoption happening by transforming assets. So in the future, assets won't just move, they will think.
Yeah. Absolutely. But thank you for that. Absolutely amazing. I mean, taking it one step back now, having all these new opportunities and possibilities that you are realizing. I mean, Florian, you're one of the guys that looks deep into the number and what's behind. I mean, we used to do due diligence. We used to have like performance analysis on the investments, KYC, all the compliance stuff, knowing from the traditional financial world. How does that influence, and how do you use that in your environment, being like one of the few lending opportunities that we have on Cardano?
So I would start saying that DeFi, it's an extension of finance. For me, we are not reinventing the wheel. And I think what will perform in DeFi is taking what performed well on traditional finance and put it on the blockchain. And in traditional finance, everything is linked to the trust. You give money to a bank because you trust them. So banks have regulation. And one of them, for example, when you think about is the reserve. Every time we have a stable coin that is issued on the blockchain, what are the reserves? Or when it's a real-world asset, how do you ensure that the real-world asset exists somewhere to back the assets on the blockchain? Another important topic is the oracle, the pricing, the valuation. How do you ensure that the assets on the blockchain is priced at the same valuation that you have it on the TradeFi? And also, if it's involved in structured product, for example, like lending, it's the same as TradeFi. How do you liquidate this position? How do you recover money, from the collateral into stablecoin or fiat money? So all of these questions are, I would say, very important in the product design on any DeFi. And this is, I would say, where I think most of the people are working on, is to bring trust, have the collateral, and the correct valuation.
Okay, understand. Anything to add? Anybody else wants to pitch in something where is it hindering you to do business, looking at the so-called classical requirements in order to launch products? Anybody?
I would say it's hindering us. When you said old and traditional, I thought you were going to come to me right away. The reality is that we
live in the Bermuda, so we come from the traditional world.
We're a very traditional asset class. Like investing in reinsurance is something that's been done for 350 years, but only the biggest pension funds and endowments in the world do it actively for the last 30 years. And that's where we come from. But mostly we come from a world that's heavily regulated by securities exchanges, that we have to run the gauntlet of Hannover Re and Munich Re and all the big reinsurance companies who have their own process that's worse than a regulatory process. So we come from a world where that's expected of us. And now we're trying to learn about how we can scale. And scaling means, how do we become attractive to a client that is web central, a web basically centric mentality, T+10 second world, which is not. So we come with this huge experience. Like I have a personal relationship with most major securities regulators in the world. We understand that bit. We're looking for partners who can help us translate that into distributing our product out into the Web3 world, because distribution is everything at the end of the day. And that's how we're doing it. And so one of the things that I watch the banks, because let's be frank, they always win. Doesn't matter what happens, they always win. And people keep saying, well, this is so great, when's it going to scale? It's really easy to answer that. When it's profitable for the biggest banks to sell investment products and to deal with their clients on chain, and they can incent their advisors to direct all their commerce on chain, that's when it scales, when they can make money doing it that way. And we're not that far.
No, we're not that far. I mean, and that's a perfect segue to the second one. I mean, is there anything else that hinders this large amount of capital inflows into the Web3 space? I mean, I'm looking at you, Nikhil. I know Emurgo is doing a hell lot, and we heard about from Phil this morning about what Emurgo is doing together with other entities. Anything to highlight on this? What's blocking the money to flow?
Well, as soon as we start talking about, as soon as we say the word institutional, you can't go much further without saying the R word, which is regulation. Sorry, very boring, right? But it's so. I also coming from a traditional background, as most of us do, and as you alluded to, Andres, RWA meant something else. It meant risk-weighted asset. It was all about capital. And even in a traditional space, the rate or the pace of engineering for different types of financial products and how they work, the regulation could not keep up with that. So the regulators were always on the back foot, and therefore always trying to apply some kind of square peg, round hole solution to that type of financial product innovation. Now, in this space, that innovation is supersonic, right? So you've got to be a little bit empathetic with the regulators, that they're never going to be able to keep up with the rate of change that's happening here. And that's unfortunate for them, but they are, if all you've got is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. I would say that the regulators need to get rid of the hammer and find something else, because there are certain risks in this space, but there are certain different risks. It would be cool if the regulators actually applied, for example, capital relief for the use of innovation, as opposed to being, highly skeptical of it. So regulation is there. I would say it's inching forward in the right direction, but that pace of inching forward is different from one jurisdiction to another, and that ends up with an unlevel playing field. Right, and I'd say, we're seeing very positive movement coming from the US, right, which is good, but it is an unlevel playing field at the moment so far, and that creates a reticence on the part of institutions and how they want to invest, how much they want to invest, and when they will. The other thing is that you get this thematic feedback from regulators, which is, oh, we like blockchain, but we don't like crypto, right? And you have to, you say, well, actually, those two things go hand in hand. And by the way, just because you don't like crypto, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? So that, and by the way, Fred and Cardano Foundation do a fantastic job on bringing regulators up the curve. There needs to be much more of that engagement to get a level playing field. That, for me, is a key component to opening the gateway for institutions to come in. There are other components, of course. Product market fit would be the next one on my list, but I'll stop there.
I think that's one of the main points, and I think Vineet has mentioned 3 other points. You want to further elaborate on those?
Sure. So for me, when I talk about institutional capital, it is about family offices and others coming into blockchain. Now, my problem is much before regulation. I completely agree that regulations are critical. There are 2 more things that are important. One is education, and second is adoption. When I go to these family offices, they say we have invested in Ethereum and this and that. I ask them, what does Ethereum do? Trust me, 90% of these guys who have bought Ethereum don't even know what it does. And try this as an exercise next time onwards. So the point is, first I have to explain to them, Ethereum is not Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a store of value, and Ethereum is a startup that basically builds smart contracts. It's like Uber, like Facebook, and Aave is not Ethereum. Aave is something else. So one part is the education part, and the second part is the adoption part. I was in FII Miami in February, and we were in a group of 30 people where all the senators were sitting, and they were talking about the stablecoin bill. And they were like, US is going to change the game and stuff like that. And I ask sometimes funny questions. And I said, I have a question to the group, 30 people group. I said, how many of you have used a stable coin to pay for a coffee or anything except trading? And we can do this as a show of hands here as well. Only 3 hands were raised. So basically, they want to regulate something that only 3 people have used in their real life. This means adoption. In fact, I can do a survey. Guys, how many of you have actually used a stable coin to buy something real world, not to buy Bitcoin or Ethereum? Can I see a raise of hands? See the numbers there. Adoption is still early. See, the point is, unless...
Ask how many have used 8-hour Bitcoin to buy something real.
So anyone who's used Bitcoin to buy something, unfortunately, I don't like you because Bitcoin is an asset. You don't use an asset to buy a coffee. Asset to, expense transactions are bad. Buy Bitcoin or buy a house, that's okay. So you shouldn't be buying coffee with Bitcoin. But see, that's the point. What we are explaining to people over here is that please understand, when people say token, it's not so tough to explain a token. A family office that has invested in an equity of a company is buying the future revenue of the company, which basically means if Binance does $100 million revenue, it goes to CZ as the owner. Token is nothing but ownership of process. So Binance has the core activity of trading of tokens. The tokens are basically, the trading fees goes in BNB. So when volume goes up, BNB goes up. So it's nothing different than equity. There are founders behind these companies. There is business model. There is growth, and you have to invest in it. So that education and that adoption where they've used is still missing.
Okay, we are working on it heavily. I mean, I think Cardano has been cooking 2025, and you're going to see a difference next year. It's going to boost. Sheldon, changing a bit the sides now. You working on an amazing project, and thank you for that. I mean, we're all looking forward to that happening. It's very soon, I hope. But you're running around looking for investors, as being in the Web3 space, building something amazing that's going to bring tremendous value to the Cardano ecosystem. How is it for you, and is it perceived, to find those investors?
Yes, well, I guess to kind of comment how it all kind of relates to traditional finance, it's also very deeply tied to these pursuits in finding investors who actually understand, to your point, the use cases, how it all fits together. Because where we sit, I think many of the people here in this room want to be in a situation where we find that traditional finance and the crypto cypherpunk ethos, they meet in the middle in a nice hybrid. That's kind of the ideal situation. And unfortunately, it's generally a bit of a swing back and forth. We see these extremes. And so when we go about, and we've been doing it now for about a year, going around the world, talking to people about Cardano, talking about the use cases that are possible, there is still major gaps of knowledge that just aren't there. They see things through very traditional lenses. And so a point to raise, and it kind of relates to what Nikhil was mentioning about regulation, everybody is still looking at the largest narrative for Cardano being around ETFs or around digital asset treasuries and treasury plays. What is going on there, it's basically like a digital asset that's going to the traditional world with very traditional vehicles that is very slow and clunky. There's very little that's actually Web3 there, unfortunately. So we've got to do what we can to kind of start to bring it back to the middle, that idealized middle position there where there is Web3 components. For investors, this last year has been quite interesting because you've seen basically a move away from pure token plays. It hasn't been a very lucrative time for those who are looking to do projects related to retail. We are very much in a cycle now that is institutionally focused. And so you've got to go with that mindset and be talking to VCs and institutions looking to cater to, ideally, the banks, looking to talk to insurance companies, looking to actually scale pretty ambitiously. And for some of these institutions, they've been burned the last couple of years, either by degen plays, or they were caught up in this idea that open blockchains, we don't need that. Let's build our own closed blockchain and just have it run for ourselves. And we've seen those go badly, be it with Maersk and other large companies that try to build their own structures in place. It just doesn't work. So I'm all over the place in this particular answer to your question, but it's been a very dynamic time, and I would hope that in the coming years, we see an appreciation for using the tech in a more creative way to meet in the middle, where we are able to solve real-world problems. And it's not a popular thing to say in perhaps a crowd like this, but 98% of projects probably don't need a token. Kind of get back to the fundamentals. And so, yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's a good statement. Nevertheless, we have 3 friends here in the row that are actually working on bringing actually traditional business into the new technology. And maybe, sorry to say, I mean, insurance, it's not the most exciting business. But, I mean, Bruce and MembersCap are actually tokenizing one of the oldest traditional businesses in the world.
Yeah.
Want to talk about that?
Sure. And, reinsurance is a strange thing, but think of it this way. So, not only insurance companies write policies, reinsurance companies bring an extra capital to them, effectively lend them the capital in exchange for a fee. They let the insurance companies rebalance their portfolio. We stand behind the reinsurance companies. We do retro. What we do is a reinsurance company like a Hanover Re or Munich Re needs to change their risk portfolio. So we'll basically reinsure them. At the end of the day, what does it look like? Sometimes I don't even tell people it's reinsurance. Here's what it is. I have a 1-year duration portfolio that is going to, after all fees, return you 9 to 12%, has zero correlation to the economy. So it doesn't matter what fixed income does, doesn't matter what equities does, doesn't matter what crypto does. We have no correlation. So that's why every major pension fund and large family already owns a reinsurance portfolio. But the industry also is intentionally opaque. They don't want everybody to know how it works because it's really lucrative, right? Like our portfolio has a really high return. And of course, you always have the risk of something happening that can wipe out one of your notes. And that's the reality of peril. But bringing it to the institutional market, I was until June the global chief of digital assets for Apex Group, which is, they administer $3 trillion in alternative funds globally. And as an advisor to the firm I now work for, we just wanted to create the infrastructure so that we could accept a digital institution, a digital foundation, who have capital that they need, a treasury that needs to be managed, a balance sheet that needs to be invested. And if you're going from owning a bunch of your own coin and some Bitcoin and then digital cash, tokenized money market, or whatever, you have to step up the chain. I think the next step up is something with a 1-year duration. But here's the tricky part. So we start talking to banks and to other distributors of product and saying, this is a really, really interesting risk-return profile. You have 10 or 11% yield. When do I get it? I mean, like, what do you mean, when do I get it? When do I get it? Once a year is not good enough. If you pay it to me monthly, I'm in. We don't do that yet. Yeah. However, in partnership with some of the people in this room and others, by bringing in a structured product that contains our traditional revenue stream and maybe partnered with a more liquid revenue stream and with a DeFi lending overlay and other technological structuring elements, we're going to be able to get our product into everybody's wallet with a 1-month liquidity cycle.
I mean, I think that's really amazing, and thank you for going the way to make this happen. And I mean, if one of the most traditional businesses is coming on chain or becoming tokenized, I mean, are we close to become mainstream? And the other most traditional or initial business that created actually the banks is the whole lending part. I mean, it's all about borrowing and getting interest, and the one that is digging deep in that, Florian, how do you see that? Is that going mainstream soon? Is that?
Yes, I think there is also 2 other obstacles I would like to add before it goes mainstream. So obviously, as my colleague said, regulation, usability, adoption are key, but I would also say education. DeFi is quite new, so for a lot of people, let's say from traditional finance, like a family office, DeFi works differently, so they need to understand. And also they need to start using a wallet. It sounds maybe simple, but a lot of people don't feel comfortable, using a wallet. What should I do with my seed phrase, etc. So I would say the 4 things that need to be worked on is regulation, adoption, wallet, and also education. Yeah. And to complete with what Bruce said, for us, the main goal of DeFi in the lending field is to democratize, I would say, the access to this reward asset, democratize also the yield, that people can participate to these opportunities. So how it would look like, so a protocol like Liquid would partner with, for example, a credit gate that has the knowledge to perform due diligence on the borrowers, to assess the credit worthiness, to select the best collateral. Then basically they would sign a contract with this credit gate. We finance you 1 million at X, and then the credit gate would borrow from Liquid. And then they would refinance themselves. And I think this is how basically we can offer the access for the suppliers, and also have being able to finance, I would say, at a lower interest rate, these borrowers, that's what they would get from the banks. And this is, I would say, the key to have these products becoming mainstream.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Well, we have covered a lot of the traditional stuff, and what's more traditional than the commodity space? Monty, anything to add on this to make this mainstream?
Yes, let's talk from vision to reality. Yeah. So a big vision is commodity trading is more than $30 trillion in volumes. And only a small percentage is now tokenized in pilot projects, but it's already a substantial part to the current cryptocurrency industry. So here we're talking about the vision, because ultimately we could outgrow our own industry, becoming 100 times bigger than the current total market cap of crypto and total trading volumes. And that's, I think, where we are now getting started. It had been part of an idea since many years, but we now see it's getting traction. Now, talking about reality is when I see that a lot of these projects here, also as we had been supporting the Battle of the Builders, and the startups being here at Cardano Summit, become more tangible, better, more mature. The projects they are developing are not just core infrastructure, but actual physical things people will use and will lead to more mass adoption. And ultimately there, we also contributed a lot, because at LCX we had been filing a lot of MiCA-compliant white papers. These are required now, and this is the legal framework which is required, and this is part of the current reality. We now have a legal framework which is enabling everybody to issue a token the legal way, to apply for registration and trading and centralized exchanges with these publication of these MiCA-compliant white papers, and also in other jurisdictions. So this is Europe with the markets in crypto assets regulation, but also in other jurisdictions like the US. They're now doubling down the Genius Act, making stablecoins. Then there will be a Crypto Markets Infrastructure Act. And ultimately, token sales are really back, because it's opening up the US market. Nobody could participate in the past. There was token sales from us, where we did some of the largest Cardano projects launched at LCX, and US couldn't participate. And so now with these white papers, just to conclude, we filed an official MiCA white paper with application for trading for ADA as well. And so that's in the ESMA registry, and we've now filed for many other Cardano projects as well, helping the ecosystem to leverage this reality which we now have, and building up on the vision.
Absolutely great. Thank you so much. I mean, I honestly believe that you guys are kind of creating the spark that is needed to ignite the wildfire, and it's going to spread, and I'm sure it's going to spread a lot. I mean, people look at
I just hope it's not a fire that I've insured, that's all.
Huh?
I hope it's not a fire that I've insured.
No. Don't worry. Don't worry. Everything is insured in some way or another, hopefully. Nikhil, to round this up, how do you see that on the tokenization and becoming mainstream? Are we close?
Yeah, I'm going to take the education point and characterize it in a slightly different way. I think a lot of this is sales pitch, right? So when we talk about mass adoption, you can't force people into adopting.
Yeah.
So it has to be sales pitch or hand-holding. I think some of that points to blockchain being the slightly less glamorous, but the very critical need, right, the rails that operate in the background. In a way, we shouldn't talk about it. We shouldn't have to talk about it.
Yes.
It should be as easy as click on your phone at a point of sale and walking away. And within that, there's then a differentiation between blockchain as rails, and I describe it as a feature, versus crypto as a product. And quite often, we talk about blockchain and crypto as if it is a product only.
Yep.
And I think that's slightly off. And I think that doesn't help unpack some of the conflation that exists within the broader, addressable market, where it is, I'm sure people in the room have this every day. Blockchain, Bitcoin, Web3, crypto, all of these words are used interchangeably, like they're exactly the same thing, right? So it is education, but what I'm stressing is the need to handhold. And within that, there'll be certain facets or assets, perhaps, which are tokenized sooner rather than later. So real-world asset tokenization is a bit of a narrative, and I think we recognize it as such. But there are components of that which are landing sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
I think we can see that stablecoin, which is ultimately a real-world asset, it's fiat, and it's tokenized, right? Is a product market fit, and everyone's got, hallelujah, look, here it is, finally, we can demonstrate to the world what it is.
Yeah.
And then you kind of go down the pecking order of maybe we'll start with more liquid assets. People want to tokenize listed debt, listed equity.
Yes.
Do you need to do that right now? Well, I mean, it kind of works okay on traditional rails. It could be better. Is that going to be the hook, right, that makes people go, oh, I get it? Or would you start with something that would benefit from tokenization sooner rather than later? Like, for example, private credit. And perhaps within that is the more liquid side. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that it's not binary. It's not everything today or nothing today. It's on a gradual scale. Yeah. And to the extent that some of this can be normalized and standardized, and in some cases not even talked about, that is where the mass adoption comes in.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah. I mean, as our industry evolves and the speed actually evolves, so is the time on our panel. Unfortunately, we come already to the last question, and I really ask you, give it 1 minute just to finish that off. And we need, I mean, if you look at the speed of the blockchain industry and the Web3 industry, do you think the ventures cope with that? Are they adapting to it, and can they keep up?
So for me, when it comes to venture, I think people are moody over here. When the SEC puts a case on Ripple, suddenly everyone shifts to, we'll only do saves with the token warrants. And then suddenly market goes down and everybody becomes a liquid investor. And then suddenly Trump comes and everyone's a venture investor. So, I think it depends on fund managers, where they have always been, changing their strategies. For me, I think tokens are amazing because this is what I tell TradFi. When I go to Sanabel in Saudi, I tell them you are investing in this venture fund in the Web2 space, which gives you money back after 8-9 years. If you look at Uber, Uber did an IPO in 8 years. Airbnb did it in 11 years. While tokens are something which launch anywhere from 1 month to 3 years. So liquidity is faster. Imagine the IRR you can give to people if you can return them the money back in 3 years. So for me, as a fund manager, I only focus on 2-3 things. My new fund focuses 40% on liquid tokens. Whenever this market goes down, there will be amazing opportunities to buy stuff. If you get a 40-50% discount, you can actually return money back to investors in 3 years. And the venture capital can kick in later and give you the multiples of 5-6x. This is how we can attract traditional capital to come in. So yes, people change, things are fast, but there's something known as strategy as well, strategy to invest. And that's what I see missing. People who build the real venture capital will actually end up becoming big, because Uber didn't raise $1 billion to make an app, to make a flashy app. Uber raised $1 billion to make you lazy, not to stand outside in the sun. How many of these funds have actually done this, or how many of these crypto projects have actually changed your way how you transact or interact? None. Hopefully we do that in the next 10 years.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Vineet. Sheldon, in a nutshell.
Well, yes. So I guess, like in a nutshell, as we see the entire space, it's always shifting. There's narratives that come and go. There are particular seasons, and to your point, there are long-term opportunities here for those who stick to the fundamentals. And so we've got to be mindful that the world today and the narratives today will shift again. So as you likely all recall, there was a lot of craze around, as I was mentioning earlier, these digital asset treasuries. I do believe that there is going to be a bright future for those companies that start to add digital assets to their treasuries. But these wild swings in speculation are a little bit out there, but in time, things will stabilize. And we've seen it play out in the space. There's these spikes of mass adoption hype, excitement, and then there's this crash to disappointment, those 40% drops. But if you've got some conviction that this is going to be a long-term play, and I think all of us on stage in this room are convinced that this is a long-term play, you see this through. You strategically deploy where you know there's value over the long run, that there is a product market fit. It can be a lot more difficult to do that than to say it, but you have to have some conviction in this long run. And I think, not to kind of hype it up too much, but when we see some of the largest companies in the world coming around and taking a look here, when we've got Google and Facebook, Meta, and these others who are going to be coming off the sidelines and getting involved, when we see a world where real estate isn't the asset that it was before, and it's a very dynamic place, so it's a very exciting time.
So it's happening, it's moving.
It's happening, without a doubt.
Monty, sorry for the short time. Anything to add?
At the moment, we're at a tipping point, basically from seeing the industry and the institutional capital being afraid to embracing it. So why had they been afraid? Because they didn't understand what's going on. And they had been now learning, seeing. The second is that they didn't see a market fit, like how can we make any money? And now we've seen some of the crypto companies like perpdexes or stablecoin companies becoming the most profitable companies in the world in ratio to their employers. Yeah. And so now they are really embracing it, and that's what's, I think, the very exciting years ahead, where we see how can they actually adopt it with us, together with us, learning from our experience, and that's why we're here.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Bruce?
So I don't work at a bank, but I just want to leave you with one thought. Watch the banks, okay?
Yeah.
Because we've woken them up. Stable coins are taking away their deposit base. That's how they make their 300 basis points of free carry. Private credit, DeFi lending is taking away their lending revenue, okay? Yeah. Custody used to be at a bank. You can now do custody with Coinbase. We have been undercutting all their core revenue streams, and we woke them up. And they're going to win. They are not going to be happy if you keep using Revolut and Wise for all your transactions. So something's going to happen. Either Revolut's going to take a run at a traditional bank to get their license portfolio built out. When they do that, the knives are coming out. It's going to be a free-for-all. The banks are going to consolidate this whole thing and make us all rich again, which is good.
Okay, Florian.
So I share the analysis. We are at the tipping point. Regulation is there, infrastructure is there, so everyone wants to join. I think also what I'm witnessing is more and more collaboration between DeFi projects and TradeFi players that are building their own ecosystem. I call that institutional DeFi, the merge of these two forces that want to take on the banks, basically.
Yeah. Perfect. Nikhil, 20 seconds. No, 15 seconds.
I should end on something positive. Yeah, it's definitely coming. I agree with what Bruce said. When the banks are woken up, when they've been prodded and forced to wake up, then in a way, normalization is coming. That's a double-edged sword. The mass adoption will come. It'll take some of the glamorous and sexiness out of the space, though, I think.
Okay. Hey, thank you very much. It was an honor to be with you on stage, and I hope it was helpful to everyone here. And I think we are done for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
hero I came to become. Knowing I do what I do and I do it, I ain't gonna stop till it's done. Can't never fool me, I got all it takes. I'm gonna stick to my guns. Never be losing my cool, I'ma stay where I am when the rest of them run.
Okay then, folks, many thanks to our last panel of the summit. We're almost at the end of our content here this week. Just one more session to go. We're going to be switching gears after that and going to our awards ceremony. But before that, we are going to be having a session where we're going to be drawing together lots of the themes that we've been discussing here over the past couple of days, making some sense of everything that's been talked about, and obviously projecting forward then and looking at what comes next. So here to discuss the next era of enterprise technology adoption and how we can embrace it, please put your hands together for our closing keynote, the brilliant Frederick Gregard.
So that's getting very close to rounding off an amazing 3 days. Now let's focus a little bit about what was different this time. So how many of you were in Dubai last year? Up with your hands. Oh my God, huh? And how many of you were in Dubai 2 years ago? Oh, that's still a lot. How many of you remember Lausanne? Yeah. How many of you remember Wyoming? Oh, still, yeah, I like it. How many of you remember Florida, Miami? Yeah, there's a few people there. So when we think about the summit, right, we've been through a lot of iteration, right? It was really born out of IOG and Charles's vision of a place where the community come together, they celebrate, but they also talk about adoption, and they keep the vision and the mission and the hope alive, right? Now, for the last couple of years, the Cardano Foundation has been running the summit, right? Paying for the summit, organizing the summit. We got more and more community involvement. So thank you to all of you who were pushing towards that. We initiated the first on-chain voting around the topics. We had a lot of winners, right? But what's truly unique about this year's summit is really, for me, two things. The first thing, which is probably the best, is that this year's summit might have been orchestrated and organized by the amazing team at the Cardano Foundation. So a big hand to you. But what's truly unique was that this was one of the first governance actions and treasury withdrawals which was orchestrated by the marketing committee. And it was not just one summit, it was multiple summits, right? Around the globe. And we're still lacking 2 summits, right? We're still lacking India, and we're still lacking Nairobi, right? So the fact that this is not about what the Cardano Foundation wants, this is what you wanted, right? Is truly unique. And I think that is where we are now in Cardano. We are now not just dreaming of the age of Voltaire, we're not just dreaming of the age of governance, we are in the age of governance, right? So I want to say a huge thank you that even though governance is hard, it can be a bit sticky, it can be a little bit shouterish, we need to raise our voices and we have concerns and all those things. You enabled this, you made this happen. So really big thank you. And also, even though I don't think I will be in Nairobi, right, but huge thank you and big applause to all the people who's going there and who's going to support all the next 2 summits which is coming, huh? So thank you very much, huh? Now remember, I believe it was yesterday, I'm struggling a little bit with this, right? But I think yesterday I went on stage and I said, if you are going to write the next chapter of the Cardano history, what would that be? One of the things I was aiming for was that was also unique. So the second thing which is unique about this summit is that we had a lot of people here who actually did not know what blockchain was. And they did not know what Cardano was. And what I saw out there, on the floor, in the meeting room, in the workshops, in the deep dives, behind closed doors, I saw the Cardano community and even people outside the Cardano community upgrading institutions, corporates, even some members of nation states actually flickered in here and was rounding the door and talking about the power, the empowerment, and the opportunities blockchain can do for enterprises. So thank you very much for taking my bite from yesterday and making it work, huh? Now, another action which is happening wherever you are is AI, artificial intelligence, large language models, right? Nearly all of us are using them. Alluded to, we had companies in here who was vibe coding together with engineers, checking it, and you probably already saw that the Yahtzee store can be accessed through large language models, and there's a lot of things happening there. But the whole world is moving on AI. Now, AI is hallucinating. AI does not play with the same rules. AI is still using neural networks. It still needs a lot of refinement, but it's getting on top of the radar of where blockchain are. Now, where AI has agents, blockchain has people. This is the superpower of blockchain. The superpower of blockchain is it's a technology powered by people, for people, and it now also has the ability to onboard hundreds of German corporates because they can see the value proposition of the Cardano blockchain securing this. This is truly amazing in terms of enterprise adoption, institutional adoption, but also in terms of scalability. Now, one thing we sometimes forget is a little bit the cyberpunk movement, right? This idea, your keys, your control. And I was really, really proud to walk around on the floor and see that we even have now, card opportunities where you can pay with cards, but you can still be in cold storage. I was super happy to interact with projects who is talking directly to nation states without interacting with the Cardano Foundation, IOD, or Emurgo. I was super happy to see that we not only have one card opportunity, we also have the Cardano card, powered by Virex, right? Who has access to 6-7 million clients. So when you go in and open that, you see Cardano and ADA. You don't see other large ecosystems because they don't have a counterparty to sign off with, but we have that, right? So I think what's really happening right now is this idea that we are looking for a global digital trust infrastructure. One who can defend against AI, one who can defend against global macro movements and centralization of large corporates, of nation-state leaders, who allows us truly to be free, living fractionalized identities, living in a world where you can be certain that you don't need to rely on one infrastructure, but you can rely on an infrastructure powered by 3,000 different stake pool operators on Cardano and get that digital trust from that. That's what I think about when I wake up tomorrow and think about how we enable a global trust infrastructure for all countries, for everybody out there who truly want to be free in their capacity as humans or capacity as businesses. To further engage with that, we in the Cardano Foundation has decided that we need to help more. But we need to help more focused, because now we have Intersect, an amazing, young organization, but an organization who basically is the membership-based organization for Cardano. That means that they are there for the global coordination, and they're doing an amazing job right now in finding their footing and ensuring that they also have longevity over the years and can truly support the major community movements out there. We also have Pragma, a very more bespoke membership-based organization, right? Who basically is looking at open source and is already hosting projects and is looking to grow, right? So if you're out there and you have a cool Cardano open source project, do reach out to Christina and the crew out there, because they are looking at growing that. And they're already working with the open source committee, which is now hosted by Intersect, right? So we have multiple of these. But what that allows us to do as the Cardano Foundation is to announce something we did as an MVP last year, which we think about as the Venture Hub. Now, is the name the best we could figure out? Probably not, right? But what we did was we looked at it and said, okay, if we could choose a topic DeFi, RWA, some of these potholes we can fill, right? If we can choose a topic and we can zoom in on community projects who's already producing blocks on the blockchain, and we just need to give them the last push, maybe some legal advice, maybe some direct investment, maybe opening the door for distribution, maybe putting them together with maybe a Virex, as we spoke about before, or somebody else who has large distribution. Wouldn't it be great that they can go out there and start living on Cardano by having black numbers and start scaling and being fully independent from the Cardano ecosystem, but trusting that decentralized infrastructure? So that's the first arm of the Venture Hub. Now, the other arm of the Venture Hub would be, so how do we take these amazing corporates you saw here, right? The Volvos, the Syngentas, the Novo Nordisk, all of these large enterprises who've been working on private permission blockchain since years, and were not able to verify and validate that it was smarter, better, and cheaper. How do we select a few of them, and we put them into a group, and we accelerate them through the pilot phase to the mainnet? So when you go out there and you talk about these things, you open up your smartphone, you go to one of the amazing blockchain indexers or similar, and you point to these transactions and you say, that's Syngenta. Ooh, that's Novo Nordisk, right? And I think this we cannot do for 100 or 200, 300 companies out of the Cardano Foundation, but I think we can do that for maybe 10 to 15, huh? So this, I think, is not truly unique. We see that before, but with the power of working with other ecosystems outside the Cardano ecosystem, such as the CVVC Labs, Techstars, and Draper, right? We suddenly get this power that we can ensure that if some of those fall away over time, we still keep the knowledge within Cardano, and we keep building up these, amazing information about how we make these companies actually go live, on mainnet. And that being said, I do have an announcement around, how do we accelerate, and how do we invest, and how do we bring more accountability and more growth into Cardano. So I would like Samis Bayan to join me on stage. Can somebody please give this guy a microphone, because he might be a bit tired because he went running with me today, and I nearly lost him in the forest, but we worked together as a team, and he came back alive. Now, normally I'm very, very cautious about saying things, who has not happened yet, but this can only happen if you approve it, right? This can only happen if you want it, like this summit here, right? But we've been working with Draper U and Draper Dragon to put together an opportunity for a 3-year direct investment fund on Cardano, powered by Cardano, with the expertise and the track record of Samis and his team. And we're putting that up as an info action, sooner than later. We've done all of the paperwork right now. It was really tricky because nobody's actually done something like that before, directly from a blockchain, routing through to a regulated security vehicle, right? Over years with accountability. So why don't you introduce that for 2 minutes?
Yeah, Fred, first, thank you. Look, this is impossible to do without, first, the foundation, the community, all the other entities, Draper University, of course, Chris, Arisa's here too. It's amazing, and we really want to bring this impact at a larger scale. I've been on Cardano for a while. I've been investing in Cardano for a while. You guys have an amazing leader in Cardano that's able to get this thing out there and get all the metrics up. And we're excited to announce this. I mean, we're going to boost this in many different verticals. It'll be the education piece, which is a core component of educating and onboarding new users into the ecosystem and bringing a new generation of developers. And the only way that's possible is with the education piece and having a growth and supporting piece. There's exchange listings, there's developer activities, that's a hurdle, there's all these different issues that we want to bring in and mitigate and just bring in huge adoption and bring this Bitcoin DeFi into action and bring this onto Cardano, bring in these institutions, bring in more people to do it, and we want to bring this blueprint and the way that we can make the treasury a self-sustaining vehicle to just keep growing it nonstop, bring a great return to it, and our hopes is to not only get a return, but encourage other funds and other people to come in and just help Cardano scale and grow. It's a top 10 asset. It's the closest to Bitcoin you can get on development, on security, all of the above, and I think this is going to be an amazing thing. So Fred and the rest of the team, we're super excited.
So we've now done like all the legal work, the regulation, we've done the battling together to figure out that we can create a win-win situation, not just for 1 year, but for multiple years, trying to anchor institutions with deep liquidity and deep experience into the Cardano ecosystem, right? And what we're then going to do is we're going to then launch this info action now, right? And give this transparency to all of you, right? And, you know, I always say, you know, regulation is a tough part, and a lot of you are always saying, hey, Fred, you know, technology is faster, you know, nobody can stop blockchain. But you know what? Now we also have a type of regulation. It's called corporate governance, right? We have the CCs, we have the DREPs, and we are learning as well, right? I think, you know, a huge shout out to the SNEC team who's, you know, walking this trailblazing path right now where they're looking at, you know, how do we actually pay back to the treasury about what we are doing, and we're suddenly seeing there's a lot of challenges in doing that because it's an info action type we've never seen before. And now I present to you another info action you've never seen before. So my big ask to you is not to say, I will force you to vote for this because I truly believe in this, which I actually do, right? No, my ask to you is keep the communication lines open, huh? If you are a DREP, if you are a CC member, and what you see in the info action gives you some concerns or questions, you know, you reach out to the Cardano Foundation and the Draper team, and let's talk this through, because this will be a new type of target operating model we haven't done on Cardano. And we already have the next one lined up, who's going to look a little bit similar to that, with one of the largest brands in the world, but more on the NGO side, right? So you will see more of this coming. And there is some voter fatigue. But I think what's really happening here by bringing people together is we see how much progress we can make by talking to each other, huh? So my big ask to you is not about saying yes or no. My big ask is, let's talk about what this is going to look like, because I am absolutely certain that this is going to not only bring us to the next level, and it's going to bootstrap a lot of your projects with direct investment and knowledge, right? But it's also going to be used as a blueprint for other blockchain ecosystems and even TradFi and other ecosystems out there, huh? So give the guys who've been dreaming of Cardano since 2020, I believe, right? Who's finally able to announce something like that, give the guy a big hand. Thank you very much, huh? You can stay here for a second or two, right? So we're not done yet, huh? So what's going to happen now is that I'm going to sort of step out with Samish, right? And then we're going to have the award show, right? So we have some awards, including the Battle of the Builders, right? And then I'm going to say a last goodbye, huh? So don't leave the room yet. You know, Rare Evo, the amazing dudes, and SNEC, the also amazing people, are inviting us upstairs, right? For a glorious barbecue on the 15th floor. So just stay a little bit longer so we can really pay due to the people who's been fighting for Cardano through the years with the award show, right? And then it's barbecue time, huh?
Ready for it.
Taking it minute by minute, becoming the hero I came to become. Knowing I do what I do and I do it, I ain't gonna stop till it's done. Can never fool me, I got all it takes. I'm gonna stick to my guns, never be losing my cool. I'ma stay where I am when the rest of them run.
Many thanks, Frederick. What an amazing way to end a fantastic content program here this week. Love to finish on a surprise announcement. Always gets the blood pumping. A huge thank you to all of our speakers here over the last couple of days. So many great insights shared here on the main stage, but also, of course, in the masterclasses, out in the demo zone, in the expo as well. Loads of great conversations taking place, loads of great networking. I hope you've had a great couple of days. And thank you, of course, to our audience here in the room, in Berlin, but also online as well. This summit is nothing without you folks. So thank you so much for all of your attention, for attending all those sessions, and for really making the most of the last couple of days. And as Fred mentioned, we're not quite done yet. We've got that barbecue up in the Sky Lounge that will be taking place immediately after our next session, which is the Cardano Summit 2025 Awards. A brilliant time to recognize the success of all the great people that make up the Cardano community. The teams, the projects and the organizations who are making a real difference when it comes to progress and innovation in this space. The contributions and innovations, of course, but also the sheer dedication of everybody in this room who is really driving this technology forward. And we want to celebrate that. So we have 12 awards categories. We have the winner of our Battle of the Builders competition, as Fred mentioned. But before that, we're going to get started with the results of our hackathon. So before the summit, even before we got here to the AI track winners are going to be announced next week. But here to announce the winners of the open track, please welcome back to the stage the brilliant Giorgio Zanetti. Giorgio.
All right. Are we ready? As the CTO, I'm very happy to announce the results of the hackathon, as dear to my heart. When I was younger, I was also participating in hackathon. So the third place in the hackathon of 2025 goes to JMO Solutions, verifying archived social media posts using Merkle tree, root nodes, and membership proofs.
Great stuff. Congratulations. Yeah. Great job.
All right. And the second place goes to Goftwool.
Great job.
Are we ready? Yes. What energy, guys? Are we ready? The winner of the Hackathon 2025 is BioFlow.
Wonderful stuff. Well done, Florian. Wonderful stuff. Congratulations to all of our hackathon winners. Amazing effort. It was a lot of fun, as I say. And thank you, Giorgio, for walking us through it. So now to our awards. We've got 12 awards here. And our first up is going to be around the best infrastructure platform. So this recognizes the platforms and services that form the backbone of Cardano. From middleware to wallets and APIs, this award goes to projects that enable builders and make Cardano more easily accessible. So we have a number of nominees here. You all voted. We've got NMKR Studio. We've got Blockfrost. We've got Empower. We've got Koios. And we have Anvil. Let's have a round of applause for our nominees. Okay, so our first award is going to be presented. If I can welcome to the stage the brilliant Darlisa Consoni. Hello, Darlisa.
Hello, everyone.
So the award winners for our infrastructure platform is Anymaker Studio. Congratulations.
Wonderful stuff. Congrats and many thanks to Darlisa. So next up, we have Most Impactful SPO. This celebrates stake pool operators who go beyond block production and contribute to decentralization, education, social impact, or community development, all while maintaining operational excellence. Again, we have 5 nominees in this category, and they are Atada, BTBF, Pride, YAM, and STAT. Okay, and to introduce the next winner, please can I ask to come on stage, Mr. Markus Gufler. Marcus, thank you for coming up here.
So, let's see. So, the winner of the Cardano Summit 2025 in the category Impactful SPO is Pride.
Do we have pride in the room? We have a lot of pride in the room, but we don't have the pride in the room, the pride we need. No problem, we will get that award to them. But congratulations to them, and many thanks to Marcus. Marcus, you can take that away, and we will we'll get it to them as soon as possible.
Okay, good.
Okay, on to our next award. And this award is for the most impactful native asset, awarded to the token, fungible or non-fungible, that captured the community's imagination and generated significant on-chain activity. A category to honor a meme coin, a governance token, utility token, or NFT project that created both cultural and economic impact. Our nominees, as voted by you in this category, are Snek, Hosky, Iagon, Surf Lending, and Strike Finance. And to announce the winner, please could I invite to the stage the brilliant Pierre Kaklamanos from Cardano. Yeah.
And the winner is Hosky.
Yeah, we'll come to the middle and take care of that. There we go. Wonderful stuff. Okay, many thanks for that. There should be more fancy dress. More fancy dress. I absolutely love that. Okay, wonderful stuff. So next up, our next award is focused on Best Developer and Tooling Excellence. So for projects and teams building developer frameworks, SDKs, libraries, and tools that make building on Cardano easier, faster, and more powerful. This category highlights the builders who empower other builders. Our nominees in this category are as follows: Cardano Signer, SPO Scripts, Mesh, PyCardano, TX Pipe, and Blink Labs. And to welcome our next winner onto the stage, please can I ask Bora Oben from Cardano to come up and announce them.
And the winner of this year's Cardano Summit 2025 Developer and Tooling Excellence Award is TX Pipe.
Congrats again. Okay, right. So, governance champion up next. Recognizing individuals or teams who had advanced Cardano's governance and championed decentralized decision-making, from CIP authors and creators of DREP tooling to Intersect contributors and Catalyst leaders. Our nominees in this segment are Mike Hornan, Tempo Vote, Sync AI Network, Lloyd Duon, and Jenny Brito. And let's have all our nominees a round of applause if we can, please, folks. We can only have one winner. And I'm going to announce it, I'm going to ask from Cardano Foundation, Nicholas Cerny to come up.
And the winner of the Cardano Summit 2025 award for Governance Champion goes to Tempo.vote.
Do we have them in the room? They're on the gallery. Maybe they're up there on the gallery. No problem. We will get the award to them once again. Nicholas, you keep hold of that for now, and we will we'll be in touch with the team. But congrats once again. Many thanks. Okay, so our next award, moving on, is for Ambassadors and Education. Celebrating ambassadors, educators, and thought leaders who produce high-quality, accessible content that drives adoption and literacy in the Cardano ecosystem. We have a number of very worthy nominees here. Mauro Andreoli, Catalyst Africa Town Hall, Lily Brody, and Olympus Insights. A round of applause for all of our nominees, please. Okay, and now to announce the winner, can I invite Sebastian Aravena to come up from Cardano. Sebastian.
Okay, and the winner of the Cardano Summit Award 2025 in the category of Ambassadors and Education is Catalyst Africa Town Hall.
Great stuff. Congratulations. Brilliant stuff. A popular winner there. Okay, thanks so much for that. So our next category, and moving on, we're going to be looking at the best DEX. So awarded to the decentralized exchange that led the way in liquidity, UX, innovation, and transaction volume on Cardano. This category celebrates protocols that make decentralized token trading accessible and efficient. Nominees in this category include MinSwap, SundaySwap, Wing Riders, CSwap, and Vi Finance. A round of applause for all of those nominees, please. Some amazing work going on here. Okay, and to introduce the winner for this award category, please can I invite from Cardano, Sandro Tarquini.
Ladies and gentlemen, and the winner is MinSwap.
MinSwap in the room. Okay, no problem. Sandro, you keep hold of that. Congratulations to MinSwap. Thank you, guys. Okay. Attention's building. Our next category is Best Lending Protocol. So this recognizes the lending and borrowing platforms that enable capital efficiency, that unlock DeFi utility, and drive sustainable on-chain activity while also delivering safety. Our nominees here are Danogo, Surf Lending, Levy, Liquid, and Fluid Tokens. A round of applause there, folks. Loads of fantastic work happening here. Okay, and to introduce this award, please can I welcome up to the stage Josephina Burkitt. Josephina. Thank you.
All right. So the lending protocol that received the most votes for the Cardano Summit Awards in 2025 is Fluid Tokens.
There we go. Here they come. Nice job, guys. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, let's move to the middle a little bit. Yeah, here we go. Wonderful stuff. Congratulations, team. Thank you, Josephina. Okay, up next, Best Aggregator. For platforms that unify liquidity, data, or services across Cardano DeFi, helping users find the best swaps, yields, or execution paths, and providing both efficiency and a great user experience. Our nominees here: Dex Hunter, Fetch, SteelSwap, Danogo, MinSwap Aggregator. Okay, right, and to introduce this award, please can I ask the wonderful Fabian Bormann up to the stage. Fabian.
Hello everyone. So the winner of the 2025 Cardano Summit Awards in the category Aggregator is... Oh, how did I tell the dog? Fetch! By Hosky.
Congratulations. Wonderful stuff. Thank you. Okay, we are working our way through these awards. Next up, we have a Best Stablecoin. So, celebrating the stablecoin protocol or project that has driven adoption, liquidity, and real-world use cases on Cardano. This includes algorithmic, collateral-backed, and fiat-backed stablecoins. So, the nominees here. We've got USDM, USDA, JED, IUSD, and MyUSD. A round of applause for our nominees. Okay, and here to announce the award, please can I welcome to the stage from Cardano, Dionisio Butte. Dionisio. Love that bang off the stage, Dionisio. Good energy.
And the winner in the category for the 2025 awards, Cardano Awards, best stablecoin is, drum roll, USDM.
Congrats. Wonderful stuff. Thank you so much. Okay, right. So, best tools and analytics next. Awarded to platforms providing data, dashboards, explorers, or monitoring tools that help users and developers make informed decisions. From DeFi dashboards to chain indexes, this category celebrates clarity and transparency. Our nominees here: Adderstat, TapTools, CX Explorer, Bending AI, and Cardano Scan. A round of applause for our nominees. Okay, and please can I welcome to the stage to announce this award, Jacob Gideon. Jacob. Jacob.
And the Cardano Summit Award for Tools and Analytics goes to TapTools.
Thank you. Hey, congratulations, well deserved. Okay, right. The final award before we go to our Battle of the Builders winners. Then this award is for Best Other dApps, a wildcard category for impactful Cardano dApps outside of DeFi, DEX, lending, or stablecoin categories. It includes applications such as gaming, metaverse, identity, or niche uses. So the nominees here: Titans, Atrium, Walkers, Bodega Market, and Docufy. Congrats to all of our nominees. And to announce the winners, please could I ask Giovanni Gargiulio to come to the stage, please. Great to have you, Giovanni.
And the winner of the Cardano Summit 2025 award for Other dApp goes to Atrium.
Fantastic stuff. Have we got Atrium here? Yes, they're coming down. Brilliant stuff. Great job, guys. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Good team. Brilliant stuff. Okay, great job, everybody. Right, okay, so now it is time for the Battle of the Builders, the culmination of a fantastic event earlier in the week, because alongside the hackathon, Day Zero also hosted the return of the Battle of the Builders, our pitch competition for early stage startups. So this competition gives founders a rare platform, a direct visibility to investors, to partners, decision makers across the Cardano ecosystem. Projects must be Cardano native or credibly intending to migrate or interoperate, so ensuring the ideas pitched on stage link tightly to the growth of the ecosystem as a whole. There are prizes for the top three, but best of all, this generates momentum for everybody concerned. The 2025 prize pool is a whopping $350,000 in cash awards, fast tracks to accelerated programs, startup legal formation, and opportunities for financing support, market making, and launch pool access, premium tools, and partner benefits. Plus, access to an additional $300K in optional investment opportunities. Let's have a round of applause for that amazing prize pot. Again, the judges were absolutely blown away by the quality of the work, but I'm not best qualified to tell you more about that. And instead, I'm going to invite up the brilliant Sinan Kajan to come up and talk us through the runners-up. Sinan, come on up here.
All right, good evening, everybody. Schönen guten Abend. I am here to announce the third and second place of this year's Battle of the Builders. Before doing that, let's give a big round of applause to all the 10 finalists and our beloved judges for an amazing, inspiring pitching session. All right, let's get to the point. Okay, that was the second one. All good, all good. That's okay, that's fine, it's all good. It's good. The third place of this year's Battle of the Builders goes to UTXOs.
Great stuff. Amazing work.
The second place of this year's Battle of the Builders goes to Ayagon.
Great job, guys. Congratulations. Congrats. Wonderful stuff. Many thanks. Congratulations. Of course, this means we only have one award left. And I think to introduce this and announce the winner of our Battle of the Builders competition 2025, please let's have a warm round of applause once again for Frederick Gregard.
Yeah, this was really a tough choice among the jury. And, you know, there's no really easy way of saying it that everybody was just completely blown away about not just the progress they've done, the quality of the team, but also the physicality of it, that you can actually see it out there on the streets. So with that being said, I would like to announce that the first place of the Battle of the Builders is Bike ID.
Amazing stuff. Congratulations.
Hey, where's the bicycle?
We have something for your bike.
Oh, really?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. So happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man.
Thank you again. Thanks again.
Congrats.
Let's do a picture, huh? Come on, give them a large hand, huh?
Fantastic stuff. Congratulations, guys.
That's good. That's good. Oh, there's just one more thing, actually. So next year, I'd like to announce that we're taking the liberty, because prices go up, and a lot of people had a lot of ideas, right? But Charles was super vocal and said, we need to do something around token. This is where the world of blockchain and crypto comes together. So I would like to announce that next year's summit, if you approve, of course there will be a vote around that, will be in Singapore.
Wonderful stuff. Okay, let's start packing our bags, folks. We'll get there next year. Okay, many thanks to Frederick, the whole Cardano team, for putting on such a wonderful event. We would now like to invite you all to the 15th floor, up to the Sky Lounge, where we have our barbecue in the sky, a great way to wrap things up. That is brought to us by Sneck and Rare Network. But do join us there. Really looking forward to seeing you all, having a drink, having some great food, and getting excited about going to Singapore. Thanks so much, folks. That's a wrap for Cardano Summit 2025.